Part 3, The Voidwalkers. Chapter 21. Ben Skywalker, Grand Master of the Jedi Order, paused before opening the door because he was afraid of what he'd find inside. He breathed deep, steeled himself, and walked through the threshold. Inside the small plain chamber was a chiss boy sitting on a bench, head bowed by guilt and shame. "Hello, Warren." He tried to put as much warmth in his voice as he could. The boy looked up at him, blinking red eyes. "Master Skywalker." "How are you doing?" Ben sat down beside him. Warren inched away. "I'm all right, Master." "I am so sorry." "Master M'Jalu. She died as a brave Jedi." Ben put a hand on his shoulder. "It wasn't your fault." Warren nodded but looked away. He didn't believe it. Maybe he never would. Guilt and shame were hard things to let go of. Sometimes you never did. Sometimes you just tried to work around them as best you could and kept trying for 35 years. Sometimes your best wasn't enough. "Warren, I need you to tell me about the Sith who captured you. Are you certain it was Saviar?" "Of course it was. I mean, it's the woman from all the news broadcasts. But she's not Saviar. She's Darth Zorin." "She called herself that." Warren nodded. Ben felt tightness grip his chest. It felt so strange to learn the name of the Sith who killed his wife. He'd spent 12 long years acclimatizing himself to a permanent state of not knowing. Ignorance, to go along with the guilt and shame that would never leave. "What else did she tell you?" "The Saviar the galaxy knows has a well-documented past." "Is that all a lie? Did Zorin replace the real Saviar?" Warren wagged his head from side to side. "No, Master. She claimed she was born Saviar. She joined the Sith later on. She became Darth Zorin." "What else did she tell you? Anything about the U.S. involved?" Warren frowned, like the question made no sense. He might have been so out of it he hadn't heard about the massacre at Carfedian, or not its full extent. "I don't think so, Master." "She talked about?" "Yes. Justice. She said Zorin is the Sith word for justice. She said Jedi were too weak to change the galaxy and right wrongs, so the Sith had to do it." "Sith lie, Warren." "I know, Master. I don't believe what she said. It's just, I think she did." The picture was clearing, just a little. Ben could imagine it. A woman born into a brutal world under a brutal government, one who turned to the ways of the Sith to overthrow it. Sith didn't appear from nothing on their own. Jedi and other Force users could turn dark on their own, yes, but the Sith had a special lineage of knowledge, passed from teacher to student just as the Jedi did. Where there was one, there'd be more. "Did she say anything about other Sith?" Warren hesitated. Ben pressed, "Please, this is very important. I can't tell you how important this is. Try to remember." "She says she'd been trained by other Sith. She mentioned a master but wouldn't say his name. She implied he used to be a Jedi." Ben's mind whirled with possibilities. 30 years ago, on Zanima II, he'd faced a Sith with powers to rival his father's who'd once been a Jedi of the Old Republic. Darth Krayt was dead, perhaps, speared through by his cousin Jaina's blade. But perhaps not. Perhaps the Dark Man who'd haunted Jason's visions was alive even now, slowly rebuilding the Sith. Or perhaps another fallen Jedi or rogue Force user had claimed the title. There was no way to be certain. All he knew was that, after the confrontation on Zanima II, the Sith had laid low for decades. There'd been no sign of them even when the bloody coup on Hapes began. He only realized it when he'd been aboard a ship carrying the first wave of loyalist refugees out of the cluster. That was when he'd felt his wife's death in the Force, more strong and painful than anything since the death of his mother 20 years before. In her dying moment, Katia had screamed out into the Force, trying to tell anyone she could about the enemy who struck her down. Ben had heard that scream and understood. Jade had heard it too, felt it to her soul, and the agony had driven the small girl away from the Force for the next 5 years of her life. Jade hadn't understood at the time. She'd been so small and her life mercifully untainted by the dark side of the Force. And for 12 years he'd let her keep that shield of ignorance, for her own good or because he was afraid to tell her the truth. The shield was gone, but there was still so much they didn't know. He didn't think Warren would be able to tell him more, so he placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder and said, "Thank you. That was very helpful. Now you need to rest for a while. Meditate." Warren nodded without speaking. Ben rose and stepped out the door, into the long, empty hallway inside the Jedi Temple on Ossus. He could feel his daughter's presence, brooding and uncertain above him. He took another deep breath. It would be the hardest thing yet, the conversation he'd been dreading for 12 years. But it had to be done. He found her on a balcony near the top of the pyramid. She was sitting on the edge, looking out at the stars and nebula surrounding Ossus. She must have heard him open the door and step outside, but she didn't look at him, didn't budge. He walked over to her and sat down on the ledge beside her. Still she didn't look at him. Ben swallowed and said, "Jade, I'm sorry. After your mother died, you retreated from the Force, from me, from everyone. I thought if I told you the truth, it would be too much. And when you finally started opening the Force again, and learning and training with Jadram, I didn't want to risk knocking you off that path." "Dad," her voice wavered. She kept looking at the stars. "I know, Dad. I understand. This is just a lot to process, you know. My mother was killed by a Sith." "I know, Jade." She sniffed. "Oh, Dad, I'm sorry. Sorry about Mom. Both our moms. It was different for me," he said softly. "I was younger than you are now, but I knew my mother. I knew the man who killed her too. I loved him. Even after all these years, it still ached. I only have these feelings of her, Dad. These echoes. Not even real memories." Jade turned to look at him. Water in her eyes gleamed in starlight. What was Mom like? It was such a simple question, but she never asked it before. Even that had been so hard. He said, "Katia was different from a lot of other Jedi. She grew up in the colony on the Outer Rim and didn't start training as a Jedi until she was about your age." Memories, old and bittersweet, creased his face with a smile. She was talented, though. She took to it all so easily. She caught up with the others fast. "Did you fall for her right away?" Jade asked. Soft-voiced, curious. Ben looked at her before responding. She didn't look away. There was a little of Katia in Jay's face, though his daughter's sand-colored hair recalled Ben's father, her green eyes his mother. Mostly it was the voice. The older she got, the more she sounded like Katia had, and she didn't even know it. "I did," he admitted. "After everything I'd been through before that, just being with her was refreshing. Being a Jedi's always felt like a burden as much as a blessing, from as far back as I can remember. But to your mother it was all new. Everything was a wonder." He fell silent. It was hard to talk, hard to think about. He'd gotten to the point over the years where he could mostly separate out good memories from the bad. He could think of fond moments with Katia and his mother, even Vestera and Jacen, without feeling the pain those people had also brought him. That equilibrium had vanished now. The galaxy was turned upside down, and so was the Skywalker family, and he wondered if things had ever been otherwise. "Dad," Jade asked, "what happened on Hapes?" He took a deep breath. "I wish I could tell you more, but I just don't know. It all happened so fast, though I'm sure they must have planned it in advance. They moved for Tenel Ka and Atlanta right away. I think it was soldiers loyal to the usurpers, but maybe there would sit there too, I don't know. Tenel Ka and Atlanta barely escaped. Zek and Terran," he shook his head. "Your mother, she was with 2 other Jedi, scouting a location for a new Jedi training center. I was off planet at the time. I only felt Saviar kill her." "Darth Zorin," Jay corrected. "You're right. No, we're both right. Because to the rest of the galaxy she still is Saviar. Nobody's going to support her after Carfadian. How could they? It's not about support anymore. They're afraid of her, so nobody knows what to do next." Jade lowered her head. "Master Mjalu almost killed her. I wish she had." Ben heard the anger in her voice but didn't reproach her. It wouldn't do her good to repress all the feelings inside her now in the name of Jedi Stoicism. Master Mjalu was a very powerful Jedi, and one of our most peaceful. She shouldn't have died that way, Jade sniffed. I know. Ben reached out, finally, and slung an arm around her shoulder. After a moment, she leaned against him. Cool wind blew across the balcony. Who else knows there was a Sith at Hapes? She asked. Your aunt. She felt it too. So did Tenel Ka and Alana. The Jedi Council. Only K-Kruk and Kype. And Aunt Jaina. Of course. Ben sighed. She had her own pain to deal with now, fresh and worse than theirs. Has there been any sign of the Sith since then? Nothing we saw. Not even on Hapes. No. Alana still has sources in the court, people she can trust, but none of their reports show any signs that there's Sith there. They might be hidden in another world on the consortium. I don't know. Nowadays it's impossible to get in and out of there without being detected. But the Sith are always out there. We know at least one now, but I'm sure there's more. Dad, what are we going to do? I don't know. I wish I did. Even if the Alliance doesn't try something, we can't let Saviar have control of that weapon. Dad. She squeezed his arm. Yes. Wherever you go, take me with you. Please? His first thought was to object. It came on instinct, and that instinct made him ashamed. For all these years, he'd avoided being the father Jade had needed. He'd known that, but he still kept evading, all for fear of this day. Now that it had passed, he felt strangely unburdened, but the guilt remained. He hadn't just left Jade's training to Master Mjalu. He'd let Jaina, Alana, and Arlen put more effort into raising her than he had himself. It was time to stop that all. He squeezed her shoulder again. Of course I will. Wherever we go. Thanks, Dad. But, where? He thought a moment, took a deep breath, and said, let's go talk to Jaina. Arlen walked circles around Starlight Champion as it sat in the main hangar complex attached to the Jedi Temple. He'd already inspected every square centimeter of the ship, inside and out, but it gave him something to do. It distracted him just a little from the grief. His mother sat cross-legged atop a storage crate beneath the Champion's cockpit pod. Her gray hair was down, splayed over her shoulders, and she seemed to stare into nothing. They just got off the comlink with Arlen's father. Jagged Fell was still at Bastion, and they were on Asus, and it felt so wrong to have the family divided now. Arlen had never been close to Davik. For years, and his brother's total separation from the Force had created a natural gap between them. Arlen had never been comfortable with that gap, and he'd known Davik hadn't been comfortable either. Arlen had always told himself that someday, surely, once they were both past all the insecurities of young adulthood, they'd bond as brothers were meant to. It had always seemed inevitable, always waiting in some uncertain tomorrow. The only thing certain about tomorrow was that there would be no Davik. The chance for reconciliation had slipped away. Arlen had let it slip for 20+ years. Now there was no chance for recovery, no redemption. His brother was dead. That was fact now, but it would take a long time to accept it, if he ever did. He and his mother had been in a hangar together, one sitting and the other pacing, sharing silence for close to a half hour before the sound of boots broke their grim meditation. Arlen felt Ben and Jade before he saw them. They emanated the same heavy grief in the Force. Hello, Arlen. Ben smiled weakly as he stepped into the hangar. How is your ship? As good as ever. He smiled his own limp smile and reached up to run his fingertips across Champ's smooth metal belly. I was actually about to take her on a mission. If you approve, of course. Ben raised an eyebrow. A Jedi mission. Chance Calrissian and I have an idea of how Saviar gets her money and supplies. We think she's been working with the crime boss named Mordrin Crux to pump Glitterstim out across the galaxy. Ah, that's right. I heard. You're talking about her ships and the Mandalorians, aren't you? Those warriors don't work cheap. And the Yuuz Hanvong world ship. Arlen shook his head. I'm sorry. We had no idea about that when we started to investigate. Someone needs to look into that too. There's one place to go. Silent until now, Jaina spoke up from her perch on the Create. Someplace obvious. Zanima second. Something grave passed between Jaina and Ben. Jay said. I've never been there. Do you think it can help us? It's our best place to start, Jaina said. At the very least, they'll have shapers who can explain how the world ship was turned into a weapon like that. Also, Ben said, we know there's been a connection in the past between Rogue US and Vong and Sith. We need to investigate that. I'll go with you, Jaina. Then I'll go too, Jay said firmly. Ben didn't try to change her mind. Instead, he nodded acceptance. Something had changed between father and daughter. Something Arlen couldn't understand. I should still go find Mordrin Crux, Arlen said. They say he's got a base on the Outer Rim, all the way past Sluice Van. I'm actually supposed to swing around and pick Chance up on the way. Coruscant? Asked Ben. Arlen shook his head. Chance doesn't want anyone to know what he's up to, so he's told all his business associates he's going on a pleasure cruise through some nebula off the Rima with the Kuti Taichung. I'm going to swing by that nebula and pick him up. From there it won't be far to Taloman. Ben frowned. And the Kuti? Very real? I had a drink with him once. I guess he's helping Lando cover. Generous of him. Yeah, he and Lando get along famously. I don't think this is a job for Warren or Jadram, especially after what they went through. You're right. Warren especially needs time to heal and meditate, Ben said. Arlen, are you sure you're up to this right now? He took a deep breath. The more time I sit around waiting, the more people Saviar hurts or kills. I can't have that. Darth Zorin? Jay said softly. Arlen nodded. The idea that their enemy was not some righteous radical but a Sith Lord was still hard to wrap his mind around. For all his life, for all his career as a Jedi, Sith had always been something mythic and mysterious, almost immaterial. Suddenly the threat had become painfully personal. Be careful, Arlen. Jay stepped up to him. Be careful yourself. He tried a slanted grin. I mean it. Don't do anything reckless. Don't get yourself hurt. Please? Davik wouldn't want that. Her green eyes were wet. Arlen stepped forward and squeezed her shoulders in a hug. I know, Jade. Thank you. When she pulled away, Jade asked, have they gotten any, confirmation? Arlen shook his head. We haven't sent any ships to Carfedian. But we haven't heard anything of survivors. It's hard to think anything else. It was also hard to fathom, still, after almost a week had passed. Over 2 million Alliance and Imperial soldiers had gone into the Carfedian system. 2 million, and not one had come out alive. One death should have felt eclipsed by that staggering tragedy, but somehow that only made it worse. We don't know for sure, Arlen's mother said, still from her perch. She spoke quietly but firmly, staring off into the distance rather than at any of them. Back in the US and Vong War, they captured my brother. We all thought Jason was dead. We all felt him die in the Force. My mother, though, she didn't give up hope. She believed. I didn't. Sometimes I thought if I hadn't given up on him, then later, Jaina's voice wavered. But she swallowed and said firmly, Mom was right. She kept on believing for almost a year, right until Jason sailed back into our lives. She turned to look at them finally. Arlen's heart ached. He believed firmly that he'd feel the death of his mother, or Master Skywalker in the Force, but he'd always wondered about his father and brother. He hadn't felt anything during the slaughter at Carfedian, but that meant nothing either way. He wouldn't deny his other her faith, but he couldn't share it. Not after all that had happened. 2 million soldiers and not one survivor. It still beggared understanding. If Davik's alive, it's up to him to take care of himself, Ben said. We have to do what we can to stop Darth Zorin. I know. And we'll go together to Zonam a second. Jaina smiled a very sad smile. Besides, I have friends there I need to see. Though Shroud was the perfect place for hiding. The giant sprawl of gases and stardust was filled with shifting pathways and open pockets where you could hide not just ships but space stations. All of them almost impossible to detect from outside the Shroud thanks to the way all that stellar matter distorted sensors. There were even stray asteroid chains and barren planetoids drifting aimlessly through the space. When Saviar had hired the Mandalorians to be her private army, she'd already had a series of way stations set up inside the shroud. They seemed to have been cobbled together from pieces of dozens of old spaceships and orbital stations, but for all their shabby appearance, they served well as hidden supply and service stations for the Mandalorian fleet. Still, Tamar Skirata had always wondered. Saviar would have been a fool to show all her cards to a band of hired mercenaries. If she'd hidden the way stations in the shroud, she must have had more hidden. Naturally, Tamar had wondered what else there could have been. In all her guessing, she never dreamed of the answer. After Carfettian, the great Yuuzhan Vong world ship had jumped to hyperspace. Where it was now, she didn't know. Most of the Mandalorian ships to take part in the battle, which was what they were charitable calling the massacre, had retreated to Way Station Zesh, the largest and most well-equipped of the stations in the shroud. The station was a flat disk with 5 arms stretching out, giving room for 10 frigates and corvettes to dock. Way Station Zesh was filled with victorious Mandas and more. In the aftermath of Carfettian, it had become a most important place in Sinex Juvex. The Alliance had pulled all its ships out of the sectors, and House Loyalists had retreated to a handful of besieged systems, but not everyone was happy with the turn things had taken. Tamar was glad she wasn't the only one, but she betrayed nothing as she stood among the 24 faceless armored Mandas that Saviar had brought out with her to meet the 5 cowed delegates from some of the newly proclaimed free worlds. "You should have at least informed us of that thing before you used it," said the delegate from Fingrin, a tall, gaunt human with fire in his eyes. "It should never have been used in the first place," muttered the Snivian delegate from Malador. "I agree," said the Nasorian from Veridan. He seemed to be the leader of the group, and Tamar couldn't help but be reminded of Moran Nall. "That sort of weapon is barbaric. We're not the Empire. We're not the Vong. We wanted freedom, not slaughter." "Where did you even find a Yuuzhan Vong weapon?" the Fingrin delegate said. "How did you repair it?" "It's a very long and actually tedious story." Saviar sounded bored. "It appears to have been an experimental weapon they were developing in the late stages of the war. It was found abandoned outside the Tina system. I hired freelancers who knew Vong technology to move it here and see if they could repair it." "May we meet these freelancers?" the Fingrin man asked icily. "In time. But those of you who object to the weapon itself are being short-sighted. Our families didn't flee the Vong so we could fight with them 50 years later," the Nasorian said. "The entire galaxy views us as an enemy now." "You're being too hasty. I'm going to be making a broadcast soon. I will tell the galaxy that we took the necessary steps to defend ourselves against joint Imperial Alliance aggression. It was regrettable, but the point had to be made. If no further invasions are attempted, we will not use the weapon. We only want to be left alone. It's simple as that." The Snivian delegate hissed. Malador was hoping for Alliance help, Alliance investment. Sinex Juvex worked perfectly well as a functioning, self-contained economic unit for 1,000 years, said Saviar. "Nothing has changed except now its people will rule themselves as free beings. I was on Veridan for a week, personally making sure that the mines there were operation, wasn't I?" The Nasorian nodded. "You were. And I placed myself in grave danger. I exposed myself to another Jedi assassination attempt, didn't I?" She stabbed a pointed finger at her face. The left side remained as handsome as ever, but the skin of right half was dried and darkened by what seemed to be burned scars. The Nasorian nodded again. "No one doubts your bravery, Madame Saviar. No one doubts your devotion to the cause. None of the free worlds would exist if it weren't for you. You only complain about my methods after the face." She crossed her arms over her chest. "This is now how we thought freedom would come," the Snivian said. Saviar cast a hard gaze across the delegates, then looked over her shoulder at the Mandalorians behind her, her armored killing machines. "You knew liberty would not be bloodless. You all knew, and you now that I've gotten you what you wanted, your consciences have suddenly started to nag. Don't complain just because I'm using all the tools available to accomplish our goal." "We knew," the Fingrin delegate said. "We didn't understand until now. Then that is your fault. Go back to your planets, gentle beings. Rebuild your worlds. solidify control. And while you act civil and peaceable, I will be the one to protect you all. She turned, ending protests before they came. She marched out of the hall, and the Mandalorians fell behind her. Once they were all in the hall, the delegated left behind, Saviar stopped and turned. Jevon Arches was at the head of the column. She stepped up close to him and stroked the smooth front of his helmet with green fingertips. Do you have your people selected, Mandalore? I do. Then it's time. Arch nodded and called, Skirata, Skirata, and Jevon, stand ready. Everyone, fall out. There were no questions, no hesitation. Everyone stared marching, but Tamar, Dorn, and Shock Jevon remained with their boots on the ground, motionless. Dorn whispered across their private channel. Any idea what this is about? Not a clue? I don't like it. Me neither. Hush. They waited until the rest of the Mandos were gone. Saviar glanced at the 4 armored warriors, then told Arches, helmets off. I want to look at them. None of them moved until Arches said, ditch stepwise, Mando aid. He took off his helmet first and tucked it underarm. Then Shock Jevon pulled the bucket off his graying head. Tamar and Dorn followed. Saviar stepped close and looked them each in the eye. Her face had become a disquieting contrast because she could no longer tell which half of the face was closer to the mind inside it, one smooth and attractive, the other scorched and gnarled. After Carfettian, the unscarred half seemed like the mask. I suppose they'll do, Saviar said. Mandalore, give them their mission. I need a team to head for the Taloman system, Arches told them. The name was vaguely familiar, but Tamar couldn't place it. Dorn said, isn't that Broken Moon's base? The crime syndicate, right. Aux nodded. Mordrin Crux has his base of operations in, you guessed it, a moon that got shattered by a comet long time back. He's been partners with our employer. We've been supplying him with a supply of high-grade mass-produced glitterstim, Saviar said without shame. Tamar hadn't known that, but it wasn't a surprise. The Falling had deep coffers that had been clear from the start, and partnering with drug distributors was a tried and tested method for insurgents galaxy-wide. Shock here has been my go-between, escorting shipments of the stuff to Broken Moon, keeping it safe. Arches gestured to Jevon. The older Mando nodded confirmation. This time I want you two to go also. Why is that, sir? Asked Tamar. A few reasons. For one, you two did well as Fengrin and Carfettian. Enough for me to think we can try putting what happened at Yagdo behind us. Neither of them responded. He went on, there's more. This is different. Our employer just got some intel. A Jedi is coming to Broken Moon to investigate, Saviar said. Crux will try to deflect him, naturally, but you're to make sure he doesn't learn about our connection. I see. Tamar swallowed. Do you want the Jedi killed, or just deflected? If he dies, more will come, said Saviar. The best outcome is that he goes back to his kind empty-handed. But if you have to, be ready to kill him. I see. Tamar shifted eyes to Arch's blunt face. She wanted to ask a lot then, whether he thought her latent force abilities would really work against a trained knight, whether he'd told Saviar about her skill. Instead, she said, we won't let you down, Mandalore. I should hope not. Saviar kept eyeing Tamar, like she knew. After a second, nearly fatal assassination attempt, the Falling couldn't have been kindly disposed to any Force users. But instead of saying more, she turned and began walking down the hall. When she was done, Dorn exhaled. The Jedi really did a number on her, didn't they? Messed up that pretty face, Jevon agreed. Tamar looked at Arches. Sir, are we certain about that? The Jedi on Veridan. We lost 7 Mando a day to those freaks, Arches said grimly. 5 more got injured. Looks like there were 4 Jedi involved. Plenty of eyewitnesses. He said it like he dared her to object. Tamar just nodded. Deep down she doubted a Jedi had really killed her sister, but now it seemed impossible to deny. The Jedi really were sending killers after Saviar. They said the Force users weren't aligned with the Alliance anymore. Maybe that was true, maybe not. Maybe they were working with someone else who really wanted to bring her down. When do we leave? Tamar asked. As soon as you pack your kits and prep your baskets. It's not far to Taloman, so you should be able to get there before the Jedi does. Do we know when he's coming? Asked Dorn. Only that he's on his way from Asas, which means we're closer. The sooner you go, the better. Understood, Jebin nodded. The middle-aged warrior had long been close to Gavin Arches, a loyal soldier. Any more questions? Arches looked at them all but let his eyes linger on Tamar. Of course she had questions. She wanted to know if Arches really thought she'd be enough to kill a Jedi if she had to, and if Saviar knew. More, she wanted to know how long Arches had been aware of that monstrous world ship, if he knew where it was now, if he knew about any other nasty secrets. And she still needed to know for certain if the Jedi had really killed her sister. But like a loyal soldier, she said, "Nothing, sir." Then dismissed. Happy hunting, all of you. Darth Kikit and Vilith Dal both stood in the center of the world ship before the simmering blue hollow image of Darth Soren. Kikit had heard that his master had been attacked by Jedi, but seeing the scarring across her face put him off balance. Darth Soren was one of the few Sith who could claim to have killed Jedi. A part of Kikit had believed, with childish innocence, that his master was invincible, untouchable. He realized now how close she'd come to losing the fight, and in turn how precarious their victory really was. They could cow the Alliance into submission, but their true enemy would still be after them. Vilith Dal had just finished explaining the situation on the world ship with evident pride. After the absolute rout on Carfedian, the great weapon was ready to be used again with only minor modifications. Zoran nodded and looked to her apprentice. You've done well also, Darth Kikit. Now I have another task, one I think will be more to your liking. What is it, Master? A Jedi is coming to Taloman to investigate Broken Moon and our connection with Crux. Kikit's pulse quickened. Shall I kill him, Master? Zoran seemed to consider. By now the Jedi knew who she was, knew the Sith were involved. There was no reason to hide. But she said, only if necessary. I sent 3 Mandalorians to loom over Crux's shoulder. If the Jedi doesn't leave empty-handed, they're to take care of him. You're to make sure they do not fail. Take the intruder. Shadow them. Reveal yourself only if you're sure you can kill the Jedi. It was good enough. He bowed his head. Understood, Master. Zoran looked back to the Yuuzhan Vong. Master Shaper, you're to continue spice production at the same levels. We need to keep the credits flowing. Of course. Do you think we'll deploy the world ship again soon? Perhaps. For now you both have duties. Get to them? With that, her holo disappeared, leaving Kikit and the Shaper alone. When the Jedi departed Asas for Zanima II, a part of Warren wished he was going with them. The rest of him was still edgy, nervous, uncertain. Everyone kept telling him not to blame himself for Master Mjalu's death. The Jedi were forgiven in a way the Chiss never were, and all their admonitions seemed hollow. Responsibility had been drilled into him since he was old enough to walk. Every rational part of him knew he was responsible for Mjalu's death. She'd never have been in that situation if he hadn't been captured. The Jedi believed in redemption too. Again, they were more forgiving than the Chiss. He hoped he could believe in that, the absolution offered through the Force, but right now he couldn't believe in anything. He wished he could go with Jade. They'd been together from the day he'd arrived at Asas with Arlen until now. She'd been his stronger link to the wide-open galaxy, and he knew he'd miss her. More, he wanted to do something to help her. She'd explained to him and Jadram both the full revelation that had occurred to her on Veridon. There was nothing they could do to help her grapple with it except to see her off. The ship they left Asus in was an old but refitted Soro Suab yacht. It had been owned by Grandmaster Skywalker for many years, and his parents before that. Its name was Jay Shadow, a reference, Warren had been told, to Jay Skywalker's grandmother and namesake. The Grandmaster's mother, who'd also been killed by a Sith. Warren couldn't tell if Jade was thinking about that. As the other Jedi loaded the ship, she stood at the mouth of the hangar, looking out at the dry hills surrounding the Jedi Temple. Wind rushed in, playing with her dirty blonde hair. He and Jadram approached her cautiously, both afraid of intruding in her private thoughts. It was finally Jadram who stepped close and called at her back, "Hey, Jade." She turned and saw them. With a little reluctance, she turned and walked to meet them. "Come to see me off?" she asked with a tiny smile. "It's the least we could do." Jadram put his hands on his hips. "Take care of yourself." Jay glanced at the ship. "With the company I'll be keeping, I think I'll be safe." "It's not just that," Warren blurted. "I know. Are you two going to stay here?" "For now," Jadram nodded. "I don't know what they have planned next." "Nobody knows, not even Dad," Jay said. "I think we're going to Zanima Second to find out." "I've heard so much about that world," Warren said. "Everyone says it moves among the stars of its own will, that it has a sentient mind connected to the Force." "I've never been there myself," Jay said, "but yeah, I think it's true." More cautiously he ventured, "They also say it can connect with the souls of Jedi who've passed on." "Yeah," she admitted, "I've heard that one too." She sensed their next question and added, "They also say it can only bring back the ghosts of people who visited it before." "That means a lot of people, like my grandparents, but Dad says Mom never went there." She looked relieved not to expect her mother's ghost. It all seemed too much for Warren to wrap his brain around. Jadram said, "We'll be here when you get back. Don't worry about us." "Good to know." Jade smiled a little more. Her father called from the base of the ship. For an awkward moment, the three of them stood there, looking at each other's boobs. Then Jadram stepped forward and wrapped Jade in a tight hug. Her eyes widened in surprise before she returned it. Warren stood there and watched them hold that embrace until Jade slapped Jadram's arm and said, Okay, that's right enough." "Sorry," Jadram pulled away, sheepish, but Jade was still smiling. She turned to Warren, and they froze again. Outside signs of affection, especially physical ones, were another part of life in the galaxy at large that Warren had never gotten used to. She stepped and gave him a short, firm hug. He returned it. Then they stepped apart. "Well," Jade breathed, "I've got to run. I'll see you two later, I promise." She turned, with a wash of bright hair, and jogged over to her father. Warren and Jadram watched them disappear up the landing ramp, then shuffled off to the side of the hangar. They watched as Jade's shadow rose on its repulsors, fired its engines, and went soar through the hangar out into the sky. "It will be strange without her," Warren said as they watched the shadow's thrust glow dwindle to nothing. "Yeah," Jadram muttered distantly. Warren could feel him in the Force. He emanated a sense of loss and longing even greater than Warren's. But he took a deep breath, slapped the Chiss on the back, and said, "Come on. Want to get your lightsaber and spar?" "Now." Warren blinked. "Beats moping all day," Jadram said. "Come on, let's get to work." Coruscant's reaction to Carfettian had been as swift as it was chaotic. A dozen different bills were trying to force their way through a dozen different committees, all of them urging different actions in Sinex Juvex, almost all of them non-binding. The chief of state was taking fire from all sides, as were the military and intelligence communities. The imperial ambassador had been talking to everyone he could find, government and press alike, all the while excoriating the Alliance leadership for dragging so many good imperial soldiers to pointless deaths. For almost a day, the rumor flew that Bastion was going to level economic sanctions against Alliance worlds as punishment, but it panned out to be nothing. People wanted to invade Sinex Juvex with every ship in the Navy. They wanted to quarantine it. They wanted to sue for a truce. They wanted to execute Saviar as a war criminal in various creative ways. There would almost certainly have been a no-confidence vote in Lonix Savage, save for the fact that nobody else was mad enough to want his job. Amidst all the frenzy, Alana met with Savage, Senator Drelai, and Admiral Syal Antilles in the Chief of State's office. Galactic City crawled by as usual outside the broad window, a welcome hint of constancy. "What's left, the Third and First Fleets are still standing by at the edge of the Sinex sector," Antilles was saying. "We still don't have a good idea of what's been going on inside, but we can bet the remaining House forces aren't faring well." "And we have no idea where that Vong world ship went to," Alana grimaced. Hiding in the shroud, probably, grunted Senator Drelai. The old Bothan's gray fur was a mess, like he hadn't combed it the whole past week. There's no way to know where it will pop up next. I'm more interested in knowing how the devil that thing got active in the first place, Sevash said. The Vong never used that kind of weapon in the war. They didn't, which means somehow, someone created this weapon using the hull of a dying world ship. Drelai looked at Alana. She'd been getting that look all week, the one that said, "Can't you Jedi keep the Vong in line?" Finally, she had an answer. I just talked to my aunt a few hours ago. She's leaving now for Zanima Second. Grandmaster Skywalker is going with her. Then they'll have to get to the bottom of this, Sevash said. I'm sure they will, sir, Alana said. She wasn't confident at all, but she needed to seem so for her next request. Sir, I'd like to take my ship and join them at Zanima Second. Sevash regarded her wordlessly, calculating. Drelai said, You have duties here, Senator. We have votes coming up, and you've just been made head of the Senex Juvex Reconstruction Committee. There's nothing to reconstruct right now, and we all know it. We'll be lucky if those sectors even stay in the Alliance now. She kept her eyes on Sevash. Sir, I can do more good on Zanima Second, both for the Jedi and the Senate. I'm requesting time to take this trip for an official investigation. Admiral Antilles cleared her throat. The military's going to need all the information it can get on this world ship, even if it's just advice from the Shapers on Zanima Second. There's no reason to plan an offensive yet, Drelai said. Like you said, we don't even know where the damned monstrosity is. We need to be prepared, Antilles said firmly. This isn't something we can look away from. After Carfedian, they've broken the Alderaan Convention. There has to be repercussions. The woman was right on that count. The convention, drawn up during the Alliance Imperial Détente 30 years ago, had agreed that all superweapons as defined by a complex set of parameters were automatically outlawed. Any old superweapons remaining from the Civil War would be destroyed if found. Agents using superweapons would draw the harshest possible repercussions, including a joint military operation by all the convention signatories with the goal of destroying that weapon. Like the Mutual Defense Annexes Treaty, the Alderaan Convention had never been tested. Even those who drawn it couldn't have foreseen a situation like this. It is more complicated than that, Drelai said carefully. Even if we invoked it, I doubt the Imperials or anyone else would join in another offensive. More importantly, we don't even know who to hold responsible. Saviar. The leaders of every new free worlds, when we can't keep track of them all. Or the Vong who made it in the first place. Senator, I understand your concerns, but they're political, Antilles said. From a military standpoint, we have to be prepared for anything. Sevash made a wheezing sound, a Cormian sigh. I agree, Admiral. Senator Joe, your official fact-finding mission to Zanima Second is approved. You may leave when ready. Thank you, sir. She glanced at Drelai and added, Hapes Jr. Senator can cast her vote in my stead if an election comes up. Senator, I hope you know what you're doing, the gray old Bothan sighed. So do I, Alana whispered. From Imperial Palace it was a short hop via airspeeder to her apartment. Her personal shuttle was already being prepared, and in less than 30 standard minutes she joined Tanith Zell and the shuttle crew on the landing pad. Did you send a message to tell him I'm coming? Alana asked as she walked toward the landing ramp. They said to rendezvous at the edge of the Alsican system, Tanith replied. We'll go in together. Excellent. She hadn't been savoring the thought of arriving first. Did you get official permission for this trip? Tanith said as she glanced Alana up and down. Alana smiled faintly. In her half-hour layover, she changed out of the formal wear she usually donned for the Senate and into Jedi robes, loose, brown, humble. She didn't get to put it on often enough. Her lightsaber dangled from her belt, unhidden and unashamed. I did, in fact. But given our destination, I thought this was more appropriate. The younger woman gave the tiniest nod. Apparently Tanith was not impressed by monastic fashion. As they walked up the boarding ramp, she asked Alana, do you want to try sending a message to the planet? I'm sure she'd like to know if you're coming. Alana wasn't sure at all. Let's just figure things out when we get there, okay? Tiny nodded again and said nothing. They clambered into the cockpit and sat behind the pilot and co-pilot. They strapped in and settled back in their seats as the shuttle ascended Coruscant's atmosphere toward open space. All the while Alana tried and failed to get Tanit's last question out of her head. There was no way around it. There never was when she went to Zonima Second, which was one reason she never went often. They said the living world would conjure the spirits of the dead. Ben and Jaina said it had even briefly granted form and the breath of life to Alana's father, granted it just long enough for him to climb out of the dark and redeem himself. Alana had never seen the dead walk among the forest of Zonima Second. She didn't know if she wanted to. The living ghost was bad enough. It was in seeking words from the dead that her mother had retreated to Zonima Second after the fall of Hapes. Retreated and never come back. Best Alana knew she'd never heard a whisper from them, but Tenoka Djo was still there, waiting for that which would never come. As the shuttle jumped into hyperspace, Alana shuddered. Chapter 22. The stars were distant and dimmed, but they could still be seen through the blue and violet veils of Thul's shroud. They were deep inside the tangled sprawl of nebulae, stardust, and scattered space rock. Lucas Briggs had no idea how far. He was just a stormtrooper, and right now the men and women of Razor Company were just about the most useless beings on Voidwalker. They tried not to dwell on it. They tried to keep busy. They especially tried not to think of the hundreds of thousands of Imperial soldiers who just died at Carfedian. It seemed like everyone had known somebody on another ship. Lila's two roommates from the academy had been aboard Admiral Brandt's flagship. Miner's former drill instructor had just taken a sergeant's rank on the Cerriti. For Lucas, it was a couple good friends from the Resolute. During the last week-long shore leave, they'd taken a blistering tour through every cantina they could find over Bilbringi. It seemed like a week and forever ago. Stormies weren't mechanics by specialty, but they were taught how to take care of their equipment, and that included their drop ships. Lucas' squad had been delegated the task of looking over the ones in the hangar, checking every system inside and out to make sure nothing had been damaged during the escape from Carfedian. As they surveyed the interior of the cockpit, Miner told him, "I got dragged down to help reinforce the bulkheads around the port shield generation. You know, where the hull breached." "You mean where we lost 14 guys, including the XO?" Lucas grunted as he ran tests on the ship's sensor console. "Yeah. My point is, this is a lot better than that. I can't imagine. Explosive decompression. Not the way I want to die." Lucas looked at him. "Did you see?" "Not really. Most of them got sucked out into the vacuum before we jumped." "Staying." Miner shook his head and sat down. The pilot seat sagged under his weight. "I heard the shield generator is salvageable. They brought over some spare parts from Shieldbreaker to get it working again." "I heard that too. Be nice if we had, official confirmation on that." "Why bother?" Miner shrugged, but his voice was bitter. "Stormies, we're just cargo. Are you still whining in there?" A voice came from the cargo hold. "You're supposed to be working, Sevorn." "Sorry, sir." Miner got to his feet. So did Lucas. Sergeant Malkin stepped inside the cabin, hands on hips. Even with his white armor, he still looked like he could take on a room full of enemy heavies. "Everything check out?" "Yes, sir, Sarge." "Good." The rest of them looked good too. Out on the deck. The rest of their squad had already assembled in the hangar. The yawning space was nearly filled with TIE fighters and support ships, but the deck crew was absent except for two beings in red jumpsuits checking a TIE X hanging from the rack overhead. Everything felt like it was waiting. "Any word from Major Sly, sir?" asked Lucas. "Nothing new?" Malkin scratched his beard, black scattered with shots of gray. "I figure we'll review our kits next." "We already did that," Miner said. "When are we going to get out of this Criffin Nebula?" "Language, Sevorn," Malkin said. Not that he didn't use worse all the time. "We leave when the captain decides to move out. That's all." Layla came up beside them. "Are they waiting for repairs to finish on that shield generation?" "Need to know, Marsh. Malkin said, then added, but I think that's pretty much it. Lucas looked out at the shroud. Do they think we'll have to fight our way out of here? We're hiding in the enemy's home turf now, Malkin reminded them. It looks like we've got a good place to be now, but if we run for it, we might catch their attention. I wouldn't want to fight more Mandos without a working shield, Leia admitted. Where's your fighting spirit? Miner said. I left it at Carfedian. Where do you think? She said sharply, killing the banter before it had a chance to start. Everything had been like that the past few days. That battle was a shadow that would hang over them for a long time after they escaped from the Cynic sector. If they ever escaped. The roar of a TIE fighter's engines drew all their eyes back to the hangar mouth. Voidwalker and Shieldbreaker had been keeping up a steady rotation of sending out a pair of TIE X's each to fly patrol cap around the two frigates. Their little nook protected them from outside scanners, but it also meant they were just as blind to a possible ambush. Coming in right now wasn't the pair on cap. It was one ship with a matte black cockpit ball and stretched long 8-sided solar panels adorned with all manner of sensor equipment, Voidwalker's sole TIE Stalker. Unlike all the other TIEs, the recon vessel was long-range with a working hyperdrive. Lucas had to admit that were he in the pilot's place, he'd have been tempted to just keep jumping until he was out of Cynics entirely. They've been sending out a lot of those lately, Leia muttered. Have they? Asked Miner. Of course. Haven't you been listening to the rumors? Not those rumors, I guess. What is it? The Stalkers have been making lots of jumps, Malkin confirmed. Making sure we've got a clear way out, presumably. It only took us 3 jumps to find this place, Lucas said. Shouldn't we know the way out? Maybe it's blocked, said Miner. Maybe the Mandos found it. Or maybe all the nebulae drifted and fast and closed it off. Maybe it's something else, Lucas muttered. Like what? Asked Leia. Lucas shrugged. Malkin said, Okay, enough chit-chat. Okay. Next on the schedule is to clean our kits. Again? And when Captain Lorne and Prince Fell, and all the others on the bridge decide to let us know what's what, then they'll tell us. Understood. Yes, sir, all 3 of them said, and they followed Malkin and their other squad mates back to the barracks. They were soldiers, stormtroopers. They followed orders and did their jobs. But all that couldn't stop them from wondering. Since Carfedian, they'd been having meetings of all the senior staff once a day, when the shipboard chronometer said noon. While ultimately Captain Lorne had the final say about everything, they began with every section head going around and summarizing what his or her division had been doing. Davik had less to say than most. It made him feel useless but also lucky. As chief engineer, Nemez Daher and his staff had been working nonstop to get the shield generator repaired with the parts loaned from Shieldbreaker. As a Yaga, Daher was used to going standard days without sleep, but the rest of the senior staff besides Captain Lorne were all human and clearly tired. Trent Holden and his scant medical staff, 3 more people, not counting a couple droids, had been forced to undergo the grisly task of confirming the deaths of all 14 crew members. The gunnery chief, Moeb Serral, might have had it worse. He was a mere junior grade lieutenant like Davik, but thanks to relative seniority, he'd been in line to replace Trancy Kamal as first officer, which meant that in addition to making sure all weapons were working, he had to coordinate the rest of the repair and recovery operations as well. He looked like he'd slept as much as Daher since Carfedian. That meeting, their 5th since finding this hiding place deep within the shroud, finally brought some good news. With a weary, satisfied smile, Chief Daher said, I'm proud to announce that full repairs have been completed on the shield generator. We should be ready to test this afternoon. The roomful of officers were too exhausted and imperial to break out in applause, but the silent relief on everyone's faces was good enough. Everyone, it seemed, except Captain Lorne. Excellent, Lorne said seriously. Have your crew standing by for a rest at 1,400? Lieutenant Serral and Fell, please make certain you're at your posts before that time. Both of them nodded. Serral asked, do you want to perform live fire tests as well? Nothing elaborate. Too much of a fire show, and we might give ourselves away. I just want to test fire our guns. Clear our throats. Do you expect to have to fight our way out of here, sir? Asked Davek. Lorne glanced at him, held his eyes, then looked away. That remains to be seen. Major Sly, please summarize the activities of your stormtrooper squads. Davek restrained a frown and barely paid attention as Sly ran through his update. As Chief Tactical Officer, he was well aware that they'd been running TIE Stalker patrols over and over. They only had one pilot trained to fly the stealth reconnaissance ship, but he'd been going out twice a day with orders directly from Lorne himself that Davik wasn't privy to. He'd hoped that was nothing to worry about, but a quiet, off-the-record talk with Lieutenant Pelkey over on Shieldbreaker confirmed that Captain Dobris was also sending his TIE Stalker out on secret missions too, usually where Voidwalker's pilot was catching rack time. What it all meant he didn't know. The fact that both captains were keeping a secret from their crews was the most worrying part, but he wasn't going to call Lorne on it, certainly not now. After Sly, Commander Samar gave his report. Despite losing 6 pilots as Carfettian's 6 pilots left behind, mostly from Gray Squad, he'd made no change to the squadron roster. He made no mention of the TIE Stalker missions, so there was little to say. These meetings had become almost routine by now, and when Lorne dismissed them, the only different from the past 4 was that now they had the shields fixes and guns to fire, and if all the tests went well, they should be free to try and slip or fight their way out of Sinex Juvek, back to Imperial space. Before Davik could leave, Lorne called on him to stay. The room emptied of everyone except Davik, the captain, and Lieutenant Cyril, who looked weirdly torn between exhaustion and embarrassment. The man was only as old as Davik's brother, and clearly hadn't expected to find himself executive officer on a ship stuck behind enemy lines. On a ship of Voidwalkers modest size, the official chain of command only went 3 officers deep, and Lorne has so far not named a second officer to take Sarl's place. There had been so much else to do. Davik had no idea what he was being asked to stay behind. He hoped it was for some explanation about the TIE Stalker. He frankly believed he deserved to know, being Chief Tactical Officer, but from the stern look on his captain's face, he understood the Muon still had secrets to keep. Lieutenant Fell, Lorne asked, have you spoken to Commander Samar about making changes to his squadron roster? No, sir, I have not. As CAG, shouldn't it be his decision? The formation of our mobile assets is one of your chief duties as Chief Tactical Officer. He also outranks me, sir. Davik felt stupid, stating the obvious. Very true, but you've also been known to make your opinions clear when you think it's for the good of the ship, even if you jump up the chain of command. Sir, he frowned. Lorne waved a long hand. Carfettian, I'm not complaining, Lieutenant. If you hadn't shown initiative, we'd have all died back there. I can't claim the credit, sir. Ensign Poor Dunn was the one who figured out that the interdiction field was weakening. Ensign Poor Dunn is smart, but she'd also as meek as a week-old rannet. Lorne leaned forward intently. Lieutenant Cyril looked awkwardly at the bulkhead. Intelligence is a key asset in a good officer. So is boldness. But there's another one you need to work on if you're going to be my second officer. Davik glanced at Cyril, who still looked away. Then it was back to Lorne. I'm honored, sir. Before he could ask for a reminder on just what a second officer did, Lorne held up a finger. You don't have the job yet. Tell me, Lieutenant, is there another reason you've been avoiding Commander Samar? Davik had a feeling what he was getting at. It felt difficult to say, and he found himself evading. I just didn't see it as my place, sir. Lorne looked disappointed and sunk back in his chair. Davik's mouth snapped open again. I will say, sir, that I think there has been some tension between us. So perhaps I've not been as forthright with Commander Samar as I might be otherwise. What kind of tension? Davik licked his lips. His 6 pilots, sir. I did everything I could to make sure we had time for them to all to land before we had to jump. I failed, sir. Do you think it's your fault? I think we had no choice, sir. That's not an answer. You're right. I know you made the right call to escape when we did. Still, I do have a hard time thinking about those pilots we left behind. They were my responsibility as tactical officer. I know it's not my fault they had to be left, but logically it seems like it should. Is it logical to project those feelings of guilt onto Commander Samar and awkwardly avoid working with the CAG? No, sir. I'll talk to him about rearranging his squads and distributing some Gold Squad pilots to fill the hole in Gray Squad. Very good. Lorne's expression didn't relax. He wasn't ready to let it go. Lieutenant, how many beings were aboard Voidwalker when she left Imperial space? I'm talking all crew, pilots, troopers. Everyone? Davik knew the standard crew count for a Qantas-class frigate by heart. It only took him a few seconds to tally the mobile units. 1,047, sir. And how many are on this ship right now? Another second to subtract the dead. 1,027. It would be 0 if we hadn't left those 6 pilots. We'd have 1,047 more dead. Do you understand? I do, sir. In your head or in your heart? He swallowed. In my head, certainly. My heart is learning, sir. Lorne looked at him hard for another moment before his expression relaxed. I am glad to hear it. Lieutenant Fell, you are now second officer. Should Lieutenant Cyril become incapacitated and be rendered incapable of fulfilling his duty, his responsibility will fall to you. Thank you, sirs. Davik snapped a salute. Lorne nodded. At ease. Lieutenant Cyril, please take our second officer to the bridge and fill him in on his duties. Yes, sir. Cyril saluted too. The 2 lieutenants walked step by step out of the conference room for the bridge. Neither said anything as they approached. Davik knew Cyril was as overwhelmed by all the sudden changes as he was. As they got to the command deck, Davik asked, the second officer's duties aren't actually that extensive, are they? To be honest, Cyril said, I think I've forgotten what they were. But give me a moment. I'll remember. Davik nodded, understanding. If someone were to ask Davik what his job had been a week ago, he would have felt like he was looking back years. It was Miragia Valter's second time flying patrol around the 2 attack frigates. She and Gold 3 skirted around the edges of the pocket of clear space they found inside the shroud. All the gases played hell with their sensors, so they relied on simple vision to spot possible intruders. Fortunately, after 5 days, there was still none to be had. She'd always felt at home inside her cockpit, and even now she felt so. The hard part had been sitting around, laying around in Voidwalker's barracks with the other pilots, waiting for her turn to come. Each patrol flight was scheduled to last 2 hours, and with 15 sets of 2 pilots each, that meant over 2 days of restless waiting passed between flights. The pilots had been assigned 3 separate bunk rooms to sleep in, 12 beds, and 1 squad per room. The segregation had seemed like a barrier between Gold Squad and the other pilots at first. It still felt like that, but now Miragia was glad for it. Things were different after Carthedian, where they'd lost 6 pilots. Pilots from Gray Squad, which had lost 5 pilots including their leader, whispered that their friends had been left instead, but so far they were only whispering it. Miragia's had been the first called back and the only squad to land all its birds. The new squad was the only one intact in the Grays, and Blacks resented them for it, even if they mostly kept a lid on it. She'd wanted to protest to Samar that it wasn't her fault, that she'd been acting on orders from Lieutenant Fell, that she hadn't run. Doing so would have made her look weak, insecure. She also wanted to ask Lieutenant Fell why he'd pulled back first, but that was another conversation she knew would never go well. I heard somebody cornered Peshkin in the mess today, Sharon Marth said from Gold 3. Asked Miragia, annoyed to be dragged from private reverie. One of the Greys, I can't remember which. No, I mean, who is Peshkin? A pause. Stalker 1. Like Miragia should have known it. But she should have known. He had known. Stress and boredom were like opposing tidal forces playing havoc with her thoughts. Of course. Go on. They asked him straight up what he was doing flying all those recce missions. In and out, in and out. Peshkin just sat there and ate his chow. Refused to respond or even look at him. Stalker pilots perform missions with tight operation security. He'd never just be out with it in the mess. It was stupid to try and corner him in the first place. I know, lad, but a lot of people are on edge, especially the Greys. Did Lieutenant Norvac intervene? She asked. It felt strange saying Lieutenant Norvac. Up until 5 days ago, he'd been a flight officer. Then Grey Leader had been lost at Carfedian, and suddenly the FO had a whole squad to command. A lot like Lieutenant Cyril, who'd replaced the XO. They groused that it was hard to advance ranks quickly in peacetime. In the wink of an eye, they had the opposite problem. Norvac wasn't there, Martha explained. Samar was, though. He straightened things out. The CAG, Miragia decided, was good at that. He was not the most approachable or friendly officer she'd served under. If anything, he was more stern and authoritative than most. She decided she liked that approach better, especially in this kind of situation. She'd never share Sardinian brandy with her CAG, but she'd follow his orders in battle without question. You do wonder, though, Marth said. The woman was Gold Squad's worst gossip, and Miragia wished she'd have flown this cap with Kosh Vendark like last time. He at least knew when to be quiet. I'm sure we'll find out in time, Miragia said. If the captain would tell us sooner, everyone would be in a lot better mood. That depends on what he has to tell us. Marth seemed to mull over that one. Eventually she said, You've met Captain Lorne, lead, which is more than the rest of us can say. Do you think we can trust him? Simple words could ask so much. It was natural for a crew to doubt its captain if it seemed the captain was hiding something. It was also natural for a crew to be damned nervous if they were stuck behind enemy lines with no clear escape route. There were also a lot of crew aboard who never felt quite comfortable serving under a non-human captain, even if they didn't say it aloud. In truth, it felt strange to Miragia. Also, Colfax Minor's meager population was human to a head, and Lorne was the first alien she'd been subordinate to. Sharon Marth was from a similar backwater, and didn't even bother to hide the accent. The captain has a fine service record, Miragia said. There's nothing in there to make us doubt him. I know, lad, but he earned his rank doing police actions and skirmishes. Nothing like this. That was another very normal, very valid concern, and Miragia had no way to dismiss it. So she said, we follow the chain of command, and we trust our captain, Gold 3, whoever that captain is. Now please, let's pay attention to our patrol. Of course, lead. Sorry, lead, Marth said, and nothing thereafter. Sometimes you had to put your foot down. As Commander Samar and Captain Lorne both demonstrated, it was more important to be obeyed than to be loved. Everyone was doing their best to carry on like normal. It was the only way to keep fear and grief away. Razor Company and a large chunk of the normal crew kept on a normal schedule, sleeping and eating when they were supposed to. There was no way to ignore the somber quiet in the mess hall now. At least word of the shield generator's repair had fielded a new spread of rumors to keep them entertained. Minor was always the first to pick up on them, and right now he was trying to explain to everyone he could that the TIE Stalkers had found a back way out the shroud that would allow them one straight hyperspace jump to safety once they got past the Mando ships guarding the exit. Where did you hear that from exactly? Asked Lucas. I was talking to one of the pilots from Gold Squadron, said Minor. Your girl from Colfax Minor? Asked Layla. What? No. I've never talked to her. Minor shook his head. It was another pilot, Tosh Renner. Anyway, he says he heard it from someone who talked to the Stalker pilot. Lucas rolled his eyes. Not exactly verified information. Yeah, but it makes sense, doesn't it? We sit here for days, risking discovery, just to fix one shield generator. Without that thing, we'd be dead in a skirmish, Lucas reminded. Better safe than sorry. And, scattered into a billion atoms over this forsaken sector. Well, who's to say we won't have to fight our way out? Minor said defensively. If those Mandos know we escaped to the shroud, they'll have to be sending out search parties. That's if they know. Lucas paused and looked around. Do they? Hells if I know, Layla shrugged. But if they haven't found us yet, it probably means they're not looking. Hopefully. Minor stabbed a fork at his tray. Well, Even if we do have to fight our way out, it won't be us that does the fighting. You really want to tangle with Mandos one-on-one? Layla asked skeptically. At this point, yeah, I do. He scowled. You're telling me you don't feel useless sitting on your butt. You're telling me you don't want payback for Carfedian. Layla didn't answer, neither did Lucas. It was pretty hard to object to either of those points. The awkward silence got interrupted by Sergeant Malkin stomping up to the table with a younger man in a medical officer's plain white tunic behind him. All right, Briggs, on your feet, the sergeant said. Lucas hopped off the bench and stood up straight, sparing just a second to notice the confused expressions on Layla and Miner's face. He snapped a salute before Malkin waved him at ease. The sergeant jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. This is Neil Vorman, assistant to the chief medical officer. A request come down to get more trained staff to the infirmary. You're the squad's designated field medic, which means it's your lucky day. Lucas glanced at Vorman. I didn't know there were still injured in sick bay. Sick bay is clear, Malkin said gruffly. But they want more staff anyway. I see. He swallowed hard. The only reason they need more medical staff was if they were expecting casualties. Maybe Miner was right after all. Is this permanent, sir? If Razor Company gets put into action, we'll draw you back into armor, Malkin said. But right now, you're gonna need a new set of whites. Understood, sir. He swallowed again and looked a question at Vorman. The other man shook his head a tiny bit. He didn't know either. Lucas wasn't sure if that made him feel better or worse. When Davik stepped into the conference room, he shivered. It wasn't just the cool recycled air. The lights were dim, and only Captain Lorne and Lieutenant Cyril sat at the far end of the table. He realized he was about to find out the truth behind all the rumors scurrying around the ship, and he had a feeling they were nothing good. Thank you for joining us, Lieutenant Fell. Please sit down, Captain Lorne said. He tapped a button on the table and said, Captain Dobers, can you hear us? We hear you, Dobers replied over the comm speaker in the middle of the table. His voice was low, gravelly. It occurred to Davik that he'd never heard Shieldbreaker's captain speak before, and only seen him from a distance. Lorne continued, I have my first officer and tactical lieutenant with me. As do I, Dober said. Let's get going. Very well. Lorne tapped another button on the table and brought up a holo image that lit up the room. Look carefully, gentle beings. This is what our stalkers have been scoping out the past few days. Davik leaned closer to the holo. It was a space station with a roughly disc-shaped body and 5 evenly spaced docking pylons stretching outward. 2 Mandalorian capital ships were attached to each one. Davik counted 6 Crusader-class corvettes, 3 Terrach-class frigates, and what looked like a supply vessel. Our scouts were looking for a safe passage out of the shroud, Lorne said. We believe they found one. But they've also found this. Davik glanced at Cyril. The first officer was looking at Lorne rather than the holo. He must have been briefed on this already. Captain Lorne and I have been discussing our options for some time, Dober said. We've reached an agreement. Scans show this way station is lightly defended. You'll see twin turbolaser batteries on either side of the disk, plus civilian-grade shield generators. That's all they have in way of defenses. We believe that a fast attack can destroy the station, and it supports ships. Davik's mouth went dry. He heard Lieutenant Pelkey say, Sirs, have we seen any Mandalorian ships moving around outside the way station? She was the opposite of Dobris, heard but never seen. None. Not even Beskid fighters flying patrols, said her captain. The station was never meant to be defended because it was never meant to be found. The only real threat posed during an attack would be the ships in dock. 6 corvettes and 3 frigates. Just one of those Terrach-class vessels was a match for an Imperial Qantas-class frigate. If they got in fast, before the Mandos could scramble to their ships, they'd have a chance. But speed was essential. Speed was the difference between life and death. Lorne, perhaps seeing skepticism on Davik's face, said, Captain Dobris and I spent many hours evaluating this. We have not come to this agreement lightly. You may be thinking that we have payback on our minds, that we want revenge for the lives lost at Carfedian. You're not wrong, but it's more than that. We have no idea what's going on outside the shroud. None. Our allies have no idea what's going on inside. If we can destroy this way station, we can deal a crippling blow to the Mandalorian fleet. Sir, Davek said, as long as that U.S. involved world ship is still fighting, the Mandalorians are a secondary concern. Aren't they? We can't do nothing against the world ship, Dober said. But we can do something about the Mandalorians, someone no one else is in the position to do. I know we can do this, Lorne said. What matters is forming the best possible plan of attack. This battle will be decided in the first 2 to 3 minutes. That's why we have to plan everything perfectly. Davik looked at the holo. It was a tempting target, he had to admit. This station is in a pocket of clear space inside the shroud, correct? Lorne nodded. How many routes are there in and out of the pocket? 4, said Dobris. Each one is unguarded, as we said, but there's also an unmanned communications buoy near each one that links them to the other stations in the shroud. We'll have to destroy those first. We only have 2 hyperspace-capable ships. 4, counting the TIE Stalkers, said Lorne, which, I might add, are equipped with short-range communication jamming equipment that can mute 2 buoys until our TIE X's destroy them. If we break up our ships, we won't be able to communicate in the shroud either, will we? Asked Lieutenant Pelkey. That's correct, Lorne said. So as I said, it will come down to precise timing and planning. Do we have routes through the shroud map? Asked Davek. Lorne tapped a button again and the holo-view zoomed out. The station shrunk and a series of luminous pathways branched off from it, representing the routes through the shroud's dust and gases. In one corner of the holo, very near Davik himself, 2 small rectangles represented Voidwalker and Shieldbreaker. Let's chart our courses, gentle beings, said Captain Lorne, and make sure we do everything right. Chapter 23. It looked like it could have been any planet from above. Not every planet, but any verdant one, green over most of its surface, interrupted sometimes by swirls of white clouds and blue ocean pool. Their ships set down in the place Jaina called the middle distance. From the elevated landing pad you could see the valley stretching out for miles. The forest clinging to its ridges seemed to melt effortlessly into the city itself. Paved roads wound around low domed structures that looked like the animal shells. No land speeders crossed the paths, only people and beasts of burden Jade had never seen before. When they went into the city, there were only a few scattered humans and other familiar aliens. There were more blue-skinned pharaohs and even more U.S. and Vong. Some were warriors like the kinds in the holoviz from the war, hulking and encased in organic armor, though most of their faces lacked the ritual scarring she'd been told of. Others wore homespun cloth robes and tunics and carried no weapons. Many adorned their faces with white paint or tattoos with restrained, almost elegant designs that surely symbolized some religious purpose Jade couldn't guess of. Some had no markings at all. From a distance they could have passed for human. Zanima Sekhet was not like other worlds. Even if she didn't feel any sort of governing planetary conscience in the Force, at least not yet, she could feel that much. Their guide was a woman named Tahiri. Jade had met her before, on one of her rare trips off-planet, but that had been many years ago. She was a small woman, about the same age as Aunt Jaina. When the sun hit it just right, her long hair took on a faint gold sheen, but most of the color had been sharply drained by time. Despite the white hair and old scars that creased her forehead, she moved easily. Her voice was soft but strong. She seemed curiously young and old at the same time. Perhaps it was the company. Jaina and Tahiri talked the eager, slightly wistful talk of old friends. Jade's and looked younger too, despite the shadow of Davek's death hanging over them. Those two led the way as they wound through the irregular, twisting streets of the middle distance. At one point, Tahiri explained that the settlement had a population of over 6 million beings, mostly U.S. and Vong. That amazed Jade. The primitive technology made it feel like a mere village. At one point, Tahiri dropped back from Jaina and sidled along Alana. "We've been looking over the data from Carfedian," she said. "Thank you for sending it. It's not much, Alana admitted. It's enough for our shapers to make some educated guesses. I'm sure you'd like to hear them. We're here for anything that helps us stop that thing Saviar used. Darth Zorin, Jade reminded them. She'd never think of her mother's killer as anything else. The name stopped Tahiri in her tracks. I'm sorry. Are you saying AAS? Sith is behind this. Ben frowned. They were in the middle of a public street, surrounded by U.S. Hinvong, but almost all of the aliens were moving past them briskly, minding their own business. Jade knew that Tahiri trained a small host of Jedi here, which might explain why their robes weren't garnering much attention. They shifted off the side of the path to a place near one of the domed buildings Tahiri had called Demudex. They formed into a tight huddle. Jade, Ben, Tahiri, Jaina, Alana, and the senator's bodyguard Tanith Zell, a tall red-haired woman little older than Jade. Saviar is Darth Zorin, Ben said grimly. She was at Hapes too. Tahiri's green eyes stared into nothing. Hapes? You mean? She killed my mother, Jade said softly. Tahiri blinked. Oh, Jade, I am so sorry. But Ben, are you telling me everything that's happening in Sinex Juvex, everything at Hapes, was all this Sith? Not all of it, Alana said. The discontent in Sinex Juvex was very really, and has been for centuries. And Hapes was never Jedi-friendly, even when my mother ruled. The Sith fan flames that are already there. Which Sith, though? Tahiri looked at Ben. Darth Krayt. The Lost Tribe. Something new? I have no idea. I wish I knew. But you're sure Saviar is a Sith? We ran into her on Veridan, Jade said. She nearly killed us. Me and 2 more apprentices. Master Mjalu was the only reason we survived. Mjalu didn't, Ben said simply. I met her only a few times, Tahiri said. She was a great Jedi. She was very gentle. She was, Jade sniffed. But she fought Darth Zorin. She almost beat her, even without weapons. Tahiri sighed. So Saviar is Zorin. A Sith. Do we know anything else? I wish we did. Ben shook his head. We don't know something else, Alana said. Somehow she found a U.S. Hinvong world ship and turned it into a superweapon. Do any of your people have theories on how? They do, actually, Tahiri said. Come on. We're almost there. The rest of the walk was brisk, tense. Nobody talked. Everyone wanted to get to their destination and see what was waiting. What Tahiri called the Shaper's Demudek was a kind of spiraling column resting atop a ridge. It looked like a watchtower poised over the rest of the valley. The inside was hollow, and a smooth organic pathway corkscrewed around the outer wall toward the opening at the top of the column. Dimly, Jade wondered what they did when it rained. Tahiri led them up one full turn of the ramp to a surprising sight. 2 angular artificial consoles, their metallic bodies hooked into the building's natural neural network by some kind of transponder. There were 2 U.S. Hinvong waiting for them, both older. Tahiri introduced the female with the dark robes and Shaper's headdress as Kadra Val. The male, with the gray face markedly bereft of any scars or tattoos, was Vil Gorset. Scud is what we used to call him, Tahiri said with a little knowing smile. But that was a long time ago. Your name doesn't sound human, Tanith observed. I was raised by humans, the U.S. Hinvong said in accent less basic. And I was a pilot for Wraith Squadron, as Tahiri said a long time ago. But my passion was always finding ways U.S. Hinvong and Alliance technology could interact. Zanima Sekit was the job offer he'd been waiting for, Kodra Val said. You could say that. Gorset placed a hand on the console. We've been going over the information from Carfetti. We think we're starting to get an idea of how that world ship operates. Davin basals are, fundamentally, organisms that manipulate gravity, Kadra Val supplied. Normally they're used for propulsion, or to collapse gravitic forces into a singularity, but the world ship seems to have simply used that energy to simulate physical force. The world ship basically punched through the fleets at Carfedian. Sounds like Centerpoint Station, Jaina observed. Your people never did that during the war, Alana said. No offense, but I figured they would have done it if it were easy. It's not easy at all, said Cadre Val. To make a weapon like that, new Davin basils would have to be bred and implanted in the world ship's hull. They'd also have to coordinate with the world ship's brain and learn to act as one to create that kind of gravitic punch. Do you know how they could have made it? Asked Jaina. Tahiri sighed. I know a lot of us in Vong went rogue once, but that was 30 years ago. We haven't had any movement of that kind of strength. Nothing close. Still, Jaina said, whoever made that world ship into a superweapon must have known what they were doing. I can't imagine anyone except a US and Vong shaper being able to do that. Cadre Val's eyes narrowed. I can't think of a few shapers we've lost track of over the past few years. None I've taught personally, but I've heard of a few who dropped out of our training programs. But that's not unusual. There are many US and Vong on Zanima Sekhet who've simply gone off into the jungle to live as they please. Unless they cause trouble, we let them do what they want. Well, we need to figure out what shapers went missing and look for a pattern, Jaina said. It might be our best chance of figuring how to stop that monster. It was a Sith weapon, Ben said grimly. The Sith. Gorset frowned. Well, that explains too much. What do you know about the Sith? Asked Tanith. They came here 30 years ago, Tahiri said. They were allied with that rogue US and Vong fleet we mentioned. There was, well, a lot happened, but we drove them off in the end. Villet Dao, Cadre Val said, out of nothing. It sounded like a name. Who is that? Asked Jade. He was our first master shaper after we settled on Zanima Sekhet, she said. He was young then, but very smart. Very ambitious, too much so. When he decided he wasn't allowed to shape things he wanted here, he joined the Sith. If he was with the Sith back then, he should have died, Ben said. Cadre Val shook her head. We never confirmed his death. Of course, there was so much destruction it was impossible to be sure. But if he escaped, the tentacles in her headdress writhed as if pained by a memory. Villet Dao was a genius, one of the best minds the US and Vong have ever had. If he'd been born in another time, he could have become a legendary shaper. But instead, he sold his talents to the Sith to make monsters, Jaina said. I've heard that story before. We done now it's Villet Dao, Gorset said. But if it's not him, I bet it's one of his disciples, said Tahiri. Like Jaina said, we need to see if any shapers might have slipped off world. Not just shapers. Warriors and other castes too. We'll do everything we can, Cadre Val said. Alana said, I'm here with the full authority of the Alliance in it. So if you want me to pass any requests to Chief of State Savash, the military or intelligence, I'll do it. Don't hesitate to ask. We won't, Gorset said. The US and Vong have been a peaceful people for almost half a century now. If Savior Darth Zoran thinks she can drag their name down with her, we'll do everything to stop her. After that, they slowly made their way back down the curved ramp. Tahiri sidled up to Alana and said, Thank you so much for everything. It means a lot, knowing that we've got official back in here. Savash trusts me, and I'm his link to Zanima Sekhet. If it weren't for that, like I said, I'm thankful you're here. Tahiri put a hand on Alana's arm. Whenever you want to see your mother, I have a flyer standing by. Alana stiffened. Tanith shifted awkwardly. Is my mother still where she was? Tahiri nodded. Her smile was weak, sad. We don't have a way of contacting her, but I think you should be fine stopping by any time you want. It's been a long time since I saw Tenokai, Jaina said. I'd like to go as soon as we have time. Alana was hesitant. She kept her face stiff, but everyone could tell. She couldn't hide anything in the Force. Jade was surprised at her indecision, confused. She asked, Don't y'all want to see your mother? Alana looked at Jade. Their eyes met, and for a moment it looked like Alana's would well with tears. Then she blinked them dry, stiffened her face, and said, You're right. Tahiri, we can go whenever you get that shuttle ready. Not a problem. Come on. Let's start back for the landing field. The three older women walked ahead. Jade and her father fell behind, and Tanith lingered with them. Thank you, the Happen said. Jade blinked. What did I do? More than you know. As Tanith watched Alana's back, her mouth set into a grim straight line. We can't take back our mistakes, Admiral Warhaven said. We can only try not to repeat them. He looked out the window of his office as he said it. Normally the space around Bastion was dotted with star destroyers, as befitting the capital world of Imperial space, but now looked hauntingly empty. Most of those ships had been redistributed to Yaga Minor and Bilbringi to fill the holes left by the fleet lost as Carfedian. The jagged fell, all that black nothing over Bastion felt like an abyss waiting to swallow them all. What does that mean, practically speaking? Jag asked. It means we're not letting the Alliance drag us into any more wars. We're not letting our good soldiers die because of their miscalculations. Warhaven turned and looked at Jag, slumped in the chair across the Admiral's desk. I thought you of all people would understand that. I understand your reaction. But still, the Empire is part of agreements. Treaties. There's the Treaty of Annexes. Never officially invoked, Warhaven said. And I doubt the Alliance Senate will do so now. There's also the Aldrin Convention. When Warhaven didn't argue, he said, as long as that Vong superweapon is roaming the stars, none of us are safe. Right now that weapon is in Sinex somewhere. That's the far side of the galaxy from us. It is not our problem and never was. If you always felt that, why did you agree to send a fleet there in the first place? Warhaven sighed and sat down at his desk. I didn't know how much it would cost. Softer, Jack said. None of us could have imagined. What are you suggesting we do? Throw more ships against that thing. Send more good soldiers to die in a fight that has nothing to do with us. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, Jack sighed. I'm sorry, Admiral. I'm not quite sure what I'm saying anymore. Warhaven softened his tone. No one can blame you for that. The fact is, all this is academic. The Alliance isn't going to invoke Annexes or Alderaan right now. The Alliance doesn't know what it's doing. You've heard the latest. I heard the League of Free Worlds of Sinex submitted formal articles of withdrawal from the Alliance. And the Senate voted to accept them? Jag added. It was a narrow vote. Barely past the 50% threshold. Sinex is no longer part of the Alliance. That means it's not our concern or the Alliance's. Jag thought about telling Warhaven that Sinex was now controlled by a Sith, but the Admiral was an old-school Imperial in most ways and it wouldn't make a difference to him. Instead, Jag pointed out, there are still worlds under control of the houses. They've refused to acknowledge Savire's authority and consider themselves part of the Alliance. And the Senate. I'm not sure where the Senate stands. Warhaven drummed his fingers on his desk. I suppose I'll give you credit where it's due, Mr. Fell. When you and Admiral Reich put in your reforms, you didn't inflict us with a huge, bickering legislative body. I figured an elected head of state and Moff Council was bad enough, Jack said, faintly smiling. The Moff Council is drafting new legislature to make foreign ventures more difficult. The military will be given it full support. Jag didn't have the strength to argue. He didn't even know if he was on the right side anymore. Then that's that, I suppose. It took great effort to push himself out of the chair. His knees ached as he shuffled through the door. Since Carfedian he felt very old. Mr. Fell, Warhaven said as he neared the door. I'll say again, I'm very sorry about your son. From what I'd heard he was a model officer. The word stung, but Jag forced a smile. Thank you, Admiral. I know he was. Jag rode his shuttle down to Ravlin from there, not because he wanted to go home, but because there was no place else. Davik was dead, Jaina was off on Zanima II, and Arlen was chasing a criminal's trail. The Fell family condominium was all yawning empty spaces, and the memory of his family echoed between the walls. Warhaven's last words kept hurting. Deep down, a part of Jagged has been pleased when his younger son was born without Jedi powers. As much as he loved Jaina and Arlen, he knew that a major part of their lives was something he could never touch, and it had always bothered him. But then there had been Davik, as good an officer as Warhaven had said, a model soldier in the reformed empire that was so much Jag's creation. He'd been proud of the reforms and proud of his son, and that pride had joined them together in his mind into something even more, a legacy, made in his image, that would carry on once he was gone. No more. Davik was gone, and maybe the empire he'd remade was going too, he didn't know. He couldn't be sure now. Since Carfedian, he'd wondered how he'd ever been sure of anything at all. The flyer carried them high across the sky in a flight that was smooth and soundless, like only Seket's organic vessels could provide. Rolling mountains, broad fields, lakes passed beneath them. Jaina took the control and Alana sat beside her. Neither woman spoke for the entire ride. Alana spotted the mountain from memory. It rose so high in the sky its peak was ever white with snow, but her mother's camp was only halfway up, in a space still thick with borer trees. There was just enough clear space downslope for the two-person flyer to set down. From the landing zone, it was a short 10-minute hike uphill. Despite being 17 years older, Jaina took the climb as fast as her niece. It was late afternoon this part of the planet. The sky was starting to tint with the warm colors of sundown, and Alana could see the thin smoke trail of a campfire rising up. She paused before cresting the last ridge and looked at Jaina. The older woman placed a hand on her arm. "I'll go first if you want," Jaina offered. Her kindness made Alana feel a coward. "No, I'll do it. Can you just give us a few minutes? Take your time." With that, Alana marched over the final rise. She saw the campfire, the broad circular tent hoisted around the thick trunk of a tree, and the woman sitting before the flame, roasting some meat on a spit. There was still some red left in the fraying gray braids hanging off her shoulders, but only a little. She wore animal hide clothes and turned the spit with one hand. Her other arm stopped just above the elbow. "Hello, Mother," Alana said when she reached the fire. The former Queen of Hapes looked up at her daughter and didn't rise. "Would you like some food?" she asked. Alana looked at the fire. "What is it?" "The Uas-Hinvong call it Semnith, an avian creature. It tastes good even without proper seasoning, and is surprisingly nutritious." "All right." Alana looked around. "Is there a place to sit?" Her mother looked at the ground. Alana settled cross-legged in the grass. Tenoka turned the spit, watched the meat cook, and asked, "How often do you wear Jedi robes now?" "Not often. I haven't worn them in months, actually." "That is unfortunate." "It is," Alana agreed. Her eyes drifted to the rancor-toothed lightsaber, still dangling from the animal skin belt lashed around her mother's waist. She watched the older woman's arm. The muscles were still firm and strong, their motion plain beneath skin aged and weathered by over a decade living outdoors. "When was the last time you had visitors?" Alana asked. Tenoka let go of the spit. "I am not sure. A long time, certainly. Weeks. Months." Alana paused. "Years. Does time matter so much?" "I think it does." "Of course. You have all the responsibility of authority. All those people who depend on you and set their watches by your motion. I remember all of that." Alana didn't bother to ask if her mother ever missed it. "It's difficult sometimes, but I'm trying to do my best for the people of Hapes, for the galaxy." "Of course." Tenoka stared at the flames. "You were always dutiful." "Was I? I seem to remember giving Grandma and Grandpa plenty of trouble. They adored you even when you did. Especially when you did." The tiniest hint of a smile bent through the creases in her face, but it quickly died. "You were their last link to their son." "I know, Mom. Have you?" She trailed off. She shouldn't have let the thought into her head. "Yes." Tenoka looked at her, expectant. "It's nothing." "Ask." Quietly demanding. "I just wanted to know whether, in all the time you've spent here, I wondered if anyone ever talked to you. Grandma, maybe? Or Zach, or Grandmaster Skywalker?" "Your father?" She nodded. "Have you?" Tenoka looked at the fire. She turned to spit again. The meat was almost done. "No," she said. Alana looked at the grass beneath her. "What about the planet's guiding intelligence? Has it ever appeared to you?" "Not to my knowledge." Tenno Ka stood up and retrieved an animal tooth knife from her belt. She began peeling off strips of charred meat and handed one long piece to her daughter. Alana took it and chewed. A strange taste. She couldn't recall eating long-formed meat before. When she swallowed, she said, "I didn't come here just to come." "Of course you didn't." Alana fought a wince. "Jaina came with me." "Then you have a reason for being here." "Mom, her son is dead." That got to her. Tenno Ka turned gray eyes on her daughter. "Arlen or Davik?" "Davik." "How?" "There was a battle. A really big one. It's a long story, but millions of soldiers died, including Davik. They were killed by a U.S. Hinvong world ship that's been turned into a superweapon." Tenno Ka's face went grim. She looked back at the fire. "So that's why you're here." "Mom, there's more. That world ship's commander is a Sith." Her mother stiffened. "Is that the fact?" "Mom, it's the same Sith from Hapes. The one who killed Katia. She must have been the one behind everything then, just like she's behind it all now." Tenno Ka stared. Her voice was suddenly urgent. "How do you know that?" Jade got close enough to feel her in the Force. "It's the same feeling as when Katia died." Tenno Ka looked at the fire. Her hunched shoulders trembled. "I felt that too. I felt Zek died just hours before that, but Katia. I did not know her as well. I shouldn't have been able to feel her death in the Force, but her last moments were such agony." "I know. It's why Jade hid herself from the Force for so long." "Jade, is she here?" "She is. So is Ben. I brought Tanith too." "Tanith?" "Yes. She looks just like Taryn did as a teenager. You see old holos and it's uncanny." For a second, Tenno Ka's face seemed to waver, collapse. Just before the tears came, she gathered herself and stared adamantly at the fire. "Why are you telling me this, Alana?" "Mom, if you're looking for echoes of the past you can find real, breathing ones just an hour away. Just a minute away." "What makes you think I'm not perfectly content to remain here?" Alana considered her answer carefully. "Because I know the woman who raised me, the mother who loved me. I think I know what she needs, deep down." Tenno Ka took out her knife and peeled away another strip of meat. "You've been your own woman for a long time." "I don't think so. I'm what you made me, Mom. You and Grandma especially." Tenno Ka chewed, swallowed, and stared into the fire for another minute. Then she said, "We should call Jaina." "Do you want to do it?" Tenno Ka closed her eyes. She made no sound, but within a minute Jaina stepped across the clearing, through the deepening gloom to the campfire. "Have enough for 3? Alana's aunt asked. "I was not expecting company," Tenno Ka said, "but I'll always have something for you, my friend." Jaina stood in front of them, hands on her hips. "Fresh cooked meat's nice, but I was hoping for a warmer greeting." Very reluctantly, Tenno Ka smiled. "This is a fact," she said, got to her feet, and clasped Jaina in a strong one-armed hug. Alana stayed where she was, seated in the grass, looking up to the two old women held in a tight embrace. There was so much that bound them together, things even Alana could never fully understand. But just seeing them like this, seeing her mother let slip some of the emotions she'd kept walled and guarded for so many years, was enough to give her hope. "Friend Jaina, I am so sorry about your son," Tenno Ka said as they pulled away. "It's all right," really, Jaina said, and squeezed the other woman's shoulders. "There's no proof his ship was destroyed." Tenno Ka frowned. "I see. Alana told me." "I know. What happened was a massacre. But there's no proof. Davik's missing, not dead. Just like Jason was missing in the U.S. Hinvong War. But he came back to us." Tenno Ka looked hard at her friend, probably trying to figure out whether Jaina really believed what she said or if she was just fighting grief with denial. Alana still wasn't sure which was true. "I see." Tenno Ka looked at the fire. "We should eat now, before it burns any more. I don't suppose you've got a bottle of lemon ale or spice wine to wash it down." "I'm afraid not." "That's okay. I'm sure we can improvise." They sat down around the fire, all three of them, and began to pick apart their meal. The light in the sky died, but the fire blazed on, bright and warm. It was a start, Alana thought. There was still such a long way to go, but the light was a start. Chapter 24. As Voidwalker shuddered out of hyperspace, a jolt of irrational panic shot through Davik. Everything had gone to plan so far. Their battle group had split up to enter the pocket of space around the way station from each of the 4 openings in the shroud's gas clouds. Without direct communications, they had to plot out everything down to the second, and Davik had been the one counting each one out, barking the commands to jump once, twice, 3 times in lightspeed microleaps through the shroud's tangled passages. He'd called everything right, and everyone on Voidwalker reported all systems standing by and ready to fight. Still, all of that could mean nothing. They'd only know when they arrived at the target. When hyperspace flashed away, the bridge crew had a perfect view of the enemy way station sitting against a backdrop of blue and violet faintly twinkling with veil star. The tactical readout came fast. 6 Mandalorian corvettes, 3 frigates, and 1 supply ship, all where they were supposed to be. Not even a single Beskid fighter flying patrol. The visual scanners also marked the 2 TIE Stalkers that had jumped into the area 10 seconds before Voidwalker. Jammers fired up, each right on top of a communications buoy linked the way station with others. Shieldbreaker was due to jump into the battle zone in 35 seconds. The clock was already counting down, and they had work to do first. Fighter groups, away. Davik called. Black squad for the buoys. Gray and gold squads, head for the station. Even as he said it, Captain Lorne commanded, guns, 11 o'clock. Fire! Davik glanced up and saw Voidwalker's forward cannon pop off a single shot. A half-second later, the communications buoy directly ahead of them burst into a fireball. Excellent. Helm, take us in, the Moon said. He was still in his command chair, but he leaned forward eagerly, betraying rare agitation. As Lieutenant Yeager ordered Voidwalker ahead, Davik glanced at the tactical readout. The frigate was pumping out fighters as fast as it could. Black Squad split in 2 to destroy the jammed buoys, while the others plunged toward the station that had just raised shields but not, as yet, launched any defenders. Its cannons swiveled and began firing, broad shots the TIEs could easily evade at long distance. Then Shieldbreaker appeared, right on time. The Lascom buoy exploded as Captain Dobra's frigate dove down on the way station from above. The frigate launched both squadrons of TIE demolishers as fast as it could. The station turret guns strained to refocus their fire as the demolishers began their first volley. All 12 vessels from Red Squad dropped shield buster torpedoes designed to overwhelm the energy barriers around a heavily defended target. Blue light flared and scattered across the station's protective shell. From beside Davik, Ensign Korak reported, "Sir, that shield's still holding. Looks damaged, though." Shieldbreaker had dropped in closer to the station and was already moving to remedy the fact. Its forward cannons were already releasing a hail of green turbolaser fire while its demolishers arced around for a second run. "Look," Ensign Port Dunn tapped the tactical holo. "One of the corvettes is firing engines." "Understood." Davik tapped his headset and connected with Lieutenant Pelkey. "Breaker, this is Walker. One of those Crusaders is warming up." "We see it," she responded. "We'll remedy." Shieldbreaker was settling low over the station and leveling out so that it could bring its full spread of ventral cannons to bear on the upper shields. They were hitting hard, but their shields were holding. Once Voidwalker got close enough to bring his own turbolasers to bear, they would pop the shields in the station and everything attached to it. When Ensign Korak reported the first squadron of Beskid fighters launching from one of the frigates, Davik got online with Voidwalker's flight wing. "Gray Squad, handle those fighters. Black Squad, get back here and help. Gold Squad, focus on the corvette that's breaking free. Help Blue Squad kill it before it can kill us." The squad leaders gave affirmatives with wordless comm line clicks. Davik shut off the link and looked at the tactical holo. Voidwalker would be in range of the station in under 90 seconds. The one corvette was escaping his moorings and opening fire, but no other Mandalorian ship seemed stirred to readiness. He took a deep breath and let himself wonder if they just might pull this off. Marasia dashed right below the belly of the Crusader corvette as it escaped the protective bubble of the station's energy shield. Quad laser turrets tracked her and her wingmen, but none connected. "Come around for another pass," she ordered, and pulled her TIE X into a sharp U-turn. Vendor Marth and Loman almost kept up. Before they could reorient on the corvette, she spotted a pair of Beskar fighters shaped like nimble flying T's, both vectoring toward two demolishers on an attack run. "Targets at 3 o'clock, she called, and juked her fighter starboard. The others followed as she began to spray laser blasts on the Beskad's F shields. The Mando fighters were durable and nimble and, worst of all, presented small target profiles, so she was barely able to clip one in the lower S-foil. The fighter stayed with his partner and both unleashed proton torpedoes that arched out at the demolishers. The bombers had heavy shields to go with heavy armaments, but both Mando torpedoes hit the same target, punched through defenses, and turned the TIE into a streaming fireball. The other demolisher let loose its own torpedo at the same time and broke away. The Beskid split and Marasia quickly ordered Vendark to stay on her wing, Marth and Loman to go after the other ship. From the corner of her as she spotted more demolishers converging on the corvette and letting their warheads fly. She pulled her attention away from the attack and onto the Beskid. The little fighter slipped around with aggravating ease, but she was able to lace its port shields with laser blasts. Vendark fired from starboard until their green plasma bolts overwhelmed its shields and chewed it to fiery debris. "Excellent, too," she called. "Stay on my wing." Even as she wheeled back around to the corvette, she heard Marth holler, "Corvette's down. Lead." Soon enough, the demolishers had ripped a long gash through its starboard hull. The Mandalorian warship was drifting away from the station and trailing entrails as it fell toward the gas clouds. "Excellent," she called. "One flight, follow me. Protect those bombers." She checked her scanners. Voidwalker was just entering the firing zone and began pounding the station's shields with his forward cannons. Shieldbreaker was still shooting from above, and it looked like the shell was about to break. She saw 2 more corvettes and 1 Mandalorian frigate were starting to warm their engines. Black Squad was still reforming after hitting the comm buoys. She switched her link to the CAX and said, "Black Leader, this is Gold Leader. Require assistance at the station." "On our way now," Commander Samar said. "We'll be there in staying." The CAG wasn't the swearing type. When Marasia looked at her scanners, she gasped despite herself. 2 more Mandalorian Terach-class frigates has just dropped out of the exit tunnel behind Commander Samar, and their guns were already blazing. "Black Squad, evasive maneuvers," Samar shouted. "They're launching fighters." "Gold Squad, Blue Squad." Lieutenant Fell's voice suddenly sounded. "Intercept those frigates. Do everything you can to slow them down." He wasn't even trying to hide his panic. Marasia snarled, "You heard him, Gold Squad." "On my lead?" "No," Samar interjected. "Too late. Take down that station and get out while you can." "Commander," Fell began, "we cannot." A cut-short scream, then static in Marasia's earpiece. She quickly switched to Gold Squad's channel, where she had only hushed profanities to listen to. Her scanner lit up with flare marks, each one denoting 1 Black Squad TIE after another caught by enemy fire and destroyed. In seconds, they were all gone. "Helm," Captain Lorne's voice boomed over the bridge. "Change position. Do whatever you can to keep that station between us and the frigates." "Sir," Davek reported, "we just lost half of Black Squad." "Commander Samar." "I'm aware of that," Lorne scowled. "Guns, keep firing on that station for as long as you can." Ensign Korak said, "That frigate is breaking free of the docking arm. She's starting to fire." They were close enough now that Davik could see it with his own eyes. Shieldbreaker had dropped low over the station to bring all his weapons to bear. It was holding position still, even after the frigates had arrived. It would take them a few minutes to bring their guns to bear on the Imperial ships, and Captain Dobra seemed to think he might still break the station in that time. He might be right. The shields were on the brink of collapse. "Walker, this is Gold One," Lieutenant Falter sounded in his earpiece. Requesting orders. Stay by the station. Gold 1. Keep the Beskets busy. We've almost cracked it. Understood, she said, and cut the link. Only when it closed did Davik realize she was the only one of Voidwalker's 3 squad leaders still alive. There was no time to think about that. Poor Dunn reported, shields are breaking. They're gone. Lorne must have heard her. All guns, fire on that station. Helm, turn, and show off our broadside. Voidwalker spun on his axis and the view from the bridge panned toward deceptively peaceful starlight and dust. The ship still shuddered as it brought all its starboard guns to bear on the station. He checked his tactical readout. Shield breaker was still holding low, still pounding the station, even as the Mandalorian's backup is just a minute away. Dobr's must have been betting the station had no armor to speak of, and it looked like he was right. Readouts reported punctures and tears across its surface. One of the corvettes exploded in its dock. Another arm, hooked to one corvette and another frigate, broke off and took its ships with it as it drifted toward a dust cloud. The explosive burst jarred the scanners and made it difficult to tell what was happening. As poor Dunn struggled to filter out the noise, Davik lost track of the Mandalorian frigate that had broken free of the station just before it blew. Just as he opened his mouth to shout a warning, Ensign Korak said, "Incoming torpedoes." Lorne heard too and called for more strength to starboard shields, but the projectiles arced around and slammed instead into Voidwalkers aft. The entire ship lurched, nearly throwing Davik off his feet, and he wondered if they'd lost an engine. Just then the tactical readout cleared and showed the full nasty picture. The 2 newcomer frigates were veering straight for Shieldbreaker, which was trying to pull into a steep upward climb toward the vector from whence it had come. The 3rd frigate was charging Voidwalker head-on. Mandalorian ships weren't designed for grueling broadside exchanges like Imperial ones. They were made for fast, brutal attacks, and most of the guns on a Tirach-class frigate were angled for forward fire. The one coming at them now was unloading everything it had: turbolasers, concussion missiles, what was left of his starfighter complement. Lorne shouted for more power to shields. He barely got it out before the impacts began. The entire command deck lurched again, trembled. Davik grabbed onto the back of poor Dunn's chair and barely stayed upright. He only released his breath when the trembling died down, when it seemed like they'd weathered the worst salvo. Then the bridge exploded. His vision filled with light. He was jerked so hard to fell, knees slamming hard onto the deck. That was probably what saved him. The piece of shrapnel would have otherwise torn through his chest or ripped open his neck. Instead, he felt a streak of pain across the top of his head and fell back. The next thing he knew, he was staring at the ceiling of the bridge. Alarms were wailing and red lights flashing. Korak's face appeared over his and the ensign slapped his cheeks. Sir, are you alive?" Davik raised a hand and weakly batted him back. Poor Dunn knelt beside him too, and both ensigns shifted him until he was seated upright. He looked around and saw everything was a chaotic mess. Some missiles must have breached the shields around the command tower. He heard someone shout that emergency bulkheads were in place, which was probably the only reason they all weren't dead in a vacuum. Someone else was calling for an emergency medical team. He grabbed the nearest console and pulled himself upright so he could see better. The men in the crew pit seemed all right, but there were bodies lying on the upper deck, cut down by flying debris. He saw a corpse lying face down not far from the captain's chair, blood pooling wide around. A chunk of twisted metal jutted out of the man's skull. He was pretty sure it was First Officer Cyril. "Sir," Korak shouted. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Davik said, just as liquid fell into one eye. He wiped it away with a palm that came back red. Bleeding. He was bleeding from the head. He felt his skull, felt it slick with blood, but he didn't feel any deeper damage. He kept his palm planted tight on his forehead to staunch the flow and looked around again. Cyril was dead, and the captain's chair was empty. He staggered forward, looked around. Even prone on the floor, the tall pale moon was easy to spot. Davik dropped to his knees next to Lorne and turned on his side. Another piece of debris has taken him deep in the gut. Dark blue blood filled freely from another wound across his bald head. Davek couldn't tell how deep. "Medic!" Davek shouted. "The captain needs a medic." Lorne's long hand reached out and slapped hard against Davek's cheek. The captain's thin-lipped mouth opened to say something. Davek leaned closer and strained to hear over the alarms and the shouts. "First off, officer," Lorne wheezed, his breath hot on Davek's cheek. "Sarl's dead, sir." "You first, officer?" A first officer with blood all over his face. "Yes, sir." "I understand, sir." "Foolish. Get us out. Run, run." "Yes, sir." "I will, sir." Suddenly a voice behind him said, "Step away, Lieutenant, please." He looked over his shoulder. 2 men in medical whites peered over him. He shuffled aside and let them move Captain Lorne onto a repulsor-powered stretcher while another medic dashed in and wiped his face clear of blood. "I'm fine," Davek panted. I have to order retreat." "Hold still, sir," the medic said, and with some kind of tape gun laid down a strip of adhesive over the wound. "Don't strain yourself, sir. That won't last long." The medic was gone just as fast. They'd already moved the captain off the bridge and were hauling him for the lift. They could take him down to sick bay. They could save him. Other bodies like Sarl's, were past repair. They were moving them off to the side, making way for men who could still be saved. Triage. Save those who can survive. "Sir," he heard Korak shout, "it's a shield breaker." He looked out the viewport for the first time since their shields collapsed. He watched as the 2 other Mandalorian frigates charged out of the way station's flaming wreckage with all guns firing. Shieldbreaker had no chance. Its port shields absorbed an impressive amount in damage, but not enough. Missiles tore through his hull. His engine sputtered and died. Explosions blossomed from inside, spilling out wreckage from the scorched mouth of his hangar bay. "Come," he called. "Can we get a line with Breaker?" Lieutenant Renwer, as dazed as the rest of them, shook her head and cried over the alarm. "Nothing, sir." Triage. Save those we can survive. "Get us out of here," Davek rasped and looked to Lieutenant Yeager. "Help! Get us out." The lieutenant obeyed. Voidwalker spun around and began to vector for the nearest exit lane. He was about to call all fighters back to the barn when another salvo hit. The entire deck shuddered again and the bridge went dark. The lift tube had dropped them at best halfway down to sick bay when the power died. The stop was so sudden it knocked both medics to their feet and slammed their heads against the walls of the narrow capsule. The repulsor bed knocked corners against the walls too, but didn't tip. And suddenly Lucas Briggs and Assistant Medical Officer Vorman were trapped in utter blackness with the dying captain. Lucas spent what seemed like a full awful minute listening to the Muin's ragged breath before Vorman activated his glow rod. The bright light cast harsh shadows that moved as Vorman staggered to his feet, back braced against the tube's curving walls. He held the light over Captain Lorne, making visible the deep wound in his side, the damage to his head. "What happened?" Lucas panted. "Power's down," Vorman wiped sweat off his forehead. "Maybe just this section. Maybe we're dead in space." "What about emergency power?" "I don't know." They looked down at the Muin. His long alien face seemed twisted in pain. His small dark eyes were squeezed shut. His long-fingered hands twitched at his sides, and more oil-dark blood seeped around from around the debris lodged in his side. Lucas fished out his comlink. He tried to cycle through his channels, including the line back to sick bay he'd just programmed into it. Nothing was working. "How much air do you think is in here?" he asked. "I don't know. Take small breaths." Lucas had already been trying, but panic and adrenaline weren't conducive to shallow breathing. The captain let out another groan, his body twisted on the bed and more blood spilled from his side. "We have to do something." Lucas looked at Vorman. "Have you ever operated on a Muin before?" Field medic training for stormtroopers only covered human biology. "No. I watched an instructional vid once." Vorman swallowed and Lucas felt all hope die. He'd been assuming, all this time, that a real medical officer would surely know how to handle any conceivable emergency while Lucas himself would just hold tools and suture wounds. Now it was plain the other man, barely older than him, was just as helpless. "We have to do something," Lucas whispered. He wondered if the captain could even hear them. Vorman set the light stick down next to Lawrence's torso wound. "We can, start by removing this wound. We'll try to suture it." "What about internal injuries?" Vorman's look said everything. If the medic had once known his way around the inside of a Muon, he couldn't remember it now. "We have to try," Lucas told him. "I know." Vorman rolled up his sleeves and pulled his gloves on tight. "Get your second vial of anesthetic and prepare to inject." Lucas quickly found the cylinder in his belt pouch. "Got it. What next?" As he stuck the needle through Lawrence's bloodied uniform and into his skin, Vorman said, "Do you have sutures?" "Ready?" The gun was at his hip like a blaster. "Glad one of us is." Vorman put one hand on Lawrence's side, another on the shrapnel stabbing into it. One hand pushed, the other pulled. Maybe they acted too quickly. Maybe the anesthetic was never meant to work on a Muon. All Lucas knew was that he'd remember Lawrence's agonized scream for the rest of his life. Which, the way things were going, wouldn't be long at all. From her fighter, Miragia could see all the damage in gruesome detail. The first missile barrage had knocked out Voidwalker's upper thrust engine and dented the command tower. The second had ripped a black scorched hole in his upper starboard deck, spilling bodies and equipment into the vacuum. Lights were going down all over the ship, and she couldn't hail the bridge. The only mercy was that none of the enemy's shots had ignited the missile magazines beneath the forward or tail batteries. All the while, Gold Squad and what was left of Black Squad were flying a valiant and vain fighter screen around the damaged frigate. They couldn't stop the approaching Mando ship's heavy guns, but they could at least keep the Beskar fighters distracted. More importantly, they could keep the Mando's frigate attention focused on what was ahead of it instead of what lay behind. "Bombs away." Blue One's voice sounded on her headset. They were the only two squad leaders from either frigate left flying, and with Shieldbreaker and Voidwalker both dead in space, they'd had to cook up this attack on their own. She veered away from Voidwalker to get a better look. Vendrick, Marth, and Loman kept behind her as she turned. What was left of Shieldbreaker's TIE Demolisher's 14 heavy bombers in all, plus Grey Squad's 5 remaining TIE X's, executed a dazzling attack on the Mandalorian ship's aft. Grey Squad went in first, drawing fire from the defensive turrets. Then the Demolishers with shield busters still in their tubes let them fly. The Mandalorian ship, which had shunted energy forward to battle Voidwalker, couldn't reinforce its aft defenses in time. The remaining Demolishers unleashed a barrage of concussion missiles that smashed into the Mando ship's engines and burst them. She knew some of her pilots were cheering, but she switched her comm over to Blue One and said, "Excellent job, lead. That ship's dead in space." "I'm seeing lights coming back on yours," he said. Miragia swung back to see Voidwalker, and indeed more window lights were starting to flicker on. She immediately hailed Lieutenant Fell. She waited for excruciating seconds, wondering if he was still alive, or if the whole bridge had been pressurized by that first volley. Then he said, "I just saw it. Excellent work, Lieutenant." "Thank you, sir." Adrenaline was making her giddy. She was starting to think any of them might survive this. Status. Backup generator finally kicked in. Thrust-in hyperdrive should work. We're going to try and run for it. We'll reform to cover you. Good. Prepare to wait. Wait 1 second. Davik switched the frequency of his headset away from Lieutenant Valters and onto one he never thought he'd hear from again. "Lieutenant Pelkey. Breaker, is that you?" "This is Breaker." That voice, normally so soothing, was broken by static and stress. "What's your status?" "Heavy damage, but we're getting engines back online." "Understood. We'll try to cover your exit." "Lieutenant. Captain Dobris is dead. Our engines are gone, but we're trying directional repulsors. We've started launching escape pods. Should slow the Mandos down if they want to capture any." Davik's heart fell. He looked at the tactical holo that had just reappeared. The two active Mando frigates were close to Shieldbreaker's battered remains. If he took Voidwalker in an immediate escape route, he just might escape. Or they might catch him? If he went to rescue Breaker's remaining crew, he'd be overwhelmed and lose his ship. Lieutenant, he began, not knowing how to end it. After all this, he'd never see her in person. It's all right. Static broke her transmission. Then it came back. Most of those pods, thermal detonators. Oh, Lieutenant. Hold on. We've got something else. Try static again. Get closer, please. What do you mean? Lieutenant. Distraction. Just give us a little more. The connection died. Davik pulled off his headset and scowled as he looked over the bridge. The bodies had been cleared, but the upper deck was slick with pools of blood. Alarms still wailed, and right lights flashed. In the distance, through the forward viewport, he could see the smoldering remains of the way station so many had died to kill. Almost silhouetted against it were 3 frigates, 2 blunt enemy ships, and 1 sleek friendly dagger, dying but still deadly. He didn't know what Lieutenant Pelkey's last transmission had meant, but he said, "Helm, take us back to Shieldbreaker." Lieutenant Yeager stuttered a minute before saying, "Yes, sir." "As ordered, sir." Something dark flecked Davik's vision. He wiped his forehead and saw more blood, but not too much. Voidwalker shuddered as it lurched forward. Davik put his headset back on and called up Lieutenant Valter. "Are you there? Gold 1. Here, Lieutenant. Are you moving toward the enemy?" "That's right." He didn't have the energy to explain and probably couldn't if he tried. "Keep our backs clear, Lieutenant." "Yes, Lieutenant. We'll comply." When the emergency power came on, the frozen lift still didn't move. Lucas and Vorman had both been hunched low over Captain Lorne, desperately trying to suture his torn open insides, even though neither of them knew what they were doing. When the dim red lights came up, neither of them noticed. When Lucas finally did realize what had happened, he slapped the control pad, with the glove now coated in blue-black Muon blood. The lift tube shuddered downward again. When the door opened, they looked out on a hallway, once plain white, now almost ghostly in the softer blue tones provided by the emergency lights. They pushed Lorne's repulsor stretcher down the hall as fast as they could. Vorman called out help. They turned a corner hard and sprinted down one more corridor before they hit the medical bay. The beds were already full, every one. Lucas shouted it from the belly stormtroopers' shout, and only that turned heads their way. The chief medic came scurrying out of the crowd for them, and his eyes immediately fell on the captain. "We didn't hear he was injured," Holden said. "Comm lines with the bridge are still down." "We tried to do what we could." Lucas gestured to wound in his side with blood-covered hands. "I understand," Holden said curtly and called for another medic. "We'll take care of him. You've done enough for now." With that, they pushed Lorne away, somehow maneuvering the stretcher through the chaos sickbay had become. Against all the shouting, a silence seemed to fall around Lucas and Vorman. The 2 men stared at each other, eyes wide, breathing heavy. Then another medic called Vorman's name, and he was off to another bed. No one called for Lucas. He shuffled back until his shoulders hit the nearest bulkhead. He tore the bloody gloves off his hands and threw them to the deck. He stared at his palms. They were so clean it was terrifying, and they wouldn't stop shaking. When Voidwalker got close, the 2 Mandalorian frigates lurched to meet it. Davik watched it all from the tactical station, praying he hadn't just doomed his men for no reason. Their fighters were already colliding with the TIAC screen. The frigates would be in firing range soon. Davik had told Lieutenant Yeager to prepare to gun it for the exit zone above them, and the helm officer was clearly anxious for the order. Davik watched all those escape pods. The Mandalorians, apparently keen on taking prisoners for once, were starting to reel them in with tractor beams. Then, all at once, they stopped, as though they couldn't decide between chasing Voidwalker or seizing the survivors from Shieldbreaker. Then, without warning, they turned their guns and began shooting the escape pods. Shouts of dismay, barely stifled, rippled across the bridge. Some of those escape pods burst bright like novas as the thermal detonators stuffed inside burst. Others were simply gone, empty or stuffed with helpless crewmen, Davik would never know. The Mandalorian surged forward again. Davik ordered all guns ready but kept his eye on Shieldbreaker as the Mandas started to leave it behind. The dagger-shaped frigate seemed to drift dead in space. And then it began to move. Its engines were still dead, but it seemed to crawl after one Mando frigate like it was dragged in the ship's wake. Then Davik understood. Tractor beam. "Helm, take us after that starboard frigate," Davik called. "Guns, get a solution and fire the second you're in range." Affirmatives echoed across the bridge. Everyone was still too dazed and shocked to even question. The Mandas seemed to have figured out what Shieldbreaker was doing and had turned their aft guns on the crippled vessel, but the warships, fearsome as they were, had almost no range of fire from their bottom aft section. Shieldbreaker surged forward, firing with a handful of still functioning guns, getting closer and closer to the Mandalorian ship. From the bottom section of its hull, some escape pods were shooting free. Not many, but some, and Davik was sure real crew were on those. But first, the fight. Voidwalker began to pummel the frigate's forward hull as Shieldbreaker reared into its aft. The vessels collided, not fast, but hard. Metal sheared off metal, and snarls of debris tumbled into space. The Mando frigate's engine shuddered, died. Shieldbreaker's nose stabbed up into its starboard flank, its tip probing like a knife blade. When it found the vessel's missile magazine, the explosion was so bright Davik had to look away. When he looked back, some of the crew started cheering. The whole aft section of the Mandalorian ship was gone. So was Shieldbreaker. "How many escape pods?" he rasped, then repeated it louder. Looks like 17, Poor Dunn said. That other Mando ship was coming at them, still, curving around the wreckage of his partner. Davik saw his opportunity. "Helm, take us in close. Use that wreckage as a shield. Tractor beams, reel in as many escape pods as you can." Voidwalker moved quickly to position itself on the other side of the broken Mandalorian frigate. As Poor Dunn softly rattled off one recovery after another, Davik said watched the tactical holo and tried to figure out how much time he had before they'd been forced to slug it out with the remaining enemy ship. In their condition, it wasn't a battle they could win. Then Ensign Korak said, "Sir, 3 new Mando ships inbound." Davik looked at the holo. 1 more frigate and 2 corvettes, coming from the same vector as the other 2 arrivals. They were already deploying fighters. Strangely enough, he was actually glad. He'd been planning to run through the same hole Shieldbreaker had dived out of, and that was much closer. The real worry was still the frigate closest to them. That, and time. "How many escape pods do we have left out there?" he asked. 7 more, Poor Dunn reported, then swore. 6 more? Mandas just shot another one. Korak started swearing, but Davik cut him off. "How many fighters are still in the air? How many total?" The ensign checked his console. 34, sir. Just enough to squeeze into a hangar. He picked up his headset and hailed Lieutenant Walter. "Gold One, get your birds ready to roost. All your birds." "Understood, sir." "Good. And keep those escape pods safe until then." He turned off the headset and looked back at the tactical display. They were almost ready to run, and he'd get everyone home he could. They could jump before the new Mandas got there, which left just one hurdle. There was one thing he could think of. It wasn't his idea, it was Shieldbreaker's. But if that dead ship could do them one last favor. "All escape pods aboard, sir," Poor Dunn said. "Helm, plot a course for the exit vector directly above us. All available tractor beams, lock onto that dead frigate. We're using what's left of it as a shield." He snapped a finger at Korak. "Send a recall signal to all our birds. We're running." Lieutenant Yeager was more than happy to comply. Voidwalker surged upward. The wreckage around the destroyed way station panned down out of view, and the gap in the gas clouds above beckoned like an open doorway. "How's our shield working?" he asked Poor Dunn. "Blocking some of their attacks," the ensign said nervously. "But we're recalling our fighter screen, and theirs is still." The bridge shook, but not as hard as before. No more debris blew across the deck. Davik called out, Damage. They're nibbling at our aft, Lieutenant Yeager said, then stopped to listen to his headset. His expression fell sharply. Sir, engines report problems. What kind of problem? We still have sublight. Not now, not when they come this damn far. Yeager scowled. Sir, I have Chief Dagger. He says, Davik crouched over the crew pit and tore the headset off Yeager's head. The lieutenant yelped in surprise, but Davik shoved it on his own and said, This is Lieutenant Fell. What's happening, Chief? That last hit sent a power surge through our auxiliary power coupling to the hyperdrive core. Almost burned the thing out. What does that mean, Chief? Do we have light speed? Yes, but I can't guarantee it won't blow out after one use. We need to get out of here now, Chief. Can you reinforce it somehow? Just get a couple more jumps until we're out of the shroud. I can try, but I don't know if it blows out now. The bridge shook again. Someone said they're pounding our aft shields hard now. Won't last much longer. Davik spun toward tactical. The fighters. Last ones aboard, Korak reported. He looked down to Yeager. Helm, plot us a jump out of here. Sir, the chief said. I know. Just do it, Lieutenant. Yeager's crew patched the route in less than 15 seconds. He looked up at Davik. Hope and dread mixed equally in his eyes. We're ready, sir. Davik grabbed hold of Captain Lorne's empty chair, braced himself, and said, Jump. They surged into lightspeed. The gas cloud fell away, and stars became a storm. The deck shuddered and lurched. Less than 30 seconds later, they fell back into real space. No enemy ships were waiting for them, no wreckage. Just another vast pocket of space deep within the shroud. He saw asteroids, planetoids, chunks of barren space rock all drifting lazily through the void. It was suddenly very, very quiet on the bridge. Davik staggered over to the tactical station. He suddenly felt so weak he could collapse. Ensign, he asked poor Dunn, any hostiles? Negative, sir, but it's hard to tell. This space goes on for a long time. How far? Looks like over 2 standard light years across. Silence again. He said, all crews, begin damage assessment. Begin casualty counts. He tapped his headset, Yeager's headset, and brought up the engineering section on comm. Chief Dagger, he said, are you there? After a second, his dry voice crackled. I'm here. The hyperdrive? Gone, sir. Davik felt hollow inside. All the adrenaline of the fight was gone in an instant. How long until you can fix it? Sir, the power surge from the jump blew out the auxiliary power coupling. It's too damaged to be repaired. We don't have a replacement. What does that mean, Chief? Sir, we may never have lightspeed again. Davik swallowed. Somehow, he said, work on it, Chief, and took of the headset. He staggered over to Yeager and dropped it back to him. He met the helmsman's eyes and shook his head. Then, finally, Rinwer called from the comm station. Lieutenant, we finally reestablished contact with the infirmary. They say they're overloaded and still don't have a proper casualty count. He heard the trepidation in her voice and dared to ask, what about the captain? Captain Lorne is dead. The enormity of it finally hit him then. He clung to the back of Lorne's chair to keep upright and stared out at the space before them, light years vast and lifeless. After fighting so fiercely to survive, he'd led them all into a graveyard. Chapter 25. Starlight Champion dropped out of hyperspace over what appeared to be a most desolate scene. The only large planet in the Taloman system was a blue gas giant with 20-some moons, all of them lifeless rocks. Arlen and Chance hunched forward over their consoles, checking scanners for any signs of activity. You sure we've got the right place? Arlen asked from the pilot's seat. I'm not seeing any other ships in system. Kind of the point of a hidden base, isn't it? Asked Chance. Hidden's not the same as non-existent. Point taken, but there we go. See that? Chance jabbed a finger out the viewport. They dropped into orbit around the gas giant by now, and Arlen squinted at the half-dozen visible moons. I really don't. Yes, you do. See that one that's further out, say, 20 degrees above the ecliptic. Arlen squinted some more. As they drew closer, he could see that the moon wasn't like the others. Instead of being a perfect sphere of cold rock, it looked jagged around one edge. As they got closer, he saw that the moon did indeed look torn open. 2/3 of his body was a smooth curving surface, but the rest was jagged pieces of rock. It reminded him of holo images he'd seen of the second Death Star, only this was naturally made. Chunks of space rock were drifting slowly in his wake as it continued its orbit around the gas giant. "Huh?" Arlen said. "Looks like a broken moon." Chance checked his scanners. "I think I'm picking up artificial compounds, plus trace elements that correspond with ion engines. Somebody's been here and not long ago. Something's. I'm getting thrust traces too." "Busy secret base?" Arlen muttered. "I don't see any security apparatus though." Something lit up Chance's console. "Great timing. We're being hailed. Remember our cover story?" "Really? I was going to spill everything." Chance scratched the beard he'd let grow out. Combined with the blue iris lenses in his eye and highlights in his hair, it made him look less like a prominent business executive and more like the drug runner he was pretending to be. Chance stabbed a button and a voice said, "Unidentified ship, state your purpose." "This is Ravenclaw under Captain Brace Samuel," Chance said. "Pleased to meet you too. We swung by because we're looking to have a little chat with Mordrin Crux." "Don't know what you're on about, friend." "I'm sure you do. I'm a referral from a mutual business partner, guy named Tomar Gresh. I've got some precious cargo I'm looking to unload, and he said Crux might be a buyer." "What kind of cargo?" "Sorry, but that's for Crux's ears only." After a pause long enough to be tense, the man said, "We lit a beacon. Follow it to the docking bay. Once you land, leave all weapons on the ship." "Understood. I look forward to seeing your boss." Chance flipped the switch. "Well, think that went good." "We'll see if they greet us with guns drawn," Arlen said. "Better leave your pistol here. Don't want to risk it." "What about your lightsaber?" Arlen bit his lip. A lot of scanning devices didn't recognize a lightsaber as a weapon, but some did. No point taking chances. Right? A Jedi's never unarmed as long as he's got the Force. Were you being sarcastic? I don't even know anymore. See the beacon? Arlen glanced at his scanners. I do. I'm taking us in. He guided Starlight Champion close to the tangled mess some ancient comet must have torn through the moon. Arlen was surprised it hadn't fallen out of orbit entirely, on gone spinning off into the void. The moon was disintegrating slowly. Chunks of rock were slowly breaking off, and he had to maneuver around some larger pieces still held close by the moon's meager gravity. The beacon led him through a series of airless caverns. He had to turn on Champion's forward floodlight to keep from smashing into black rock. Finally, they found it. An ovoid space a kilometer across had been carved, part naturally and part artificially, and landing pads had been installed. Arlen counted over a dozen ships already docked, mostly smaller freighters not unlike his own. The one looked to be a cargo hauler barely big enough to fit through the tunnels. Interesting setup, Arlen breathed as they sat down on the pad. Wonder if this is the only docking area or they have space for more. Well, Crux has a whole moon, and I doubt he's sharing it. Plenty of room? Chance unbuckled his crash webbing as they came to a halt. Figures were walking across the landing pad to meet them, and a few had blasters out. Figuring it could be worse, Arlen got out of his seat, did one last check over the ship, then followed Chance down to the cargo section where his friend was opening the ramp. Chance pointed to the lightsaber still on his belt. Weren't you gonna ditch that? Good point. Chance unhooked it and slipped it into a small cargo crate beside the ramp. Well, how do I look? Chance looked him over and shrugged. You looked better with the beard. And blue's not your color. I agree on both counts. He ran both hands through his hair. He hoped the dye would wash out fast. Well, ready? Chance nodded and they both stepped down the ramp. Coming toward them at the head of a cluster of armed Nictus was a tall crested ANX with robes falling down his shoulders. Greetings, Chance smiled. I'm Brace Samuel, and this is my partner, Kennicall. They'd agreed from the start that Chance would be better at this sort of thing. The ANX blinked small eyes and looked them over. Instead of offering his name or giving any credence at being a good host, he grunted, "Search them?" The Nictus moved fast. Arlen had expected to be scanned with portable devices held at close range, but the poking and groping was too much. He was glad, at least, he'd left his lightsaber safely stored. "Hey, you greet all your guests like this," he grunted. "The ones who show up unannounced?" "Yes," the ANX said. "Well, they're clear, sir," said the Nikto who just prodded Arlen's backside. "All right. Lucky for you gentlemen, Master Crux is available to meet you at the moment." Flanked tight by their guards, they followed the ANX deeper inside the complex. The hallways, with their metal grate floors and curved stone roofs, were clearly carved by boring machines. At several intersections they passed scatterings of beings, most of whom spared curious looks at the newcomer. They looked like they could have walked out of any seedy shadow port in the galaxy. "I like the design," Chance said conversationally. "Very creative. Very secure. Did Crux dig this all out himself, or did he, inherit from someone else?" "This moon has hosted several discrete organizations through the years," the ANX said, "but this current facility is all Master Crux's make." Again with the Master. Different crime bosses like to handle themselves different ways. He usually associated that kind of title with Hutts and their ilk. He heard faint music, growing louder. They were led around a few more winding corridors before they entered a great chamber, circular, and with a rock-carved dome 10 yards high. The chamber was packed with dozens of beings, many human and more alien. A band was in one corner playing an almost passable Jiswell jam. On the far side there was a raised dais with a broad stone throne, on which a fairly bloated, red-haired humanoid rested. He didn't seem to notice the newcomers. He was busy leering at a blue-skinned and barely clothed Twi'lek dancer in the middle of the chamber who was doing her best to contort along with the music. "Seriously," whispered Arlen. "Isn't this a little, derivative?" Chance jabbed him with an elbow. The ANX waited until the song was done and the dancer was beckoned back to the man on the throne. She sat down on a bench right next to it and leaned her head against the arm rest so the man could stroke her leku fondly. His leer swung up to the newcomers as they approached. "Well, are these my new friends?" "They claim they want to be Master Crux," the ANX said. "All right, let them introduce themselves." Crux waved them forward with a fat hand. "Talk to me, both of you." "Greetings," Chance said with his best shining smile. "My name is Bray Samuel, and this is my business partner, Kenneth Call. It's a pleasure to meet you at last." "Well, I'm very flattered," Crux said with a tiny of sarcasm. Even if he was a bloated drug dealer who desperately imitated Hutt crime bosses, he didn't look like a fool. "What do you have for me? I heard something about precious cargo." "That's right. Not something we brought on our person, of course." "Of course." He propped his head up with his free hand, fist smashing fat cheek. "Well, out with it. Now, I heard about the wonderful things you've been doing with the Glitterston trade from my friend Tomar Greshk. Now, don't worry. I'm not going to pry into your trade secrets," Chance chuckled good-naturedly. "But I'm sure you already have a great distribution network, and I thought we would make excellent partners." "You have something to distribute, then?" "That's right. I'm sure you heard of Boda." To Arlen it stirred only a vague memory, but a light went on in Crux's eyes, one that fast darkened with suspicion. "Of course I've heard of Boda. Was a very rare commodity. The trade dwindled out before Palpatine died. It's history." "They said the Glitterston trade was history too, but you proved them wrong. Boda was a plant. Very rare, only grew on a handful of planets. Sounds kind of like Glitterston. Are you saying you've reproduced the conditions to grow Boda? Are you saying you have samples?" Chance looked theatrically over one shoulder, then the other at the leering audience. "I think we might want to move this to someplace private." "Maybe. Do you think I haven't had a dozen other beings walk in here offering me Boda or some other rare product as a pretext for something else?" I'm going to need more than just your word, Samuel. Chance nodded and reached slowly into his jacket. He took out a small sack of something and held it up to be seen. Catch, sweetheart, he called, and he tossed it right into the blue-skinned Twi'lek's lap. She fumbled it up into Crux's hands. I suppose you'll want me to test this next, said Crux as he eyed the bag skeptically. Of course, take your time. Chance looked around the chamber and caught the eyes of all the onlookers. Any place I can get a drink while we wait. It's either the real deal, Mordrin Crux said, or it's a very good imitation. He reclined his big body in his chair and held the translucent test vial in front of him. The Mandalorians stood around him. They were otherwise alone in his private office, though he'd insisted on keeping his Twi'lek plaything around until he finally gave in to Shock Jebin's insistence and sent her elsewhere. How easy would it be to imitate Boda? Asked Jebin, arms crossed in front of his chest. Like the rest of them, he had his helmet off, but the rest of his Beskar on. Well, at the end of the day, these tests examine chemical compounds. They can't tell me where or how the chemicals happened, you understand. For all I know, the Samuel cooked this up in a lab somewhere. Would that matter? Asked Dorn. You mean, would it affect the drug? Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? For a second, Crux looked like he was going to pop the capsule open and take a sample, but instead he asked, do you really think that man's a Jedi? Him or his partner, Jebin said. He didn't look like a Jedi. No lightsaber. Crux swirled the tube. Jedi don't usually trade in this stuff either, best I can tell. Naturally, they disguised themselves. We were told to expect 2 humans, one light-skinned, the other dark. Haven't seen any more like that show up today. What's your source on this? Don't know. This came straight from Savyar. Ah. Well, that settles everything, Crux said dryly. He popped the cap off the tube and held it up. Well, anyone up for a sample? What about you, darling? I'm fine, thank you, Tamar said coolly. Don't get uptight, Crux scolded. I know how you Mandas like to drink. Boda's just another kind of high. I'm going to call Sheriff back in. What for? Asked Jebin. What do you think? Crux picked up his comlink and thumbed it on. Get in here, Cher. I need you. 30 seconds later, she slipped through the door. The blue Twi'lek wore a translucent, pink-tinted shimmersel gown over what little she'd worn on the dance floor. She stopped in the doorway and looked warily at the Mandalorians. Come on, Cher, Crux waved her forward. Let's test Captain Samuel's product. The girl nodded and walked over. If Twi'leks aged at the same rate as humans, she couldn't have been out of her teens. Mandalorians, Tamar included, started fighting as teenagers too, but that was different. There was dignity in being a Mando, honor, not like this. Crux dipped his smallest finger in the tube, then handed it to Sheriff. The Mandas looked on, patient and impassive, as Crux licked his finger. Sheriff tipped the tube back and swallowed a small mouthful. Her body shook and a small moan escaped her lips. Crux settled back in his chair and breathed deeply in and out. Well? Asked Jebin, hinting impatience. Is it real? What do you think, Cher? Crux asked, eyes closed. How do you feel? I feel good, Master. Me too. He opened his eyes, breathed out. We'll see how long this high lasts, but this could be profitable. Not if it's Jedi selling, Dorn warned. We don't know it is Jedi. This is a trick. They're luring you in, said Jebin. What do you want me to do? Shoot them now. He gestured to the security view screens in the corner of the room. One showed both newcomers sitting at a bar counter on the level below the main rotunda. Maybe they are really selling. The product seems real enough. Maybe the actual Jedi will come striding in tomorrow. Jebin sighed. What do you plan on doing with them? Inviting them in for a chat. I've dealt with plenty of con artists in my day. I'll know if they're lying. And if they are, ask Tamar. Then they'll be your problem. Isn't that how this is supposed to work? They're supposed to leave empty-handed, believing you have nothing to do with distributing glitterstum for Savyar. So it's my job to convince them. How much do these Jedi already know? Assuming they're Jedi at all. Jebin didn't have an answer for that one. Grudgingly, he said, "You have to be very careful with them." "I will. And you can stand right behind there," he jabbed at a false wall, "and listen to the whole thing if you want." "Well, I guess we have a deal, then?" "Good. Just remember, if you come out guns blazing, don't shoot me by mistake." Arlen was glad they'd taken alcohol-dampening pills before getting off Champion, because otherwise they'd have been pretty inhibited by the time they were brought in to talk with Mordrin Crux. He didn't do much talking, though. That was Chance's specialty. They sat down in Crux's office, just the three of them, and talked over methods of distribution for illicit substances. Crux seemed pretty convinced by the fake Boda sample Tendrando Corporation's Tex had concocted, which had been Arlen's biggest worry going in. They threw around a lot of numbers and a lot of money talk, and it went on for hours until Crux's lair entered into its night cycle. When things were winding down, Chance yawned and stretched his arms. "Well, this has been a productive conversation, but I'm afraid I'm getting tired." "I imagine it was a long flight here," said Crux. "Wasn't it just? If you don't mind, I'd like to sleep on it before we decide anything definite. So I think we'll head back to my ship." "Of course. We have berths available here, you know. Good ones, too. As a sign of good faith, I'll offer you to a night stay, plus companionship, for a small fee." "Companionship like your little blue friend?" asked Arlen. "I have a selection, but she's my personal favorite," Crux grinned. "I appreciate both offers, but right now I just want my own bunk," Chance said. "Maybe next time." When they left Crux's office, the main rotunda was quiet and mostly emptied. The ANX was there with just 2 Nikto guards this time, and they escorted Chance and Arlen back to Champion. They went into the ship and examined it thoroughly. Nothing seemed to have been tampered with, a pleasant surprise. They didn't go into their bunks, of course. They washed their faces, drank 1 cup of very strong caf each, and waited 1 more hour before heading back out. Before going, Arlen plucked his lightsaber from his storage bin and stuffed it into a jacket pocket. "You sure about that?" asked Chance. "I didn't see passive weapon scanners inside, but I wasn't sure. The way they groped us going in, I'm pretty sure most of the security's on the front end. Let's go." Crux's base was synced to Galactic Standard Time, and by that reckoning it was 0230 hours. The landing platform was deserted except for a few Nikto guards. They hid in shadow and waited until they had a clear count. Then, with a gentle nudge of the Force, Arlen tipped over a toolbox on the far end of the hangar. In the silence, its clatter drew the attention of all 3 guards. While they were distracted, Arlen and Chance scampered into the corridor that led toward Crux's throne room. "Knew I brought you along for some reason," Chance whispered as they crept on through the dark. "We brought my ship, remember?" "Yeah, but it was my charm that got us the audience." Arlen shushed him. They froze at an intersection and waited for 2 more Nikto guards to stroll lazily past. They kept moving in silence until they got near the rotunda. The light was low and they skirted carefully around the edges, toward the hallway that had led them to Crux's office. They just slipped inside when a voice behind them whispered, "Hold it." They froze. Arlen turned, ready to call the lightsaber to his palm. Instead, half hiding in shadow herself, was the Twi'lek girl who'd been on Crux's dance floor earlier. She had on a loose shimmer-soaked robe now and stepped barefoot toward them. Arlen tried to sense her intentions in the Force. All he felt was anxiety mixed with fear, which could have meant anything. All 3 ducked into the shadowed hallway. The girl, she really was just a teenager, barely older than Jade, whispered, "What are you looking for? Do you want to get into Crux's office?" "We're just out for a stroll," Arlen said. "Don't lie." Her voice was tense. "Which one of you is the Jedi?" Chance said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but..." "Is it you?" Her eyes swung to Arlen. "Are you a Jedi?" He could feel it in the Force, hope, longing, desperation. He could even hear it in her voice. He didn't think all that could be faked, but he wasn't sure. "Why would you think I'm a Jedi?" Crux was talking about it. "With the Mandalorians." "What?" Listen, we need to get someplace private. Chance grabbed his arm tight. Are you sure that's a good idea? He was asking if Arlen could sense deception in the Force. I think we should listen to her. All right, Chance said grudgingly. He gave the girl a look Arlen had seen before. It was the I wish I'd brought my damn blaster look. What's your name? Sherevith. Well, for now I'm still Bray Samuel. Where can we go? I'll show you. They followed Sherevith down the hall to a door. She punched the code into the lock and led them into another rock-carved corridor, secure and empty. This leads to a hidden door into his office, she explained. It's where those Mandalorians watched you during the meeting. What about these Mandalorians now? Asked Chance. How many are there? 3 that I saw. They showed up a day before you did. They knew a Jedi was coming, but they weren't sure it was you. Arlen swore and looked at Chance. Who do you think? Greshk. I didn't actually tell him we were coming, but, Chance scowled. We'll deal with him later. Where are these 3 Mandas now? I don't know, but the office is empty. If you want to go in there, look at his files. What do you think we're after? You want to trace the Glitterstone production to Saviar, don't you? Arlen balked. You know about that. Crux keeps me close, she said sullenly. I hear a lot of things. If he keeps you close, how is it you're walking around free at night? Chance asked, still skeptical. He doesn't keep me chained to his throne. He's not a Hutt. Seems like he's trying to be. Maybe, but he still needs to sleep in a bed. He's out cold, so I got away. Out cold naturally. The look in her eyes did not belong on the teenage girls. It was just a little extra in his nightcap. I thought you might be coming back tonight. Hold on, Arlen said. What do you want from us exactly? What do you think? Take me with you. Of course she'd wanted that. Why wouldn't she? She'd already gone through in Crux's hands than any person should have had to deal with. Okay, he said, we'll take you back to the ship with us. But first, let's take a look at his office. You say he's been buying Glitterstone from Saviar. That's right. I don't know where it's coming from beyond that. Anything we can get will be helpful, Chance said. Come on, let's go. And hope we don't run into any Mandas, Arlen added under his breath. Sherevith led them down to more corridors before they reached what looked like an empty storage closet. Sherevith tapped a control switch and one wall slid aside, revealing the same room Arlen and Chance had spent hours talking to Crux in. Aces, kid, Arlen breathed. Good job. Can you get into his computer? Asked Sherevith as the 2 men went over to his desk and looked over the console. Looks like it's encrypted all right, Chance said as he hunched over the view screen. Are you slicers? The girl asked. I wish, said Arlen. I do have one backup though. He reached into his jacket and drew out the small code breaker key Master Lobecca had made for him. He found a suitable port and jammed it in. What's that? Asked Sherevith. She'd inserted herself tight between them. A gift, said Arlen, and tapped the button on its side. It's not elegant, but it can brute force its way through most encrypted systems. You mean it floods it with passcodes until one sticks? Exactly. And it suppresses security programs that detect this kind of thing. It doesn't work on really high-quality systems, but... Suddenly the screen flashed red. An alarm wailed. Carkit. Chance snapped. Let's get out of here. Arlen pulled out the key and chased the others back through the false door. Sherevith closed it just before the sounds of heavy bootsteps filled the office behind them. Mandalorians, has to be, Sherevith whispered. We need to get to your ship now. Arlen was still stunned by the speed it had all fallen down, but Chance grabbed him by the arm and tugged him along, hissing, nice going, buddy. Real contribution you brought to the team. There was no time to snap back a retort. When they reached the rotunda, the alarm was still wailing, and being sleeping in shadows were stirring to motion. A door slid open behind them, and even before they heard the tang of the first blaster shot, Arlen pulled out his lightsaber and thumped it to life. Keep going, he shouted as he deflected the first 2 laser blasts. Sure enough, 3 Mandalorians were charging right at him, all firing from their rifles. He deflected one shot right into the gray armor of an attacking Mando, but the bolt merely ricocheted off the Beskar plating and scorched a wall. Chance and Sheriff had no weapons. He couldn't hold them off on his own. He saw his chance. As they surged forward, he reached out with the Force. Crux's throne sat heavy on the dais, but physical weight was nothing to a Jedi. He didn't have to throw it far anyway. As he tore it loose, it scraped loudly across the floor. Two of the Mandalorians turned to look, just in time for the heavy thing to plow into them hard, knocking them off their feet. The third tried to scramble away. Arlen let it fall hard into him, knocking him down, crunching onto his legs with more weight than Beskar could hold. Other guards were coming. The Nictus had scrambled to life, and he could hear them shooting at Chance and Sheriff at the head. When he reached the landing platform, three of them had their back to the entrance, and it was so tempting to fast in lethal blows while they were exposed. He restrained himself and sent out a force push to knock one off his feet. By the time the other two turned to face him, he was close enough to shear the barrels off their rifles. He snapped a sharp elbow into one's face and threw the other into a wall with the force. By then, Chance and Sheriff were already halfway up the landing ramp. More guards were coming, and he sprinted to join them. Once all three were aboard, they closed the landing ramp and hurried to the cockpit. As Arlen dropped into the pilot's seat, Chance took the one beside it, and Sheriff clung to his back. "Got any emergency security systems we should know about?" asked Arlen as he fired the engines. More troops were showing up in the hangar. Small arms fire pinged off the hull. "I'm not sure," the girl said nervously. "Get in the seat and strap in," Chance warned. "This is gonna be rough." She barely made it into the one behind Chance when Arlen fired the engines and kicked them off. He spun Champ's nose toward the mouth of the hangar and jumped forward. "Not so fast," the girl yelped as he began to wind sharp turns through the winding tunnels. "She's right," Chance gritted his teeth. "Don't want to end up pasted on a wall." "Sorry," Arlen said. "We need to get out there before Karkit." Just when stars swung into view at the distant tunnel mouth, so too did the headlights blazing from a pair of narrow fighters shaped like flying T's. Mandalorian Beskets. Chance slammed on the forward shields just as they opened fire. Energy scattered over Champion's cockpit, almost entirely obscuring his view. Chance swore and wrestled with the controls. The Beskets were tearing straight at him without slowing down. He decelerated and spun the ship around. "We're going back," squawked Sheriff. "Not if I can help it," Arlen gritted his teeth. "Hold on." He remembered the path they'd taken following the beacon coming in. He saw the place where the tunnels branched to the left and right and remembered taking the rightward path. This time he went left and prayed they wouldn't smash right into a wall. He had to spin Champion into a tight downward turn to avoid an immediate collision. He kept moving as fast as he could. They burst into a large open chamber, kilometers long, where pillars of thick rock like stalactites bridged floor and ceiling. He wound around them, dodging more fire from the Beskets. An explosion rocked the ship and alarms started to wail. The throttle shuddered in his hands. "Oh, not good," his co-pilot gasped. "Chance," he called, not taking his eyes from the next set of tunnels as he plunged deeper. "What's not good? Tell me what's not good." "Aft shields are fluctuating. We're looking at some kind of power overload." "Shut 'em off. Shut 'em off. We'll be defenseless," said Sheriff. Chance shut them down anyway. The Beskets were still on him. As he made a tight turn, Arlen slammed on the brakes. One fighter shot ahead, the other evened out right beside them. Chance grabbed the weapon's controls and fired. He winged the bottom S-foil on the Beskar and sent it spinning. It didn't seem to hit the cavern wall and blow, but Arlen didn't have time to look. The other fighter had fallen behind them again and was shooting. He gunned the engines again. Sheriff yelped as another explosion rocked the ship. Chance looked at his console and said, "Oh." Arlen snapped, "What does that mean?" "Talk to me." The engines answered for him. They shuddered, nearly throwing the ship into a rock wall. Arlen saw a black pin in the bottom of the cavern beneath them and dropped down. The Besket on their tail had to loop around to find a right diving angle, but it didn't give up. They fell deeper into the moon, pulled toward his core by weak gravity. He didn't know what was wrong with the engines, but he was definitely not going to gun them to full strength yet. He wasn't going to try hyperdrive either, not until they had a chance to check it, which meant they needed a place to hide. Suddenly the rock walls disappeared, and they were surrounded by ice. Ice on all sides, some subterranean water body deep beneath the surface, flash frozen when the moon cracked open. Perfect to hide their heat signature, he thought. They just needed to shake the damned biscuit. Tamar gritted her teeth as she dove into channel of ice. The Jedi ship had almost slipped away, but instead of trying to make it out of the tunnels, it was diving deeper into the broken moon. Shock Jebin was back in Crux's base with a broken leg. Dorn's fighter has taken a hit and had to pull back. It was just her now. She tried to find the Force, tried to reach out, tried to tell how far away this Jedi was, but she was no Jedi herself, not even close. She was a Mando, trained to aim and shoot and follow orders from her Mandalore, no matter how crazy or questionable those orders were. She soared out of the tunnel and into a large chamber. The headlights from her fighter illuminated the darkness and gleamed on massive spears of ice, each one 100 meters long, all jutting out from a giant wall of flash-frozen water. It might have been strangely beautiful, but she needed to find the damn Jedi. She checked her sensors and tried to make sense of things through the heat distortion. An explosion rocked her ship. Alarms wailed. She wrestled with the control stick to keep from spinning into the spears of ice. She strained in her bubble cockpit to look behind her. The Jedi ship was right behind her, ready to fire again. Even if she could spin to face it, she'd have no chance. She could think of only one desperate move. Beskar gum was heat-resistant and her suit was thermal-layered. Not as good as a real vac suit, but good enough to keep the colder-than-vacuum cold away for a minute or two. She checked her helmet. Sealed tight. She found the lever under his seat just as the Jedi's laser blast speared through the center of her ship. In her desperation, she found the Force again, like she had on Yagdhul. She pulled the lever and blew the cockpit open. Fire blossomed on all sides, scorching the exposed fabric of her suit, her sister's gloves. Ejection charges and her own invisible hands hurled her out of the heat and into the cold. Once they were certain the one Mando ship was dead and the second not coming after them, they looked for a place to hide. The ice sheets deep inside the moon offered crevices into which they could slip themselves, and once they found one, Arlen powered the engines down to standby. The ice would do the rest to shield them from searchers, at least in theory. "Are you sure we can get out of here?" Sheravith shivered, clutching her arms through her thin gown. "I can't get us through the tunnels," Arlen assured her. "I'm more worried about the engines blowing up on us. We need to take a look." "You got anything warmer for the lady?" asked Chance. Arlen didn't have an excess of female clothes lying around his ship, but he remembered the small fit EV suit Jade sometimes used. "Check the storage locked in the cargo hold," Arlen said. "Might find something warm. And vacuum-proof." Chance nodded understanding and escorted Sheravith away. Arlen made his way to the rear of the ship, where he could open up the service hatches and examine the engines. The readouts on the cockpit consoles were frustratingly unhelpful, and if they'd blown out some piece of equipment, they had no replacement for. They'd be stuck in these tunnels for a long, long time. Worse was that they had nothing to show for it. Trying to brute force his way into Crux's computer had been stupid, but no other idea had presented itself at the time. Arlen tried to push back the recrimination as he opened the hatch. He found a Glord and pushed it inside. He bent his head in to get a better look, levering his body halfway and between the two engines' cores so his legs stuck out stupidly horizontal. Dimly, he was glad neither Chance nor their new friend was there to see him like this. He felt something, though, the sensation he was being watched. He didn't feel amusement from his watcher. He felt cold, lethal intent. He used the Force to push himself backward out of the tube. His boots hit the deck the same time he grabbed his lightsaber. He barely got it up in time to deflect the first shot from the Mandalorian in blue and black armor standing in the engine room. The shot scorched into the ceiling. Arlen shouted, "Wait, don't shoot. Not in here." The Mando lowered his rifle, and raised his left arm. Fiber cable shot out and wrapped around Arlen's legs. He tried to swipe at it with his saber, but the Mando tugged, pulling him off balance. He shut his saber off but clung to the cylinder even as he tumbled back. As soon as his shoulders hit the deck, he rolled onto his side. The Mando jumped forward to kick him in the head. He ignited the lightsaber and caught his attacker's leg. Energy sizzled against Beskar, and he tried to twist and slip between armor plates, but the Mando jumped back. He went for his gun again. Arlen kicked both legs into the air and swiped down with his saber, slicing clean between his legs, ripping and singing his trousers, but not scraping off muscle or skin. Before he could rise up, the Mando dropped on Arlen hard. An armored elbow slammed into his stomach. He wheezed, and the lightsaber fell away. The Mando reached out with his other hand, grabbed Arlen by the neck, and squeezed. He choked and gasped for air. He tried to call the saber to his hand, but it wouldn't come. Nothing would come. His vision started to blur. Then a voice shouted, "Get away from him," and something pounded hard onto the Mando's back. He released Arlen's neck and spun around, catching the swing of a chunk of metal piping with his armored forearm. Leaning low on Arlen's steel, he raised one leg and kicked Shervith in the gut. The Twi'lek girl, still in the clothes they fled Crux in, fell back. The Mando slapped Arlen hard in the face, then got up and went after the girl. That was when Chance showed up, blaster in hand. He popped off blue stun shot that pinged harmlessly off the Mando's armor. The Mando grabbed his rifle again and started firing at Chance and Shervith both. They ducked behind the doorway, but the enemy kept advancing. By then Arlen had gotten to his feet. He found his lightsaber, called it to his hand, and jumped across the room. His blade sheared the barrel off the Mando's rifle, and for a second he froze with the useless weapon in his hands. "Surrender," Arlen called, pointing the tip of his blade the Mando's neck. A second blade pushed his away, and he barely escaped the swipe of a third. Suddenly the Mando had two blue-white sabers, one clenched in either fist. The Mandalorian charged. He swiped one blade at a time, long horizontal blows, too slow to be practiced. He wasn't cutting his own limbs off either, though, which meant this guy must have used these sabers before. A Jedi killer, probably. Arlen put his anger aside. He dueled plenty of amateur combatants and knew how to lead them on, even when they were double-fisting. He let his enemy push him back one step, 2, 3. He skirted back 2 more, forcing the Mando to overextend on the next lunge. He brought his blade up from below and pushed the Mando's up high so he lost balance and stumbled forward. Arlen grabbed a forearm with his free hand. His face was close to the enemy's now. He could see his own eyes in the mirror black T-shaped visor. "Give in," he scowled as the Mando tried to break free. Then there was another fierce cry, and Shervith threw herself onto the Mando's back. She wrapped her bare blue legs around his armored waist, grabbed his helmet with both hands. The Mando stabbed back with his free saber, but he couldn't get a good angle. Shervith tugged the helmet hard and wrenched it off the Mando's face, so Arlen could stare into her eyes. "Burshablajidi," the black-haired woman snarled. That was when Chance, still on the far side of the room, popped off a single stun shot that caught her in the side of the neck. Shervith jumped off her and Arlen let go. Her armored body clattered to the deck and was still. Unnoticed, unseen, the matte black wedge of Darth Kikid's intruder sat in space outside the frayed edge of the broken moon. He'd watched everything, listened to everything. 2 Mandalorian ships had cut off the Jedi ship before it could escape and chased it deeper inside the tunnels of rock and ice. He waited, watching to see if any ships emerged from that hole or any other. In the end, only one Mandalorian starfighter had returned, limping. He listened into the comm traffic with Morgan Crux's base. There's been a long chase inside the moon, and the surviving ship had lost track of the others. There's been an explosion, and sensor sweeps could find no trace of a surviving ship. The Mandalorian pilot had sounded heavy with defeat. That wasn't enough for Kikid. Maybe it was the Force, or his hunter's instinct, but he didn't believe the Jedi was dead. There was one way to be sure. Using Intruder's directional thrusters, he nudged his ship past the rocks drifting low around the dying moon. He pushed it inside the mouth of the tunnels, past the sensor buoys that would never see him. He began creeping through the tunnels very carefully, very slowly. If he was going to find the Jedi, he would take his time. He had to do it right. Chapter 26. The shape of things became clear in pieces. 2 days after the battle at the way station, Chief Medical Officer Holden delivered the final report to Lieutenant Darth Vader. Among the injured, 24 remained in sickbay with wounds that ranged from minor to life-threatening. Bacta was being used for only the most serious cases. Chief Holden seemed to believe it was important to ration some for future use. 48 crew members had been killed, including Captain Chavik Lorne, and not including the fighter wing, of which 9 Type X's and their pilots had been lost, including half of Black Squadron and the CAG. At the same time, the 15 escape pods from Shieldbreaker had garnered them another 47 new crew members that were still being shuffled to fill in gaps. 12 TIE Demolishers and 1 new TIE Stalker also found roost in Voidwalkers' hangar, giving the vessel almost the same total crew count as it had when leaving Bilbringi shipyards almost a month ago. That meant there was just over 1,000 lives aboard Voidwalker, and all of them were now on Darth Vader's shoulders. The damage to Voidwalker itself was considerable. The dorsal engine was heavily damaged and, according to Chief Daher, would at best be able to operate at 50% of usual thrust capacity. 2 of the starboard turbolaser batteries were also disabled due to hull ruptures that had severed key power lines. The worst part was the ostensibly minor issue of the blown-out auxiliary coupling that converted energy from the main power generator to the hyperdrives. Without it, they were doomed to spend forever floating in the shroud. Chief Daher and his engineering crew had been working at it for 2 straight days. It was late in evening hours, and Davek was sitting alone in his quarters, reviewing Daher's latest reports on his datapad, when the door to his cabin chimed. He'd almost fallen asleep in his chair, and he dropped the datapad in surprise. He picked it off the carpet, placed it on his compact table, and walked over to the door. It slid open, and he was looking down at Miragia Valter. She immediately saluted. "Reporting is ordered, sir." Davik remembered after a moment. "Yes, of course. Come in, Lieutenant. Please." As soon as she stepped inside, he realized there was barely enough space for them both. His bed took up a third of the cramped room, and they maneuvered around it to sit at the table. "I'm sorry to be meeting here," Davik said, "but I wanted to talk privately, and the conference room behind the bridge is, well, missing a bulkhead. I heard it had been hit." She sat down, stiff-backed, and faced him across the table. "Are you all right, sir? Your damage, I mean." His hand went to the pale scar running vertically across his forehead from the right eye to the hairline. It could have been much, much worse. First Officer Cyril, he shook his head. "I guess I'm following the family tradition." She frowned. "Sir?" "Nothing. My father had a similar mark." "Has?" "It looked shallow, sir. Nothing that Bacta couldn't heal. There's a lot of people who need Bacta on this ship more than I do." "Quite," she said simply. Davik folded his hands on the table. "What about your pilots? How are they holding up?" "Physically, sir, they're all right." "Psychologically?" Her lips pressed into a flat line. "It's difficult. For everyone? Gold Squad's been lucky. We've only lost 2 pilots this whole time. Gray and Black Squads have been cut in half." "What about the Demolishers?" "Frankly, sir, they're the worst off. Those pilots didn't just lose half their number. They've lost their entire ship." "I know. What's your take on Blue Leader?" "That is, Korash Vol, sir," she supplied. "He's very professional, sir. He's doing the best anyone could do to hold his men together under the circumstances." "That's good to know. Now to get to the point of it. Lieutenant Valter, I'm sure you're aware that a Voidwalker needs a commander of the air group." "I think Lieutenant Vol would be an excellent choice, sir." Davik blinked. "I was actually going to give you the position." Now she looked surprised. "Lieutenant Vol has been in flying ties for 6 years, sir. He has seniority." "I know, but I finally got around to looking up regulations for a situation like this. I had to look hard because it's so unusual, But they said that when combining squadrons from multiple ships under one command, the duties for CAG typically go to the ranking officer aboard the home ship, which would be you, a lieutenant. I was not aware of that, sir. Do you think you're inadequate for the job? No, sir. If you ask me to be your CAG, I'll be it, sir. She paused, then said, I still consider Lieutenant Vol's input in all things. That's your prerogative. You know this ship and her pilots better than Vol. He didn't step foot aboard Voidwalker until 2 days ago. Sir, I hadn't set foot on this ship until 2 months ago. Then you have almost 2 months seniority on Lieutenant Vol. He tried to make a joke out of it, but she was still frowning. He'd only seen her smile once and tried to remember what it looked like. He couldn't picture a smile on his own face either. If you have a problem with this, Lieutenant, speak up now. Not at all, she said immediately. I'll do whatever you need me to do, Captain. He winced. I'm not a captain. If I'm the CAG, sir, you're the captain. Only Captain Lorne could have given me a brevet rank. He didn't live to do so. You're our captain now, sir, she said, suddenly very intent. And you have to act like one, because if we can't believe you're our captain, then none of us will survive. He wanted to ask her if she really thought any of them would survive this, but she was right, and it wasn't a question a captain should ask. I will try to keep that in mind, thank you. I'm sorry if I was too forward. Believe me, Lieutenant, I need a CAG who's willing to be honest. He sunk back into his chair. Well, I guess you have some idea yourself now. Some, she admitted. They looked across the cabin in silence, avoiding each other's eyes. Voidwalker had found a hollow inside a planetoid to hide in. Even the sublight engines had been powered down to almost nothing, leaving the ship eerily quiet. As CAG, he said, you can rearrange pilots in whatever flights and squadrons you think best. You should also draw up schedules for fighter patrols. 2 ships at a time, that's all. We need to conserve fuel for the ties. Understood, sir. I was already doing schedules anyway. Of course. He'd been reading the initial reports earlier today. Weariness was sapping his memory, but he recalled it now. The Mandalorians knew in which direction Voidwalker had fled, but as yet they'd not mounted a thorough search party. Several frigates and corvettes had been spotted poking around the vast asteroid field, but none had gotten close to their hiding place. Davek's guess was that the Mandalorians were unaware Voidwalker's hyperdrive was busted and were spreading a much wider net than they needed to. Sir, she asked, what happened to Captain Lorne's cabin? It was right next to the conference room, which means most of it got sucked into the vacuum. So I'm stuck with these spacious quarters. He waved a hand at the table, the bed, the porthole window looking out on blackness. He wondered if he would ever see a blue sky again. Then he remembered, as CAG you can have Commander Samar's room. I know it might be a little ghoulish, but, well, at least it's quiet. I'll get the passcodes for you. Thank you. They looked at each other without looking for another moment as she said, Is that all, Captain? He bit back his initial response and said, For now, yes. Thank you for coming, Lieutenant. She stood up and saluted him as he sat slumped in his chair. Yes. Thank you, Captain. And then she was gone. He glanced at the datapad on his table and realized he didn't recall a word of Daher's report. He sighed, sat down, and called up something else. The gaping silence was suddenly filled with the sound of his father's voice. Davik, this is your father. I imagine you've just learned that Voidwalker will be mustering out under Admiral Brandt for Senex Juvex, the recording said. I don't know what you will find there or what challenges you'll encounter, but I do know you will face them with all your skill and bravery. I've never doubted you. None of us have. He tried to savor every word. They would almost certainly be the last he heard from his father or anyone else he cared about. Jagged Fell's voice was strong, soothing, as he said, So go be a good soldier, Davik. And when you come back to us, I want to hear all your stories. Until then, good luck, and may the Force be with you. May it be with all of us. The recording ended. Silence swelled again like the vacuum surrounding Voidwalker for light years. When it felt like the void would swallow him whole, he tapped the datapad and played it again. Valiantly, stubbornly, foolishly, the crew of Voidwalkers still tried to press on with their normal routines and schedules like nothing was wrong. Lucas knew it was absurd, but he pressed on like the rest of them. It was the only thing they could do. He was back to sitting with the rest of his squad in the mess hall. The first time after the battle, they pestered him about what it was like in sick bay, and he pointedly avoided answering their questions. They'd accepted it with sullen nods, telling themselves they understood when they never would. There was no way he could explain to anyone what it had meant to be trapped in that black lift tube for what felt like forever, desperate and helpless to stop Captain Lorne from dying. Layla and Minor bantered on like they always did, but it felt forced now, strained. He laughed and threw in smart remarks now, and then Buddy found himself wanting to be back in sick bay. There were still people who needed care, humans he could actually help. If he saved a life or two, he thought, then maybe he could chase away the specter that haunted him when he tried to sleep at night. It was always Captain Lorne's face, sharply lit by Vollmer's glow rod, alien bust so twisted in pain Lucas could almost feel the agony himself. He'd replayed those drawn-out and crucial moments over and over again in his head. He wanted to tell himself that there was nothing he could have done to save that life from such grievous injuries, and it might have even been true, but he couldn't believe it. "Hey Briggs," Minor said. "You hear that one?" Lucas blinked and focused on the man across from him. "What?" "I heard they're trying to cobble together a replacement for the hyperdrive power coupling. The one we've got's never gonna work, but they might be able to get a replacement." "Replacement how?" Lucas asked. "And where was this rumor from?" "Ranulph, over in D Squadron. They brought him in yesterday to help man the engineering station while Dagger and some of his guys went into the backup equipment storage. Looking for replacement parts to hobble together a power conduit, or coupling, or whatever. What else would they be doing?" Lucas sighed, and Layla said, "You're getting desperate, Sevorn." "Why wouldn't I be desperate?" Minor snapped. "You want to die here?" "Of course not, and keep your voice down." Minor hunched over the table and said in a low voice, "What do you think Prince Fell will do if we can't fix the hyperdrive?" "We won't really have many options," said Lucas. "Name them?" Layla supplied, "Surrender or die." "Is that what you want us to say?" "Yes. Someone has to say it. And even if we did try to surrender to those Mandos, they'd slaughter us anyone, just like they slaughtered everyone at Karkin Carfedian." "Try not to let it get to you," Lucas said, not that he was having an easy time of it either. "Of course it's getting to me," Minor scowled. "I know we're supposed to be soldiers of the Empire, and all, not let anything get to us. But damn it, I didn't get off Koufax. Minor starved to death in a tin can in the middle of Karkin nowhere." There was a sudden ruckus from one of the tables. All the other heads in the mess hall turned to see one ensign shove another man's tray off the table. The second man jumped to his feet and started screaming in the other's face. "Take that back. You take that back." The first one swung a punch and knocked the second in the jaw. The other officers at the table Lucas thought it was Helm's section stared with a mix of shock and fascination. Everyone else in the mess was staring too. The second ensign punched back, getting the first one in the stomach and doubling him over. Then he bent low, grabbed up his tray, and raised it high to bash the other ensign's head in. That was when the third officer, dark-skinned, Lieutenant Bars, probably the helm chief, burst in. He grabbed the tray, threw it back to the deck, and shouted, "Enough. Enough. Attention, both of you." The fighting ensigns stared at their CO, shocked by his entrance and shocked what they'd been doing. The lieutenant grabbed both his officers by the arm and hauled them out of the mess. One by one, the crew remaining turned their faces back to the trays and tried to restart awkward conversation. "See?" Minor muttered. "Pressure's getting to everyone." Davik was just about to change out of his uniform and settle in for a third night's sleep when his comlink buzzed and he was called up to the bridge. The second he got there, poor Dunn told him, "It's the fighter patrol, sir. They've met hostiles." He knew this would happen eventually and tried to stay calm. "Let me see, tactical ensign." The holo sprung up to reveal a panorama of the space surrounding Voidwalker. Yellow orbs marked some 24 asteroids of varying sizes as they rolled lazily through the vacuum. Amidst all the space, rock darted 2 small green lights marking the TIE X's on patrol. Chasing one of them was a trio of red lights. 3 Beskid fighters, Poor Dunn said. They came out of hyperspace almost dead on top of Black 4. Before Davik could say anything, Lieutenant Valter came running onto the bridge. She skidded to a halt in front of him and asked, "What's the situation?" Poor Dunn repeated what she just said and added, "Gold 3 is also out there. She's asking for permission to engage." "She can't handle 3 Mandas on her own," warned Ensign Korak. "I'm well aware of that, thank you," Davik growled. As he watched the holo, the first green marker blinked and disappeared. "Black 4 is gone," Poor Dunn confirmed. "No eject signal. The Beskids are changing vector. They're heading for Gold 3. They've seen her." "Can we open a comm channel?" asked Valter. Korak shook his head. "Might give away our position." She looked at Davik with pleading eyes. "Let me launch. 4 fighters. We can take them." He looked away, down at Korak and Poor Dunn. They knew the risks as well as he did. If those Beskids were in communication with the capital ship, and if that ship was on its way here, launching fighters could betray their location. Valter knew it too. "Sir, they know ties are short range. Even if they kill Gold 3, they'll send more ships to ferret us out. We have to take them out. And pray they didn't reveal too much." She was right. It wasn't a choice after all. "Do it, Lieutenant. Scramble fighters." Without another word, Valter sprinted off the bridge. By the time Miracia's TIE X shot out of Voidwalker's hangar and jumped out of the asteroid, the Beskids were already engaging Gold 3. Marth was twisting and turning her interceptor, fast and frantic, looping around tumbling space rock. Miracia had never known she had it in her. She gunned her fighters straight forward and hoped that with the Beskids distracted they wouldn't notice where the 4 new TIE X's had come from. She checked her rear scanners. Vendarth, Loman, and Rakashmer were right behind her. At this point there was no risk hailing. Miracia patched her comm line to the pursued vessel and said, "Break hard for point 057. We'll cover you." "Right away, Lee." Marth's voice was strained. Miracia watched her scanners as Marth cut a hard turn to port. It was a course that would take her into the tangle of radioactive gases and stardust that surrounded the asteroid field. The Beskids matched her turn and chased her, spewing green laser blasts from their cannons. Miracia was close enough to see the lights of hot plasma now, but she couldn't spot Marth's fighter against the nebulous glowing backdrop. "Gold 3, she called. "Can you see us on scanners?" "Yes, sir." "Lead, they're almost on me, damn it." "Are you hit?" 3, disengage and head for our position." "Try to." An agonized scream killed her headset, then a burst of static. She saw, with her own eyes, Marth's fighter flare and explode. And she saw the 3 Beskids break, turn, and head right for them. "All ships, prepare to break formation and engage." Miracia called. 2 more pilots gone. Marth gone. At least one of them likely to follow. The Beskids held tight formation as they charged. Their T-shaped forward profiles presented slim targets, and Miracia's cockpit wailed an alarm telling her proton torpedoes were inbound. "Do we break, lead?" asked Rakashmer. She waited until those torps were close enough to see by their thrust flares. Then she cried, "Break now," and wrenched her fighter hard. Davik felt more frustrated and helpless watching this small skirmish than he had during the entire battle at the way station. No more Mando ships had jumped in range, thankfully, but the dogfight among the asteroids was terrifying to watch. The initial volley of torpedoes from the Mando fighters had missed 3 of the 4 targets, but Gold 5's TIE X has been clipped on the solar panel and gone spiraling out of control into the nebula beyond. It was 3-on-3 now, a trio of harrowing 1-on-1 dogfights that played out with twisting, bouncing little markers on Voidwalker's tactical holo. There was comm chatter too, which made things worse. Stang. He's right behind me, Go-To said. Break hard port 2. Do it now, called Walter. What about your guy? Now, she repeated. Davik watched as the lights tangled up together again. His whole body tensed. Then one red dot winked out and he relaxed just a bit. Good shooting, lad, said 2. Thank you. Go help 4, Walter said. I'll take the other one. The lights danced again. Gold 4 slipped back and forth, probably dodging lasers from the Mando on his tail. Gold 2 came up behind him while Lieutenant Walter's ship matched her attack in a dizzying series of weaves, a scissor pattern where each nimble fighter tried to get behind the other. From his short year in starfighter training, Davik knew it was the kind of contest won by the pilot with the fastest reflexes. Walter was as good as they came, another young officer he knew he could trust, and if her lost her. The red dot winked out. Davik exhaled. Korak, seated at his console, pumped a fist in the air. It was suddenly 3-on-1. The last Mando ship made a desperate run for it, aiming for a clear shot at the nearest exit vector where it could jump to hyperspace. Beskets were fast, but so were TIE X's, and with 3 against 1 it didn't last long. Davik put a hand on Korak's shoulder. Hail Gold Leader, Ensign. With pleasure, sir. Korak tapped his console and opened the comm channel. Davik bent close to the speaker. Gold Leader, report. All fighters destroyed Voidwalker. Walter's voice was still tense. Bring your ships back to the barn. Good work. Sir, I'm missing a pilot. Do you mean Gold 5? I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but he went spinning off into the cloud. Our scanners can't track him. I'm closer, sir. Your scanners won't be able to either. I'm sorry, but he's gone. There was 10 long seconds of open air before she said, we can't afford to lose more pilots, sir. I'll send the others back and check on my own. With that, the comm line closed. I don't understand, sir. Korak frowned. What the hell is she doing? Davik couldn't give an answer. He wished he had one. She knew Rakashmir was out there. He wasn't far. She knew it, just like she'd known something was wrong today, before the alarm sounded, the way she'd been right about that ship way back at Mygedo, which seemed forever ago. Her console blinked. Voidwalker was hailing again? Probably felt calling to scold her. No, that wasn't like him. He was calling to ask her if she'd lost her damned mind, and rightly so. There was no logical explanation for it, but she pressed on. As she slowed to approach the gas cloud, her pulse was pounding harder than it had during the dogfight. Through her viewport, all she could see was drifts of violet, blue, and sometimes vivid red. They were so deep inside the shroud that not even stars were visible behind the colors. She fired her thrusters once and let her fighter glide into the nebula. These gases didn't just jam the sensors, she knew. They produced radiation that could be lethal without proper shielding, and every drifting fleck of stardust bit away at her TIE's defenses. Her shields would still hold for a little while, but Rakashmir's were already down, and every second drifting here was bringing him closer to death. The thought made her sick. Trapped in a crippled fighter, abandoned by your squadron, left to die either from suffocation or radiation, it was an awful fate. Better to die fast like Sharon Marth, who never shut up before and would never speak now. Gold Squad had gotten off lightly before, but now, finally, their luck had run out and attrition found them. 4 pilots out of 12 gone now. 5 if she didn't find Rakashmir. As the clouds enveloped her, she tried to think about the Twi'lek. She'd always liked him. He'd always been dependable, and she'd never felt resentment from him after she'd gotten the whole squad bumped off the Sureti and onto this piddling frigate. Not that it hadn't saved their lives, at least for a little while. In a strange way, she'd actually felt closest to him out of all the pilots in Gold Squad, even though their interactions had never been anything but professional, even though he was an alien. That, strangely, was the thing that mattered most. Being the only non-human in Gold Squad had marked him as an outsider from the start. Being from Colfax Minor wasn't the same as being an alien in the Imperial Navy, but it was close in a way. At least, she thought it was. She closed her eyes and tried to imagine her own feelings in this situation. She summoned emotions of bewilderment and loss, and above all a sense of loneliness, paired with the feeling that perhaps it was meant to end this way from the start. As she felt that feeling, she felt its echo bouncing back to her. It was to starboard, not too far away. She tilted her fighter and gave it another kick forward. Stardust streaked past her cockpit, blurring her vision, but when enough veils were pulled away, she could see the unmistakable X-shape of her Kashmir's tie drifting dark in the nebula only 100 meters away. She flipped her fighter nose over tail, with direction thrusters, located the quickest route out of the nebula, then fired her engines to maximum, leaving a trail back to her pilot behind her. Lucas Briggs had volunteered for night shift at the infirmary that cycle. Anything to keep the dreams of Captain Lorne away, he thought. When the recovery shuttle landed with an injured pilot aboard, he was one of the ones called by Chief Holden to help receive the casualty. They'd been told that the TIE-X had been found crippled in the nebula, which meant they should expect hypoxia and radiation exposure. Holden quickly showed Lucas where they kept the anti-radiation meds before tasking him with finding a clear bed for the incoming wounded. That wasn't an easy task, as most of them were still occupied. One man, an ensign from the gunnery crew with 2 broken legs, volunteered to shift himself over to a repulsor stretcher. They just finished the awkward switch when another stretcher was rushed in with the pilot aboard. The pilot was a Twi'lek. Lucas hadn't been expecting that, and from his expression neither had Holden. The chief medic scowled, looked down at the anti-radiation meds he'd gathered, and pushed them aside. "You, Stormy." He snapped a finger. "With me? Mark Vorman, get him on the bed and hooked up to a respirator." Lucas chased after Holden as the old medic hurried to the other side of the room. As he rummaged through his supply bin, Lucas asked, "What's wrong? Will human meds not work on him?" "The meds will work against the radiation just fine," Holden said. "Thing is, they also induce severe neural numbing in Twi'leks." "You mean brain damage?" "Turns everything inside those head tails of his to mush." Holden shoved a box of something into Lucas's arms. "We've got to counteract that." "With that? Just a second here." He gave Lucas something else, then spun him on his shoulders and pushed him back to the stretcher. Mark and Vorman had just transferred the Twi'lek onto his bed, and the latter was affixing the respirator mask to his face. The pilot lay limp on his back with his eyes closed. His chest moved up and down faintly like he was simple asleep. How long was he exposed? Anyone know? Holden asked the crewman who'd brought the Twi'lek in. Both of them shrugged, helpless. The medic scowled and told Lucas, "Open both those boxes and load up an injector. 5 milligrams from the first one, 10 from the second. Mark, hook up a cerebral scanner. 2 probes, one at the base of each head tail." Lucas did it all as quickly as he could. After he'd loaded the appropriate amounts into the injector, Holden handed him another capsule. "Sir, these are anti-radiation meds, the normal kind. 15 milligrams, Stormy." "I thought." "Do it." Lucas didn't argue. He didn't hesitate or shiver or wallow in his confusion like he had with Lorne. He mixed the injection in the right amounts and turned back to the bed. Mark had affixed 2 light probes against the blue skin of the Twi'lek's head, and Vorman had hooked up a monitor. Waves ran across the screen in faint but steady pulses. "He's dropping into a coma," Holden said. "Stormy, injection. Now." Lucas dropped it into an open hand. He knew that this kind of injection on a human was supposed to go in the back of the head, right where spinal cord met the brain, but Holden went without hesitation to the spot on top of the Twi'lek's skull, right between the base of his 2 head tails, injected him there. Holden stepped back and looked at the screen. Lucas stared at it too, breathless and tense, not even knowing what he was supposed to see. The waves kept pulsing at the same rate, but their depth increased a little bit before they seemed to level out again. Holden sighed with relief and slapped Lucas on the shoulder. "Not bad, Stormy. He's not dropping anymore." "You mean he'll be all right?" "We'll have to monitor him for a while, but we kept him from taking a plunge." "Sir, how did you learn all that?" "Turns out they teach you a lot more in real medical school than boot camp." I'd like to learn more, Lucas said. Holden looked at him like he was surprised. He didn't smile, he never smiled. Best Lucas could tell. But he said, good. We can work on that. But not tonight. As Holden stepped away, Lucas heard boots pounding the deck behind him. He turned around to see a short woman in a black pilot's jumpsuit running into the infirmary. She skidded to a halt in front of the bed, tossed long hair out of her face, and turned two dark eyes right on him. Medic, what happened to my pilot? Holden cleared his throat behind Lucas. We've got the situation stabilized, Lieutenant. She looked down at the Twi'lek, then at the readout on the monitor. Is he awake? No, but we prevented him from slipping into a coma. Right now his brain needs time to heal itself. I'd like to be kept updated on his situation. We can manage that. Holden picked up the box of anti-radiation meds. I heard you went for a dip in that nebula yourself, Lieutenant. My shield's held. I'm fine. Protocol dictates a preventative dose, just to make sure. He looked at Lucas. You can do the honors, Stormy. Just 5 milligrams. Lieutenant Valter scowled but acquiesced. After Lucas prepared another injection, he gathered her long, thick hair in both hands and lifted it up, for the back of her neck was exposed. She didn't make a sound as he slipped the needle right below the base of her skull. Once it was done, she lowered her hair and turned around. Thank you, medic. Just, doing my job, Lieutenant. Stupidly, he found himself marveling at how better she was hiding her mudball accent than Minor. Thank you for helping Flight Officer Rakashmir also. I believe you just saved his life. I'm glad I could help. He meant it more than he could say. It was almost 0300 hours on the ship's chrono when Lieutenant Valter came to Davek's quarters. He told her to come when she was ready, after she checked into sick bay, washed, and changed clothes. Sleep was starting to come as he'd waited, dark and heavy, but he was on his feet at the sound of the first door chime. Her wet hair was flat against her face, and without her uniform or bulky flight suit, she seemed surprisingly small. She snapped a salute nonetheless and said, reporting as ordered, Captain. I hope I didn't disturb you. At ease, Lieutenant. He let her follow him back into the room. Weariness still weighed on him, and he dropped onto the soft cushion of the bed. Have a seat, please. She stared at him for a second, at the bed, then quickly took a chair by the table. I apologize for countermanding your order, sir. I'll accept whatever reprimand you think is appropriate. I don't want to reprimand you, Lieutenant. I'm curious. She blinked. About what, sir? How did you find your pilot in that suit? Sensors couldn't see a thing. Her eyes dropped to the floor. Her hands, one placed on either thigh, tightened on the fabric on her trousers. I just knew, sir. It was an instinct. I really can't explain it. Do you have these instincts often? I don't know. Sometimes, sir. I don't try to have them. They simply come to me. It was getting pretty clear now. You know, I still remember what they said about you at the academy. She looked up. Sir, they said you could beat every pilot they matched you with, in Sims and in the real deal. They said it was like you knew your opponent's moves before they did. They say that about every good pilot. No, only the special ones. He leaned forward and held her eyes. You have the Force, Lieutenant. She stared back, expression blank, like she hadn't even understood what he told her. He said, believe me, I would know. My family has its share of Force users. I'm aware of that. Are you sure, Captain? I think so. I figured you should know. Tell me, does anyone else in your family get these instincts? No. I don't think so. Though my brother, he's a stormtrooper, sir. At Stormy School, he was at the first of his rank too. Our family just attributed it to good genes, or good luck. Well, you were right, just not in the way you expected. My mother spent a lot of time trying to find Force sensitives in Imperial space and train them as Jedi. It's been hard, with existing prejudices being what they are, and there was always going to be people who slipped through the cracks. I saw from your service record you grew up on Colfax Minor. Yes. She stiffened. It's an easy planet to overlook. I know. You came from where you came from. There's nothing wrong with that. He was tempted to tell her that. In her shock, she let her accept slip and decided against it. There's nothing wrong with being overlooked sometimes either. The Jedi Order's loss is clearly the Empire's gain. Voidwalkers' gain. That pilot down in sickbay isn't the only one who owes you his life. Walter stared back at the floor in silence, and Davek let her stare and sort out all the thoughts that must have been swirling through her head. Her professional lieutenant's demeanor had slipped away with her accent. She looked small and young and uncertain, kind of like how he felt. Captain, may I ask a personal question? Go ahead. It didn't seem the place to deny it. Why did you choose to join the Empire instead of the Jedi? It was inexpressibly strange when the central fact of your life took another by surprise. It wasn't a choice. I don't have the Force, Lieutenant. You don't? I thought it was hereditary. Sometimes. My mother is a Jedi. My father wasn't. My brother is a Jedi. I never had the chance. I see. She mulled over something else. If you'd had the choice, would you have been a Jedi? He'd gotten this question before, and always lied, but he found he couldn't lie to her. Sometimes I think so. Other times I think, no, I'm okay like this. Being normal. But I never got that choice. I try not to dwell on it. All I know for sure is that if I had, my life would have ended up very different. I know what you mean, she said, almost a whisper. Silence hung between them, that deep silence that seemed unnatural on a spaceship. There was one thing left to tell her, the hardest thing. He hadn't told anyone yet, but he had to tell someone first, and Miragia Vulture seemed the only real choice. Lieutenant, he said, right after the skirmish I got a call from Chief Daher. While you were recovering your pilot, I went down to engineering to talk to him. He saw dread and knowing in her eyes but went on. The auxiliary power coupling is damaged beyond repair. Nothing we have aboard can replace it either. We no longer have the ability to go to light speed. Her body bent forward under the weight of it all. Dark hair fell over her face, and she said from beneath the curtain, very softly, what do we do now? Just as weakly, he said, I don't know. He watched her, but she didn't raise her head, because of the weight or because she was afraid to look him in the eye. He lowered his own. There was nothing left to say. Chapter 27. When Tamar woke up, she was on the floor with her legs out in front of her, stun cuffs around her ankles. Her arms were pinned behind her back and bound at the wrist to the wall. Her Beskar Gam sat on the far side of the room, an empty shell, taunting her. Welcome back, a voice said from one side. She looked to the right and blinked until her vision focused. It was the Jedi she'd grappled with, though the blue in his hair had been washed away, leaving a natural dark brown. She wondered how long she'd been out for. Are we still inside the moon? She asked. The Jedi looked at her for about 30 seconds, probably wondering how much to tell. Yes, he said. You kind of did a number on our ship. She didn't apologize. He wasn't expecting it, so he went on. I was about to go EV for some repairs. Once that's done, we can, hopefully, get out of here. Unless you've got more pals waiting for us. How many of you are there? Will you believe what I tell you? Probably not, he said. But I thought I'd give you the chance to tell the truth. She wasn't sure what to tell. Wasn't sure how well this Jedi could read her mind. She'd never been this close to a real one before. Her grandfather had been good at intuiting her feelings and detecting lies, even small ones. A trained knight would be better. Just 3, including me, she said. And who sent you here? She had a feeling he knew, so she admitted, Savyar. Why? Because she'd heard a Jedi was coming to investigate Crux and their connection. Which is, you know all this already, don't you? I want you to say it. She sells him glitterstim. He distributes. Where did that glitterstim come from? I have no idea. I didn't even know about the deal until right before we were sent. We're mercenaries. The people who employ us never trust enough to let us in on all their secrets. It was the simple truth, and the Jedi seemed to accept that. His severe expression didn't relax. He asked, "Where'd you get those lightsabers?" Ah. She understood now. Mandalorians were famously fond of trophies. He thought she'd killed one of his comrades and taken them. "Nobody you know," she said. "I promise." He stared hard at her, maybe searched her with the force for honesty. When it was clear he wanted more, she said, "I got them from my babur, my grandfather." "And where did EGM? His mother was a Jedi. In the Old Republic." Something softened his face. With a touch of curiosity, he said, "Is that so? You must have been very close to your grandfather if he gave you both these lightsabers." "He gave me one of them." She couldn't keep the hurt from her voice. "You have both now." "He gave the other to my dead Vod." She hadn't been fishing for sympathy, but his face softened a little more. "I lost my brother too." That took her by surprise. "My sister?" The word, it works for both. "Oh, right? I forgot." She blinked. "How did you know in the first place?" "Urine?" "Iridi, right?" "Irudi." Close enough. Now she was curious. "How did you know that word?" The Jedi smirked. "What's your name?" She looked at him carefully. "You first." "I'm not the one in stun cuffs. We'll trade, but I want yours first." "Tamar. Tamar Scarata." "Ah." He shook his head. "Unbelievable. What does that mean?" "My name is Arlen Fell. My mother is Jaina Solo Fell." "Ever heard of her?" Tamar had. Her grandfather has talked of her. He never expressed much fondness for Jedi as a whole, but he'd had a soft spot for the Solo woman. They'd encountered each other several times and developed a relationship that was close without being friendship exactly. He said that until he'd met Jaina, he'd pushed the Force away like it was some unlucky disease he'd inherited, at best a tool to be used sparingly. Jaina had shown him it was much more than that. "They call her the Sword of the Jedi." "Called. They haven't done it since before I was born. It's something she tried really hard to put behind her." "You may have heard about my babur, then," she admitted. "They called him Kataka. Little Sword." "I heard bits and pieces." "Did he teach you about the Force?" "He must have if he gave you a lightsaber." "He didn't, not really. I never learned to open jars with my mind. You probably noticed I'm not an expert with a lightsaber." "I did, yes," he nodded. Her little light seemed to have slipped past. "Tell me, how did you find IDY?" "You really want to know?" "I do." It sounded like earnest curiosity, maybe a touch of empathy. That was likely to go away soon. "You first," she said. Arlen smiled grimly. "Okay, then. My brother was at Carfadian." It took her a moment to think of something to say to that. "I didn't know Jedi were at Carfadian." Davik never had the Force. Not a bit. He was a crewman on an Imperial warship that got ripped open by that Vong monstrosity. "Now it's your turn. What happened to your sister?" She considered lying, but there was no way it would pass unnoticed. There was no way to hide the anger that smoldered in her heart every time she thought about Nile. She was killed. By Jedi. That seemed to surprise him. "How?" "She was part of a team guarding Savyar. A Jedi assassin tried to kill her and Nile died defending her." He exhaled. His face went sorrowful. "I'm sorry about your sister. I really am. But that was no assassin. That was my cousin, an apprentice. And Savyar's not what you think she is." Jade was defending herself. She and her friends barely escaped. One of the strongest masters in the Jedi Order died so they could get off Veridan. Tamar frowned. "Veridan? No, this isn't about Veridan. This is about the first time your people attacked Savyar on her Corvette." "What are you talking about?" "You sent an assassin. He raided Savyar's Corvette. He killed a dozen guards and 5 Mandalorians, including Nile." Wait. When was this?" "It was before the so-called peace talks on Yagho even started." "Did you Jedi kill Moran Nal too?" "Wait a carking minute. We never figured out who killed Nal, and we definitely didn't send any assassin after Savyar." "Are you sure?" Do you know everything that's going on in the Jedi Order? She tried to sound sharp and mocking, but her mind reeled with doubt. She sure as all hells didn't know what Jevon Arches knew or didn't know. She knew even less about Savire's final goals. But Arlen said, without a waver of doubt, Ben Skywalker would have never condoned an assassination attempt on Saviour right before the start of peace talks. Whoever killed your sister, it was not a Jedi. That had been her first instinct when she'd seen what was left of Nile. After seeing the scars across Savire's face, she tipped in the other direction. Now she was more unsure than ever. Can you feel me in the Force? Arlen leaned forward. Can you feel that I'm telling the truth? My powers aren't strong enough, not even close, she lied. He was blazing open honesty like a star. She didn't know what that meant, didn't know what to think. Then Arlen said, "You're working for the Sith." She looked at him, and he looked at her, and it seemed to take forever for pieces to start clicking inside her mind. She asked, "Is this what your cousin told you?" "That's right. You saw what she'd capable of at Carfedian. Does that really surprise you?" She licked dry lips. "Mandalorians, we have a saying. Jedi and Sith are two sides of the same coin. Only the Sith pay better. And that coin never stops spinning." Her babur had also said that sometimes you had to pick one side and stick with it. He picked a side once, Jaina Solo's side. "You don't believe that," Arlen said. "Stop reading my mind," she scowled. "I didn't have to. It was all over your face." She turned away, as though she could hide from him. "Don't you have a ship to repair?" "I do, actually. I need to get to it." He stood up. "Stay here a while. Maybe you should think about who you really want to work for." "I'm what I was born to be, Jedi, just like you. Our sides have never been very compatible. But they can be sometimes. We both know that. Think it over. You've got a little time. Am I just going to stay here? If you need something, just raise your voice. This room has an open comm line to the cockpit. Chance just might help you." With that, he walked out of the room, leaving her alone with too many thoughts. The interior of Taloman's shattered moon was a maze of tunnels, stretched out crevasses, widened cracks, and closing walls of stone and ice. The frozen water in particular crippled heat-based sensors, even the sophisticated weapons aboard Darth Kikit's intruder. As a result, the Sith had to creep through the maze, scouring every part of with the Force as well as with his sensors. The process took hours of wandering, and eventually it was the Force that led him to his prey. All the while he kept Intruder's headlights off and navigated by his sensors and the night vision display on his flight helmet visor. It would be useless to find his quarry and flush them out at the same. They needed to die within their hiding place. He tried to focus on the living beings he felt deep within the labyrinth, at the same time shielding his intrusion from the Jedi among them. It only slowed his approach, but he knew when he was near, and he sensed no alarm from those he was tracking. Intruder passed into a large open cavern with walls made from thick spears of ice. His heat sensors were useless, but he found them when he scanned for artificial metallic compounds. He used Intruder's direction repulsors to give the ship a tiny kick. It drifted slowly toward the target. From his night vision, he could see it was tucked inside a wide crack in the ice wall. He risked reaching out with the Force once more. Multiple living beings inside. 4, he thought. Every mind hummed with subsurface anxiety, but no panic. They didn't know he was here. Kikit checked his weapons. Intruder's laser cannons were on standby. In this dense space, concussion missiles would probably collapse the whole cavern and destroy them all. Kikit wasn't ready to die just to kill this Jedi, so the lasers would have to do. He took aim and armed them. It would take only seconds for them to warm and fire. The one upside to going EV was that Arlen was able to see the full damage done to his ship with his own eyes. It looked bad, to be sure, but most of that was black carbon scoring rather than actual critical damage. The replacements he needed to make had been smaller pieces, the kind he'd had room to keep in reserve in Champion's cargo room. That was lucky. If that Mando woman they had locked up had been just a slightly better shot, they'd never be able to get out of here. He wasn't sure what to make of that one. Of all the Mandos to chase them into a shattered moon, it seemed incredible that it would be the great-granddaughter of a Jedi, granddaughter of someone his mother had known. Then again, maybe not. Her boss might have sent her for that very reason. He may have thought that to catch a Force user you have to use a Force user, which would mean Tamar Scarata had more training than she'd let on. That wouldn't surprise him. She was clearly hiding things. She was definitely untrustworthy. Also sort of attractive once you got past the scowl and too tough Mando act, but now wasn't the time for that. Once he looked over the repairs one more time, he started crawling, hands and feet, over Champion's exterior toward the airlock. When he was almost there, he froze. He felt something probing in the back of his mind that filled him with dread. Without even knowing why, he tapped on his comm and said, "Chance, you there?" In the cockpit. Standing by, his friend said, "You fixed things up." "Yes, but do you have any unusual energy readings? Any sign of another ship?" "Don't think so. I can fire up active sensors." "Do it." Still clinging to the hull, Arlen looked out. There was no light in this cavern except the tiny bit spilling out from the cockpit viewport. It was all blackness beyond. A ship would have been visible by some running lights and glow from its thrusters. The feeling of danger wouldn't go away, though. If anything, it was getting stronger, surging fast. "Chance," he called. "Chills up. Now." "What?" "Do it. Now. Now. Now." Red light exploded in the darkness. Arlen froze there, clinging to the ship, watching it lance toward them. The split second seemed to last forever, and then the plasma volleys splattered across Champion's energy shields. "Arlen, what the hell is going on?" Chance shouted in his ear. "I can't see a ship out there. Just keep those shields up and warm engines and guns. I'm coming in." Keekit hissed inside his helmet. The damned Jedi had sensed him after all. The ship was still wedged in the crack in the ice, but its systems were warming up. They seemed to be using only energy shields. He could still use missiles, but it would surely collapse the entire cavern, and he wasn't ready to die yet. With ice on all sides but one, they'd be able to shunt all shield energy to the narrow vector Keekit would be firing from. Also, he had no chance of wearing down their defenses before they could make a run for it. After that, it would be a chase. Normally, he could trust his ability to hunt the prey to exhaustion, but he'd never had to chase a Jedi Knight before. Only one thing for it, then. Keekit hurriedly checked over his flight suit, then sealed it for the vacuum. He scampered out of the cockpit to the airlock. Oxygen hissed into the vacuum as he pushed the hatch open. There was no time to hesitate. He threw himself out across the void. The Force guided his trajectory, and he flew fast toward the hull of the Jedi vessel. He called on the Force again to slow his landing and soften his impact. As he got closer, he saw a single figure in a gray vac suit scampering for what looked like an airlock. Suddenly, the figure stopped. The Jedi turned and looked right at Keekit as he fell out of the blackness. At least, the Sith thought, he'd get the hard part done first. He hit the hull with hands and feet. He quickly magnetized the soles of his boots and, using his tail to balance, straightened himself to face the Jedi. His opponent already had a lightsaber in hand. Its white gold blade shimmered soundlessly, reflecting off the curve of his helmet visor. Keekit stretched out his arms and triggered the half-meter red blades that stretched out from above each wrist. He could feel just a bit of shock from the Jedi. He'd never seen weapons like these. Before the surprise could wear off, Keekit lunged. The Jedi blocked one blade and barely jumped back from the other. His movement was sluggish in his vac suit, but so was Keekit's. The bearable bent his body so his spine was straight from neck to tail tip. He charged again, attacking the Jedi from below. He barely blocked one attack. He twisted away from another, but Keekit's blade slid through the edge of his suit. Oxygen escaped through the torn fabric. He felt the Jedi's panic, with just that tiny tear. He had minutes before he ran out of air or froze. Then the Jedi released the magnetic clamps on his boots and pushed off. He tumbled away from the ship, away from Keekit, until he landed feet first on the thick sheet of ice directly above them. Keekit craned his neck all the way back just to see the Jedi. He snarled, released the clamps to his own boots, and threw himself after his prey. It was either dumb luck or the Force with a weird sense of humor. The fighting started just after Tamar had convinced Crux's escaped Twi'lek slave wearing a lumpy vac suit instead of the almost nothing she'd had on before to let her use the fresher. That hadn't gained her much. Her arms were still pinned behind her back, but at least they unchained her ankles so she could walk down the corridor. The Twi'lek sheriff, Tamar recalled, had a blaster pistol, and she stayed exactly 3 paces behind Tamar, just out of range of a quick backward kick. Whether the kid knew how to use the pistol didn't matter. At this range, a twitch of the trigger finger would be enough to drop Tamar again. She was thinking about trying something anyway when the ship started shaking. She and Sheriff both shouted, almost at once, "Are we under attack?" Their response was the one called Chance swearing from the cockpit. Tamar and Sheriff both staggered down the hall to find him. Chance's hands were dancing over the console, firing up one system after another as he shouted into the comlink, "Arlen, what is it? Who is it?" A voice scratched over line, saying, "Use cameras, carking damn Sith." "Hey, Sith," Tamar gaped. Chance looked back and noticed them in the doorway for the first time. "Sit down, both of you," he snapped and looked back at the console. "Right, exterior cams. I know it's one of these. Here we go." A view screen lit up at the co-pilot station. All 3 of them hunched over it. The shot was small and blurry, but there was one figure in a vac suit with a lightsaber in hand. The other had a long tail, a long-headed helmet, and 2 shorter light blades jutting out of his wrists. It was using them to make fast thrusts at Arlen's chest, like it was trying to jab through the ribcage from either side. Like wounds she'd seen on the dead on Savire's Corvette, Tamar thought. That meant nothing in itself, nothing for sure. But Arlen hadn't been lying. There were Sith involved in this. The Sith landed a close blow. At first it looked like Arlen skipped away from it, but then he called to the cockpit, voice distraught. "Her tore my suit. I'm losing oxygen. Staying. I'm losing heat too. Get to the airlock." Chance called. "Hurry. Can't get past him." "I'll get clear." "Chance, fire the engines. Get the hell out of here. And blow up his ship if you can." "I'm not leaving you." "Too late," Arlen said, and they watched on the view screen as he kicked off from the ship's hull and tumbled toward the ice wall above them. That Sith would go after Arlen, and then it would come for them. Its goal was to kill them all. Tamar could feel that thing radiating ruthless, murderous intent in the Force. It felt like an echo of what she'd felt in the chamber where Nile had died. No, that was the echo. This was the source. She didn't know. She couldn't be sure. She wasn't a Jedi or anything close, but she knew what she felt and what her gut said right now. And she knew what Kababur had said. Jedi and Sith were 2 sides of the same coin, but sometimes you had to pick a side and stick with it. "Let me go," she said at once. Chance and Sheriff stared. She rattled the cuffs behind her back. "Let me get my sabers and Beskar. It's our only chance." "Lady, you're nuts," Chance said. "For all I know, you're working with that thing." There wasn't any time for rational debate. The Force came to her like it did in moments of desperate need. She looked at the pistol holstered at Chance's belt, grabbed it with her mind, and flung it out of the cockpit. It stole their attention as it flew down the hall. She spun on one heel and delivered a sharp kick right to Chance's face. He fell back against the console. The Twi'lek girl tried to lunge for the pistol, but Tamar rammed her shoulder first into the wall. Even with her wrists bound, she could twist and snap an elbow into the girl's gut, doubling her over. After that, a knee snapped to her forehead and dropped her. Chance was still staggering to his senses. Tamar used the Force to shove him back again, and this time he stayed down. In the fracas, things had been knocked to the floor, and in an instant she saw the open case, and the 2 lightsabers that had spilled from it. Perfect. She called one saber to the hands behind her back. She took a moment to make sure the grip felt right, then squeezed the trigger. Very, very carefully she held her arms out and tipped the blade back until it burned through the cable binding her wrists. Then, free at last, Tamar grabbed her other saber and sprinted for her armor. There was no way Arlen could win this. He only had minutes before his air was completely gone, and the biting vacuum cold was already seeping in through the cut in his side. He'd already told Chance to give up on him and run, but the damn fool wasn't going. Champ hadn't even budged. His idiot friends were still thinking of ways to save him. He needed to give them more time. They clashed sabers, skidding and slipping across the ice, sometimes pushing away but reeling themselves back toward one another in the force. Escape was no option for either of them. They both knew it was a battle to the death. Arlen threw everything he had to this desperate duel, just as the monster he was fighting gave everything. They were both taken by surprise when a third body came shooting up from Champion like a missile and slammed into the Sith boots first. The Sith fell back as Tamar's Scarada impacted on his chest plates. She lost balance and went skidding across the ice. Arlen grabbed her with the force, steadied her so she could find purchase. The Sith was rising too, and for the first time Arlen could sense shock and fear from it in the force. Tamar hefted both sabers in her hands and shifted into a basic defensive pose. The Sith seemed to hesitate between them, then it lunged for the newcomer. Even with two blades against two, the Mando woman couldn't hold her own against the Sith for long. Arlen knew they couldn't drag this out. He had less than 2 minutes before either the cold or hypoxia would get him. He had to end it now. The Sith, unbearable, maybe lashed its tail back and forth as if to dissuade Arlen from a rear attack, even as it pounded Tamar's blades with its own. Arlen charged in any way, but he went low, dragged his saber through the ice at their feet, leaving a steaming seam behind him. The Sith sensed his approach, it spun fast on his heel, and slammed its tail into Tamar's side before she could react. It lunged at Arlen, blades first, but the Jedi ducked and rolled. The Sith's red weapon carved deeper into the ice, heating it, sending cracks fanning out from the ones already cut. Arlen reached out with the force and felt the sudden heat burgeoning against the ice, all the cracks, like shattered lines running through a block of glass. He found a point deep below the Sith where many cracks converged, and with the force he pushed those pieces apart. The Sith started for them again. It took 2 long strides before the ice beneath it exploded outward. Shard of frozen water went tumbling out into the vast black cavern beyond, and the Sith went spinning too. The dark star of his flailing body was still visible. It suddenly froze, suspended in the vacuum, then started to grow larger as the Sith used the force to reel itself in. Then a chain of laser blasts shot out from behind Arlen, speared the Sith in the chest, and sent it tumbling away once more. The Jedi turned. Tamar lowered her rifle and stabbed a hand at the ship. Arlen ran up to the Mandalorian, grabbed her armored waist with one arm, and used the force to throw both of them across the gap, right for Champion's airlock. They tumbled inside once the hatch opened. As soon as it was closed, air hissed into the decompression chamber, and they began dismantling their vacuum gear. "I just saved your life, Yurasik Sheb Sayal Shabuir Jidi," Tamar panted as she pulled off her helmet and shook black hair loose. "A little thanks. Mom always said Mandos were good at swears." Arlen breathed. "But you're right, thanks. Now we need to get the Shab out of here." He left Tamar in the airlock and ran for the cockpit. By the time he got there, Chance was already in the co-pilot seat and running checks. "How's the Mando?" he asked. "Wonderful girl. Either I'm going to kill her or I'm starting to like her." Arlen dropped into the pilot seat. "I meant, how is she?" "You know, battle damage. Now to scratch. You should invest in Beskar." Arlen pulled the levers to fire the thrusters. "I think her kind's got a monopoly." "Bad luck for you." Engines rumbled to life, a wonderful sound. Shervith was already strapping into one side. As Tamar staggered into the cockpit, he called, "Buckle up. This could get crazy." "What are you doing?" asked Tamar as she fell into the one beside the Twi'lek, who glared at her sourly. "I need to be sure the Sith is dead," Arlen growled as he pushed Starlight Champion out of his hiding place. He fired the headlight onto full. They strobed across the vast cavern, catching a few drifting specks of ice. Finally they found the Sith's vessel, a flying wing, totally without lights, with a black hull made of some anti-reflective metal Arlen had never seen before. "See any shields on that thing?" Arlen asked. He edged Champion closer to the tunnel leading out of the moon, all the while keeping the Sith ship in view. Chan scoured the sensors. I don't think so. Good. Loaded concussion missile. He could feel them all staring at him. Tamar said, You are mirror-sick. That'll collapse the whole chamber. That's the idea. But the tunnel started Sherevith. This ship is fast and I'm a hell of a pilot. Right, Chance? You'd better be, his friend muttered. Arlen had been hoping for more bravado, but he'd go with what he got. He brought up his target in sights, dropped the reticules on the center of the Sith ship, and tapped the trigger. He didn't stop to see the explosion. He spun Champ nose over tail and gunned it for the tunnel mouth. As they plunged up the chute, the ice and stone around them trembled and began to break off in chunks. Sherevith let out a wail as a falling slab nearly hit them. Arlen wove around the debris, navigating the tunnels half from memory, relying on reflexes and the Force. He put everything else out of his mind and let it all flow through him, guiding his unthinking hand as he wound Champion through one mad turn after another. By the end of it, the walls had stopped trembling. They soared smoothly out of the last tunnel, past the few tumbling rocks that chased the shattered moon, and out toward the stars. Tamar sunk back into her seat. You, Jedi. Absolutely mirror-sick. You're welcome. Arlen rolled his eyes. How are the rest of you? Amazingly, I still have my stomach, said Chance, breathless. Now what? Asked Sherevith. Where do we go from here? Arlen swung them around to face the shattered moon. Even up close, and knowing what lay inside, it still looked like a lifeless chunk of rock. He turned in his seat and looked back at Tamar. I didn't see any Mando fighters where we docked. That must mean there's a secret place for special visitors, right? Her eyes widened in surprise. Chan said, You want to go back? We came here to find out about Saviar making glitterstim and selling it to Crux. We know she's doing it, but we still don't know how. I told you all I know, Tamar said defensively. And I believe you. But we still need to get what we came here for. We need to have another sit-down with Crux. An honest one this time. We're really going back inside, Sherevith said nervously. I'm sorry, but we are. Arlen wasn't going to give them the chance to argue. We'll need you to guide us. And Tamar, show us a place where we can land. What if my friends are still there? She asked coldly. Then you'll have to make a choice. I'm not one of your Jedi pals. I never will be. I am what I was born to be. Then you should at least think really hard about who you want to be employed by. I need to talk to Crux. Now show us where we need to go. At this point, Tamar was pretty certain she was the one who was really mirror-sick. When she led them to the private landing pads where Crux brought in important persons, neither Dorn's nor Shauk Jebin's Beskid fighters were there, which meant they must have left, gone back way station, Zesh, or wherever Jevern Auchus and Saviar were. That knowledge filled her with relief and dread at the same time. Whatever happened here, she was on her own. There had never been a question of getting into Crux's base undetected. They opted instead for a different strategy. When Starlight Champion sat down and the landing ramp lowered, the first ones down the ramp were Arlen and Chance. They both had stun cuffs around their wrists and their faces looked sufficiently bruised after careful application of face makeup. After them, Sherevith stumbled down. She had nothing on except the scant costume she fled in and the cable wrapped and knotted around her hands. Finally, Tamar came down with her full faceless Viscargama on and a blaster pistol in each hand. Crux's ANX lieutenant was there with a full dozen guards. They all had their blasters drawn, some pointed at the beings in cuffs and some at Tamar. The ANX was very blunt. Shouldn't you all be dead? You might have heard that, but you heard wrong, Tamar said. The ANX looked over the prisoners carefully. Am I to understand you boarded their ship, overpowered all three of them, and brought them back here? You understand, right? They blew up my Beskid, but I went EV, got aboard their ship, and took them out while they were finishing repairs. That's quite a feat. There's a reason Mandos don't work for cheap. The ANX allowed an ironic smile, but he wasn't letting his guard down. If you succeeded in capturing them and commandeering your ship, why did you bring them here? Hyperdrive's busted. I'll need it fixed. Besides, I figured Crux might want his little slave back, plus a chance to interrogate the others before I give them to Saviar. How thoughtful of you. Which one of them is a Jedi? She walked up behind Arlen and pistol-whipped him just hard enough that his pained yelp was authentic. His real name's Arlen Fell, son of Jagged Fell and Jaina Solo. Hey, Arlen growled. He hadn't expected the pistol whip and hadn't expected her to spill his real name. The authentic anger, the doubt running through his mind, would sell it. And that right there, Tamar gestured with her other pistol, is Chance Calrissian, owner of the Tendrando conglomerate. How did you? Chance snarled, then shut his mouth. Now she had the Yanks' attention. He bent his long neck low and looked over both their faces. You humans all look alike usually, but there does seems to be a resemblance. I figure your boss will want to see them. Best I know Saviar only wants the Jedi, so I might agree to sell Calrissian to Crux for a fee. Not a modest one, I'd imagine. Like I said, we don't work cheap. The ANX was clearly intrigued now, but he said, one question. If you overpowered and captured a Jedi, what happened to his lightsaber? Tamar stepped behind them both. She holstered one pistol and reached into a pouch at her belt now weighted with 3 of the cylinders. She drew out Arlen's and held it up for them all to see. Impressive, the ANX said. May I see it? How's your grip? I don't trust him not to pull it from your hand with his mind. You trust only yourself with it? That's the gist. All right. The ANX snapped 2 long fingers. Before Tamar could do anything, one guard snapped the tip of his rifle up 2 centimeters and popped off a single shot. The lightsaber exploded in her hand. Her gauntlets kept her fingers and palm from burning, but the heat still stung. Shably Erudii, she snapped. You should have warned me. That would have defeated the purpose of surprising you, said the ANX. All right. I think Master Crux will be willing to see you now. The ANX led them down more winding corridors, the back route to Crux's office. Arlen was trying to reach out to her in the Force, communicating many things at once, anger at the destruction of his lightsaber, anxiety as to whether this would really work now, doubt as to whether she was on their side at all. Good, she thought. Keep them all guessing to the end. It was the only way to sell it. When they arrived in Crux's office, the fat Thielen was resting in the chair behind his desk. He waved them inside and said, Very good. 2 guards, stay. Everyone else, leave. Not even his majordomo questioned his orders. Tamar stayed behind the 3 captives as they stood manacled in the center of the room. She stepped back close to the door with the 2 Nikto guards on either flank. She tried to sense if there was anyone behind the false wall. Either the observation room was empty if her Force skills weren't good enough. She figured odds went even in either direction. Crux pushed his body out of the chair and stalked up to the captive. He smacked thick lips and looked them over. I wasn't expecting to see them again. I wasn't expecting to see you either, Miss Mandalorian. Nobody ever said we were easy to kill. True. Nobody ever said Jedi were easy to capture, but here we are. Thick fingers pinched Arlen's cheeks. Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Master Fell? The Jedi grunted and tried to wrest his head free. Crux chuckled and let him go, then walked past him to Sherevith. The Twi'lek girl shivered, from fear or the cold, as Crux loomed over her. His face pinched in a scowl right before he gave her a backhanded slap strong enough to send her collapsing to the ground. Tamar winced under her helmet. The Thielen kicked her as she curled up in a ball on the cold metal floor. I give you everything you want, and you betray me. You run off with Jedi scum. Crux spat on her and looked at Tamar. Thank you, Miss Mandalorian. I'm going to enjoy killing this one. Guard, give me your vibro blade. The guard obeyed without hesitation. He holstered his gun, took a 10-centimeter knife from the sheath at his chest, and took 2 steps over to Crux. Tamar moved before he could hand it off. She sidestepped, wrapped one forearm around the neck of the guard to her right, and whipped up her blaster pistol. She pointed it right at Crux's head and snapped, dropped the knife. Now. The guard froze. Crux looked honestly confused. You expect me to spare her? After what she did? Drop the knife, drop the guns. Everything on the floor. Now, Tamar insisted. She tightened her chokehold on the other guard. Arlen had insisted they incapacitate rather than kill, but personally she wouldn't mind if the Nikto's trachea snapped. Crux wasn't having it. He grabbed the knife out of his guard's hand, but Arlen was fast. He used the force to tear it free and hurl it into the wall. Chance rammed the other guard, shoulder into back, while the Jedi used another force shove to knock Crux into the chair in the center of the room. When the guard in the chokehold passed out, Tamar dropped him on the floor and used her free hand to fish out the controls for the stun cuffs. Hands freed, Chance quickly transferred his cuffs to the guard and rolled him into a corner. That left only Crux, pinned and helpless, with no backup coming and no alarms sounding. So far so good. Arlen bent low and helped Shervith up. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I think so. The Twi'lek girl clutched her bruised ribs. That bruise on her face was going to swell. I can't believe this, Crux snarled. What do you want from me? Are you really a Jedi? What do you think? Arlen looked at Tamar. Since you got mine blown up, can I have a replacement? It's not my fault, Tamar grumbled and fished two sabers out of her pouch. She tossed Niles to Arlen and added, You still owe me for saving your Rasikla Shebs, Jedi. I know what that means, and we'll settle accounts later. Arlen thumbed the lightsaber and pointed the blue-white blade at Crux. All right, let's do this the blunt way. How is Savyar growing the Glitterston? His body rippled with laughter. That's what you want to know. You came all this way for that. We know you're distributing for her, Chan said as he hefted a guard's rifle. And we know it's a very lucrative arrangement. Good enough to hire an army of Mandos, maybe even enough to rehab an old Vong world ship and turn it into a superweapon. Crux shook his head fiercely. I had no idea about that Vong monstrosity. I was appalled. Just like anyone. But business is business, and I'm not selling out Savyar. Honorable of you, Chance observed. Kark honor. This is about credits. Credits aren't worth much with the smoking hole in your head, Tamar observed. Crux looked at her sidelong. That's not much of a threat. I know what Jedi are like, all moral and righteous. You didn't even kill my guards. Tamar ignited her lightsaber and pointed another blue-white blade at Crux. I'm not a Jedi. Crux laughed, but it was nervous now. His eyes darted from blade tip to blade tip and then up at Arlen. You wouldn't let her kill me. Believe me, I am tempted, said Arlen. Tamar could read him in the Force, and she certainly did. But I think I'll settle for dragging you in the authorities. That should bust your spice racket and Savyar's cash flow. I still have plenty of guards out there. You're not going to be able to fight your way back to your ship if we're dragging me with you. It was a very valid point, and nobody could think up an immediate rejoinder. Kark, you're all fools. Crux spat. We're business partners. That's all. I have no idea how she's making Lacertum. I didn't even ask. You can still give us all your info on her operation, Chan said. All the shipping schedules, the financial records, all of it you've got stashed on your computer. You see, that brings us around to the same place. Crux bore his teeth, defiant. What are you going to do if I don't? Kill me? Tamar was on him. She stuffed one hand over his face, gauntlet in his mouth, muffling any cries as she shoved him and his chair hard across the floor. He tried to bite into her hand but couldn't get through the reinforced fabric of Niles' gloves. When she pushed him behind the desk, she loosened her palm off his face and hissed, Do it. Do it now. Go Kark yourself, you Mando B. She shoved her hand back in his mouth, tapped her lightsaber on, and with one easy flick sliced through his right leg, halfway down the thigh. His boot and everything in it clattered softly to the floor, smoke rising from the cauterized end of the stump. His big body wretched in pain, and his teeth dug into her gauntlets. The pressure hurt like all hells, but he still couldn't tear through the fabric into flesh. Damn it. You're lucky he didn't pass out, Chan swore at her. She felt Arlen sending heavier reproach through the force, but he held his tongue. Even in his anger, he knew when they were making progress. Tamar released his face slowly. He was panting hard, face wrenched in pain, and when he spoke it was a whimper. Please, just give me a minute. Chance gave him a small data chip on which to download the information. He plugged it in and they all watched his screen as he started transferring files. Tamar's lightsaber hummed right above his shoulder the entire time, and he didn't offer a single protest or complaint until he handed the data chip back to Chance. It's done, you bastards, Crux wheezed. You've got what you came for. Now get out of here. They stepped around the desk, edging toward the door. Tamar stayed closest, the tip of her saber still pointed at Crux's chest. Don't you dare sound the alarm. You're going to have to deal with my people anyway, he warned. Maybe you'll fight your way back to your ship, maybe not. Just remember. A hail of red laser fire took him in the chest. Tamar spun around to see Shervith right beside her, emptying one round after another into the bloated body in the chair, her mouth wrenched open in a wordless scream of rage. Arlen was the one who grabbed her and wrenched the gun from her hand, but by then Crux was already a smoking corpse, and the alarm was already going off. There goes our head start, Chan said. Let's run. He slapped the controls to open the false door and fled into the secret hallway. Tamar was right behind, and Arlen did his best to drag Shervith along. By the time they got to the main tunnels, everything was in chaos. Guards and the base's mismatched criminal population were all scampering about, none sure what was going on. They got halfway back to the hangar when they heard Crux's ANX Majordomo in the hall behind them, shouting for backup. As laser fire started to whip down the hall at them, Arlen shouted to Tamar. She took his meaning and tossed him the second saber. The first set of blasts pinged off her Beskar, while the Jedi deflected more shots with two spinning fans of blue-white light. As they fell back, Tamar spotted the Twi'lek girl pulled away from them by the surging crowd. Arlen halted his retreat and called her name. Shervith ducked out of the line of fire and looked back at the Jedi with regret in her eyes. Then she shook her head from side to side and ducked into shadow. Shervith! Arlen shouted and lurched after her, but Tamar grabbed him by the arm and pulled him back. She made her choice, Jedi. Let's run. By the time they reached the hangar, Chance was already at Starlight Champion and lowering the ramp. The second they passed through the threshold, Tamar slammed the button to close the blast doors. They clamped shut just before their pursuers could pass through, and she popped a shot at the control panel, scorching it. Won't last them long, Arlen told her. I'm aware of that. She holstered her gun and held out her hand. My sabers, Jedi. He shut off Niles and tossed it. You're not coming with us, are you? She looked over her shoulder at a very nice Oro Suub yacht, probably one of Crux's personal carriers. It would probably have onboard security systems, but nothing to stop a fully armored Mandalorian. I have people I need to get back to. You don't have to serve the Sith. What should I be instead? A Jedi. Something pounded on the door. They would blow it open if they had to. Give me back the other saber? Not yet. Who knows, I might need it. He made a show of hooking it on his belt. Besides, you do owe me. And you owe me for saving your Shabla life. The door started to jerk open from the bottom. She could see boots crowded on the other side, and a couple of beings were bending low to snipe from their bellies. We'll even things up later, Jedi. She shouted and ran for the yacht without looking back. When Starlight Champion sailed away from the broken moon, Chance reported only one ship in pursuit, a Soro sub-yacht. Think we can hail her? Arlen asked. He was already plotting courses through hyperspace. As soon as they got free of Taloman's gravity well, he was gone. Hold on. I got it, Chance said, and tapped the comm console. This is Starlight Champion and hailing. What do you want to call her? It doesn't need a name, Tamar said curtly over the comm. I just needed to get back to my people. And what will you do once you get there? Asked Arlen. He waited half a minute and got no reply. We still don't know how and where the Sith are brewing up their glitterstone. You should be able to record my comm frequency now, so if you ever want to pass that information along, you know where to call. I don't know anything about their glitterstim. I'm aware of that, but you're in a better place to find out that I am. Don't press me, Jedi. Wouldn't dream of it. He snapped his fingers, and Chance began working the comm console. In case you do get curious, we're sending over a full copy of Crux's files to your ship. Might make some reading material for your trip back to your bosses. That earned a grudging "Thank you." You're welcome. Bye. If you want your lightsaber back, maybe we can swing another meeting somehow. He waited for another sharp response, and was disappointed when her yacht jumped to hyperspace without sending any. He sighed, settled back into his seat, and saw that Champ, too, was ready to jump. You think that'll work? Asked Chance skeptically. We'll find out one way or the other. Arlen wasn't especially confident, but a man called Hope. He reached for the hyperspace controls and gripped the lever. Let's get out of here. The Force was with him, even now. Spinning out of control through the cavern inside the shattered moon, Darth Vader had used all his shock and anger and indignation to wrench power from the energy at the heart of the universe. He'd been pulling himself toward Intruder when the Jedi ship fired on it. He clung to his black hull and threw up a great wall around himself and the ship, a rage-fueled wall that held back the explosions, the collapsing of the chamber full of stone and ice, the quakes that sent more cracks through the breaking body of the dying moon. He survived, barely. His ship had survived, barely too. But they'd been trapped deep within, blocked off from open space by miles of crumbled rock. All he could do was use the Force to clear the way, stone by stone. It took him days to escape. When he finally saw starlight, his entire body ached with exhaustion and hunger. Freedom was elation. But when he drifted through the stars, the extent of his defeat finally settled into him. He was taken by a hollow feeling first, then that empty space filled with rage. The Sith spoke highly of the craving for revenge. Kikit had never understood that until now, understood it in a deep, personal, visceral sense. As he struggled back toward his master, he clung to that craving. The lust to satisfy was reason to live. Chapter 28. The Mandalorians sent a frigate this time. After their scout fighters were destroyed, it had been inevitable, but the reinforcements had combed the vast asteroids for days before finding Voidwalkers' hiding place. Without the ability to go to light speed, all they could do was run. The frigate had launched 2 squadrons of Beskad fighters that Voidwalkers' fighter wings struggled to match. With losses winnowing the ranks of TIE X's, Marasia had decided to combine the remaining pilots into one squadron, redubbed Walker 1 through 17. That left them outnumbered by 24 Beskads, but they'd also launched all dozen TIE Demolishers, now called Breaker Squadron. The Mando frigate had tough armor, tough shields, and tough guns, but the Demolishers at least kept the Beskads distracted, which in turn allowed Marasia's walkers to pick them off one at a time. Vendirk and Loman kept close on her tail as the trio of TIE X's ducked beneath the hull of the frigate. 2 TIE Demolishers were making a run, hoping to score a lucky hit on the frigate's aft that might slow it down and let Voidwalker escape. Coming in right behind the Demolishers were 3 Beskads, peppering laser fire on the bomber's aft shields. The 3 TIE X's slowed enough to get locks on the Beskads, but kept sliding back and forth to evade defensive fire from the frigate. Marasia's green lasers lanced through space and nailed 1 Beskad through the cockpit. The fighter exploded brightly, and the other 2 peeled away. Their small target profiles were as aggravating as ever, and a spray of well-placed fire from the frigate turrets forced Marasia and her pilots to break off pursuit. A bright light flared to Marasia's right as she swung her fighter around to see the Demolisher's torpedoes impact on the frigate's aft shields, scattering energy but not punching through to the engines. Peeling back for another run, Lieutenant Vol's voice sounded in her ear. Thanks for the help, Walker 1. How much longer until we punch through those shields? Can't tell, Walker. Not supposed to work like this. Just hope we have enough torps left over for the next time. Marasia grimaced inside her helmet and switched her link to Vendirk and Loman. Walkers 2 and 3, stay on me. We'll cover the breakers for another run. Her wingmen signaled affirmatives and kept tight on her tail. She tried not to let her grinding frustration get to her. Vo was right on all counts. Normally TIE demolishers were deployed with capital ships, and together their turbolaser volleys and projectile salvos would overwhelm an enemy's shields. Right now Voidwalker was on the run, and the Mando ship stayed right behind it, pounding his aft with his heavy forward-facing guns. The hope was that the bombers and fighters could cripple the Mando ship and slow it down so Voidwalker could turn around and waste it with some broadsides, but that just wasn't happening. Vo was right about something else. Sooner or later, they'd run out of proton torpedoes for their bombers. They'd already run out of those shield busters that would have been so useful right now. Next, they'd run out of TIEs. Then they'd run out of everything else, and no matter how hard they hit in this vast spread of lifeless drift and rock, the Mandos would find them and kill them. There was no way out of that future. She knew that. They all knew that. But right then, in her cockpit with sweat on her skin and adrenaline in her body, all she cared about was fighting another day. She just prayed Davik Fel could get them something more than that. The next blast missiles probably nearly knocked Davik off his feet, but he clung to the back of Lawrence Captain's chair so hard his fingers ached. Those aft shields are down to 20%, Lieutenant Renoir reported. He hastily promoted the communications chief to first officer, figuring there was nobody they'd be communicating with anyway. Engines. He looked down into the crew pit. Lieutenant Yeager shook his head. The dorsal engine is still stuck at 50% of normal. There's no way we can outrun it. The only hope was going to be to stop and swing Voidwalker's starboard side to face the Mando frigate head-on. Maybe, just maybe, the demolishers could help bust those heavy shields and destroy the frigate. Even then it would be exactly what he'd wanted to avoid, a slugging match. Even if they won, they'd take damage. They'd take causalities, and every single person and piece of equipment on Voidwalker was irreplaceable. But he'd have to risk it. Even if it meant they'd be utterly broken and helpless for the next attack, at least they'd get a day or two of life. He looked desperately out the forward viewport. All he saw were space rocks, most of them massive, all drifting very slowly through the void. His eyes caught a pair of ovoid asteroids that seemed to be moving almost in sync from port to starboard. He slipped back to the tactical station and asked poor Dunn, "Ensign, do you see those two rocks at, say, 2 o'clock?" She jabbed a claw at the tactical holo. "These ones, sir." "Right, those two. What's the distance?" "Not far, sir. 500 kilometers. Can we pass between them?" "There's enough space." "But what do you think?" "Helm." He spun for the crew pit. "Set course for the asteroids drifting at 2 o'clock, 500 clicks out." "Do you see them?" Yeager frowned. "I do. Are we going between them?" "That's right." Davik slipped back to the tactical station. His heart was racing fast. It was a stupid idea, a crazy idea, but it was their own chance to avoid a punishing battle. If it failed, well, he'd look like an idea, but he'd be dead soon after. "Ensign Korak," he said, "give me a line to Breaker Lead. I need to speak to him personally." When Voidwalker veered between the two asteroids, Miracia's first thought was that it was proof how desperate they'd become. Voidwalker would slip between the two space rocks. The Mando frigate would follow, and the demolishers would try to ambush it where it had no space to move. Its shields were still durable, so there was every reason to believe the ship would survive that kind of choke point ambush, especially since it was so obvious the Mandos would be prepared for it. The Mandalorian commander seemed equally confident. His frigate didn't change course and plunged toward the gap. The breakers were pulling their birds away, leaving the walkers to keep the Beskets busy while the bombers crept around the edges of the asteroid and prepared to pop off a few heavy volleys on the ship when it slipped out from between the rocks. The only question was whether the Mando ship would speed up and try to power through the telegraphed ambush or slow down and give the Beskets time to pick off a few more bombers. It charged ahead. Miracia dodged a pair of Beskets and swung toward the closest asteroid. She saw to her surprise that every last bomber and breaker squad has arranged itself behind the same rock, as though they planned to punch through the frigate's starboard shields without even bothering to squeeze the port side. It was a gamble, but everything in this was a gamble. The breakers let their torps fly as one, a rapid 1-2 pair from each bomber. As she got closer, she realized the bombers were still fully behind the asteroid, not edged out in front of it, and their torps were arcing right toward the rock rather than to where the Mando frigate would be. She realized what they were trying to do but couldn't believe it would work. She watched as explosions blossomed on the side of the asteroid, watched as the heavy concussive kick not only halted its slow drift across the void but reversed it, sending it swinging back to the other rock right behind it. The Mando frigate was fast. It almost made it out before the two asteroids collided, but its engine section got squeezed between the rocks so hard its particle shields burst. The frigate spun away from the asteroids as they ground hard together, its damaged engine flaring erratically. Voidwalker had already stopped and spun around so its starboard cannons could deliver volley after volley of turbolaser fire onto the crippled Mando frigate. The bombers didn't even need to help. Within a minute, the Mando ship was a hunk of debris smoldering at the heart of a dissipating fireball. Davek had never thought he'd hear cheers on Voidwalker's bridge, but he was wrong. The crew greeted the Mandalorian frigate's death with such ebullience that he barely heard poor Dunn report that the Beskets were all jumping to hyperspace, no doubt bringing news of the defeat to their kin elsewhere in the Shroud. It was the first thought to sober things. As the fires on the dead frigate burned to nothing, so did the cheers. By the time the ship was visible only as a black knarl against the colors of the Shroud, reality was settling in for them all. By a stroke of luck, they'd managed to survive this fight. They could hide for another day or two, maybe a week, but sooner or later the Mandos would find them, and it would be a fight to the death all over again. Again and again and again, until it ended the only way it could. "I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you out," Rakashmir smiled from his bed. "Doc Hoden says I'll be fit to fight in a few more days." "Let's not get hasty," the chief medic called from another bed. "Within a week, maybe." "I've been stuck here long enough." The Twi'lek turned his eyes to Miragier. "I want to fly with the rest of you. It doesn't feel right sitting here when the rest of you are risking your lives. Did we lose any more this time?" "Only one," she said. "Another one of Norvok's pilots. Gray Squadron, then," he said, a little relieved. Miragier shook her head. "No, it's all Walker Squad now, and Breaker Squad for the Demolishers." "That's right, I remember. We'll need someone else to go in on Norvok's wing. Walker 7. Keep the space open for me. I'll be back in my bird in no time." He sounded like he believed it, like he was eager for another fight. Like he thought any of them might really survive this. "I'll let the rest of the pilots know," she told him. "I'm sure they'll be glad to have you flying with them again." "I wouldn't be anyplace else." When she left sickbay, she had no place else to be, so she wandered the halls. The ship had entered nighttime hours and the lights were dimmed, the corridors quiet. Voidwalker had found a new asteroid to hide inside, which meant the engines were turned down and inaudible. It still didn't feel right, this ship being so quiet. Miragier had been coming to see Rakashmir once a day on average. It was more than doing her duty as CAG. In a way, these visits helped her more than him. He was, frankly, the only person on this ship who seemed to have a spark of hope left. Being away from him, out in the halls again, was a grim reminder of what their situation really was. She made her way to the hangar. The ties were all in their overhead racks, and the two stormtrooper transports sat on the deck. A few of Chief Oren's deck crew were finishing repairs on Rakashmir's Type X, but everything else was still. She walked into the middle of the open space and stood to look out the hangar mouth. Instead of stars or nebular gases, there was only cold rock dimly lit by glow escaping the hangar. She closed her eyes and savored the deeper darkness, the stillness. She breathed in and out, in and out. She wondered if she could touch the Force like this. Normally the feelings and intuitions that came to her which she'd never suspected of being anything but that came of their own volition. She knew Jedi had some way to control them but didn't know how. On Kofax Minor, the Jedi Order was still typically referred to as the Jedi Cult, and many didn't believe Force powers were real at all. Davek Fell seemed sure she was touching the Force, though, and if anyone on the ship would know, it would be him. She tried to empty her mind and enter a meditative state. Fel had said that a Jedi let go of conscious thought and let herself touch whatever greater power the Force was, and in that way become attuned to something invisible that bound all life together. It sounded like mystic gibberish to her, but Fel had said it very earnestly. She breathed and out. She listened to the work of the deck crew above her, and the faint white noise of atmosphere cycling through the ship's air filters. She let her awareness drift over to the deck crew and tried to make out their words clearly. She heard more, and she heard the emotions behind them, professional attention to detail warring with weariness. Behind that nagging doubts and a dread that waited to rear up in silent moments. She felt those things, but she didn't know if she was really feeling what the mechanics felt or if she was just projecting what was inside her onto them. She left the hangar and began walking the corridors. She forced herself to take slow steps instead of her usual brisk ones. She listened all the time for the sound of voices and the hiss of air through vents. Sometimes she even thought she picked up the hum of the dormant engines in the rear of the ship. She rode a lift up to the habitat decks. It was night hours and many were asleep, but others were restless. She passed down the halls and paused outside the entrances to different barracks. She closed her eyes and tried to sense the feelings of the men and women on the other side of the door. She felt weariness and quiet despair, and also boredom, plus some brief flickers of amusement. She couldn't hear voices through the door, but it felt like they were trying their best to amuse themselves, and their best wasn't enough. Footsteps down the hall. Her eyes popped open, and she looked around to see two flight officers coming toward her. They were both bomber pilots from Shieldbreaker, and their names escaped her. She walked toward them, brisk like usual, and exchanged curt nods as she passed. She kept walking until they turned a corner. Then she sighed and went back to the barracks doors. She walked from one set down to another, and then a third, trying to tell if she was feeling anything different between the rooms. She thought there was something more boredom and weariness in the third room without the slight bomb of amusement, but that might have been wrong. She was still far from convinced this wasn't all in her head. Given the circumstances, she wouldn't be surprised if she was going a little mad. She learned she was more than what she thought all along, and in the same conversation learned that they were all about to die. The thought roused despair so intense it was physically painful. She winced, opened her eyes, and tried to clear her thoughts, but the pain didn't go away. Neither did the despair. It wasn't hers, she knew somehow. She was feeling someone else's agony, but it was the same as hers. The kind everyone on Voidwalker was desperately trying to keep buried. This agony had gone wild. A mind not her own was drowning in it. The Sabbath game in F Barracks had drawn players and spectators from all over the ship. The walls between Razor Company and the rest of the crew had been breaking down slowly, and now a mix of soldiers and crewmen sat on double-layered bunks and on benches and watched the remaining players measure each other's cards or place bets over the only things that seemed worth playing for now: tasty Baldavian chew sticks. It had seemed amusing at first, but like every faint touch of pleasure, it drained away fast. Lucas had enjoyed the game as long as he'd been playing, or at least he'd allowed himself to be distracted. But once he'd washed out and retreated to a bench, he saw that none of the other spectators were smiling anymore. They weren't talking to each other either. They were all just watching with dull eyes and blank faces. They only reacted when somebody else washed out. When Miner lost his pot, Lucas had expected him to throw a fit like he usually did when they played Sabbath. Instead, he'd slumped in his chair and stared at the table without even opening his mouth. The player next to him had tried a friendly tease, but he hadn't even reacted. Finally, Miner had gotten up from his seat and muttered something about having to use the refresher before leaving the barracks. The game had dragged on and on after that, maybe 10 minutes without anybody else washing out. Nobody was making aggressive bets anymore. They were all afraid of losing, even though this was a stupid game for Baldavian chew sticks. The game was all they had to care about anymore. The only place where any of them could expect to snatch the tiniest victory before the inevitable attack came that killed them all. This game was turning into the grim slog it was supposed to prevent. Lucas was about to get up, and leave when the door to the barracks opened and a woman with lieutenant's bar staggered through. Walter shook dark hair out of her face and looked around, wild-eyed, like she'd been chased in here or like she'd been chasing someone. "Can we help you, Lieutenant?" someone asked. Her head swung to the right and she seemed to scour the faces of everyone on that side of the room. Without a word, she ducked out the door. "What the hell was that?" another man asked. "She looked out of her bloody mind," said a third. Then the door opened again. Walter swung half her body into the room and said, "Can someone open the door?" "Next door, the refresher. Can you open it? It's locked from the inside." Lucas remembered that miner had stormed off 10 minutes ago. "Lieutenant, I think, it's in use. You have to get it open. Now." She dashed back out into the hall. Lucas and a few others, more confused than anything else, followed. Walter was out there, pounding on the door to the men's fresher with bald white fists. "Open the door," she called. "Open it. That is an order." A man beside Lucas stepped forward. "Lieutenant, what do you think?" Then there was the sound, muffled but unmistakable, of a single blaster discharge. Right after that, something hard and heavy clattered to the floor. By the time they got a sergeant to come and use his override codes on the fresher door, the entire Sappic watching crowd had gathered in the hall. Lucas had been there first, so he was in front, looking over Walter's head as the door slid open. The sergeant kicked open the stall, and there was Miner, slumped but upright. His head was titled far back, and that was a mercy. Seeing the black scorch mark on the wall behind him was enough. Lucas felt faint. The sergeant called for everyone to go back into the barracks and called for Doc Holden on his comlink. Lucas stayed where he was, and so did Walter. The rifle Miner had used rested between his boots. It was his rifle, the Blast Tech military-grade weapon every stormtrooper got along with the white armor. He remembered that Miner had been the first of his family to carry the rifle and wear the white. He said he'd been the first one to leave Colfax Minor in generations, and this was where he'd ended up, dead in a refresher stall on a doomed ship without using that gun on anyone but himself. Walter was still staring, jaw dropped, eyes wide. Lucas remembered what he'd heard about her and said he was from Colfax Minor too. She jerked in surprise and looked back at him. He realized the absurdity of what he just said and muttered, "I just thought you should know." What he said got through to her then. The look in her eyes was the saddest thing he'd seen since this nightmare began. "If this is all the good they do me, I don't want your damn force powers," Marasia growled. She was back in Fel's quarters again. She found that she didn't want to be alone, and it felt like the only place she could go. She sat cross-legged on his bed, head bowed forward so hair hid her face from view. From the seat at his table, Fel said, "They're not mine. They never were, not a bit. But your mother, your brother. How do they turn it off?" "I don't know. I wish I could." She dug her hands in bed sheets and turned them to claws. "No one should die like that. No one." "I know." After a long pause, Fel said, "I'm honestly surprised this was the first. We have to be ready for more." It was the last thing she wanted to hear, but she knew he was right. If anything, that stormtrooper's death could spur more to end themselves rather than wait for the Mandos to do it. She sucked in ragged breath and asked, "Isn't there anything you can do?" "Like what?" His voice was brittle, bitter, angry. "Without hyperdrive, we have nothing. The only thing we can do is fight until we run out of torpedoes, out of fuel, out of ties. And then they kill us." "Captain, what about surrender?" "They'll probably kill us on the spot. And if they don't, they'll take us back to Saviar so she can kill us, probably on the HoloNet so all our families can watch." Marasia's chest tightened at the thought. She thought of her parents back on Colfax Minor, her brother with his stormtrooper company. They were all certain she was dead already and must have been grappling with grief for weeks. To put them through that a second time would be abominable. Yet there was that nagging hope. Saviar and the Mandalorians had to know what was going through the mind of every being on Voidwalker. If they surrendered, they just might be allowed to live. It was a tiny, pathetic chance, and it was a betrayal of every oath they'd sworn as soldiers of the Empire. But it was the only way any of them might survive. Everyone on Voidwalker knew it, and so did the ones hunting them. Quietly, as if he'd been reading her thoughts, Fel said, "No. There's a third option." She picked up her head. "What is that, sir?" He was slumped in his chair, staring at the cabin's starless porthole window. He didn't shift to look at her as he said, "If I offered the surrender of myself, and maybe some high-ranking officers, I might be able to negotiate freedom for the rest of the crew." They weren't interested in negotiation at Carfedian. After what we did to their way station, they're out for blood. "I know, but I think it might be worth a shot." "Captain, no. It will never work. I'm nobody's captain. I'm a lieutenant junior grade, just like you." "Exactly. That's why it won't work." He kept staring at the blackness outside. "I owe it to the crew, Lieutenant. All of them. It's my fault we are trapped here." "Sir, what happened at the way station? Lorne and Dobris made the call to attack. If it's anyone's mistake, it was theirs. You're the reason we've survived as long as we have." "You don't understand." He looked at her finally, with pain in his eyes. "We had an opening. We could have recalled all our ties and left that fight after Shieldbreaker was destroyed, but we didn't. I wanted to scoop up those escape pods and save as many people as I could. That's when the other frigate knocked out our hyperdrive, not before." "Sir, you tried to save your people." "Lorne warned me. I should have listened, but I didn't. At Carfedian, I tried to recall all our birds before we jumped. I wanted to wait in if we had, we'd have died there. Lorne made us jump, and we left 6 pilots behind. At the way station, I had the same choice, the exact same choice, and I chose wrong. I should have left those 40 people in the pods to the Mandas, but I didn't, and now we're all going to die here." His lips curled in an angry snarl. "I should have made the smart choice, but I didn't. I made the right one, and that's why we're stuck here. I'm not your captain, Lieutenant, but if I can offer myself to the Mandas and maybe get some of this crew home, I owe it to them to try." She wanted to tell him not to blame himself for a situation so wildly beyond his control, but she knew entrenched guilt when she saw it. More, she could feel it from him through this strange force of hers. Despair and dread brewed together with anger and self-loathing, and he was desperate for a way out. What he was contemplating was another kind of suicide. He didn't deserve that. He was as good an officer as anyone she'd never met, as brave and earnest and fundamentally good as anyone she'd ever met. But they all deserved better than they'd gotten, especially that stormtrooper from Colfax Minor. "Sir," she said carefully, "you need to think about that. Long and hard. I know. But whatever I decide, Lieutenant, I need you to back me." He needed someone he could trust. She wasn't cruel enough to deny him. "I'll back you, sir. You're the captain." The word made him flinch, but next he nodded and rose from his chair. "I need to think on this long and hard, and try and sleep on it." She suddenly remembered she was on his bed. "Of course, I'm sorry, sir." She popped on her feet and lurched for the door, but her legs wavered beneath her. Fel caught her on by the arm and straightened her. "You need to sleep on it too, Lieutenant," he said without letting go. "And try to forget what happened today." "I know." She looked up into his eyes. "It's going to be difficult." He nodded sadly and let his hand slide down her arm before releasing. She stepped through the door, and it closed behind her. As she walked down the hall to her inherited cabin, she hoped for sleep without dreams. Since Carfedian, Davek had woken up every time with the nagging doubt that he'd ever go to sleep again. That morning it was different. As he dressed, quickly ate, and went up to the bridge, he felt that a grim certainty had settled over him. The plan to offer himself had been formulating in the back of his mind gradually since the way station, but saying it aloud to Lieutenant Valter had finally made it real. She was right, it would probably fail. But he owed it to his crew to try. If he was going to die in this forsaken void, he could at least die acting like the captain he was supposed to be. All he had to do was wait for the Mandas to come again. When he found Nemez Daher on the bridge waiting for him, his first reaction was dull surprise. Even as he let the engineering chief lead him to the corridor after the bridge for a private talk, he felt only vaguely curious as to what was weighing on the Yaga's mind. "I'm sorry I didn't come to this earlier, Captain. I truly am," Daher said as he brought something up on his datapad. "It's fine, Chief. What is it?" Voidwalkers' technical database was updated right before leaving Bastion, and that included a dump about Mandalorian ships and tech that isn't usually in our libraries. That includes full specifications for their ships, including notes on construction, equipment, even design and layout. I didn't realize we had all that. Our intel people are very thorough. Now, the big ships that have been chasing us are Mandal Motors Terrak-class assault frigates. I know that, Chief. Of course. But the point is, we have all their specifications in the database, and I was reviewing them. This is something I should have realized from the start, but it just never occurred to me. Mandal Motors is kind of unique as far as shipbuilding corporations go. They produce a variety of designs for commercial and domestic consumption, but... Chief, I'm sorry, but you'll have to be more direct. Of course. The point is, sir, those frigate us a lot of parts bought from outside suppliers, especially Kuat Drive yards. He tapped the pad screen. They use the exact same model of hyperdrive power coupling as Voidwalker. Davik understood what that meant. He just didn't believe it. Are you sure, Chief? Mandalorian fleets have a reputation for being patchwork, all sorts of modifications to individual ships. That's true, but it's mostly in regards to weapons, shields, things that affect actual performance. A hyperdrive power coupler doesn't do that. Unless it stops working entirely. Well, there's that. But, sir, if we can get to it, I can remove that coupler from the Mandalorian ship and install it in Voidwalker. Davik blew out a sigh. Chief, how many crew can we expect to find on one of those ships? I know they run lighter than we do. That depends. Those frigates carry a lot of infantry for deployment, but if it's just engaged in space deployment, one ship can run on less than 200 crewmen, closer to 150. I don't suppose you know how many of them would have guns and Beskar armor. Intel reports don't go that deep. Daher shook his head, then stated the obvious. We still have Razor Company, sir. 70 odd Imperial stormtroopers versus twice as many Mandalorians. Do you think they're up for this? I think they'll have to be, or we all die in this forsaken void. Davik's first instinct was to say it was too risky, but the only better option he had was a self-sacrifice that had felt inevitable 5 minutes ago, and now seemed just a fool's bargain. If this plan succeeded, it just might get them all home. He took out his comlink and said, I'm going to call Major Sly up here. Then all three of us are going to talk this through. One step at a time. Chapter 29. The sight of a blue electric holo image blazing in the heart of a U.S. Hinvong Shaper's Demutex still felt strange, but the fact that it existed at all was, Ben Skywalker supposed, continued testament to the fact that on Zonima Second, anything was possible. In the weeks since their arrival, progress had been slow, but it was happening nonetheless. Thanks to Alana and Syal, Antilles back on Coruscant, more data was being transmitted via hyperlink back and forth between the U.S. Hinvong Shapers here and the Alliance's scientists. There was only so much data from Carfedian to parse, but by looking at it from different angles, the two teams began to chip away from opposite directions until they reached something close to a truth. We believe the Davin basals used for the weapon are located at these points, Vil Gorset said as he gestured to the holographic diagram of the world ship. They're all within the 25% of the disk closest to the center, and that's not just to help concentrate fire. World ships are grown from the center out, Kodra Val explained. Remember, it's not a warship or a machine, it's very much a living creature, albeit closer to a plant than an animal. You can almost think of it like a borer tree accumulating rings as it grows. The center of the world ship's neural network is at the center of its body. When a world ship gets old and large, the regions on its extremities started to die. It was common for Shapers to graft supplementary neural nodes into other parts of the hull to keep it functional. Think of them as routers that feed directly to the world ship's brain, then spread out impulses to the extremes of the body, Gorsuch said. What you're saying is that all the Davin basals that control the weapon are located at the core of the neural network, not the routers, Alana said. The two US and Vong nodded. Gorsuch added, it's possible, even probable, that the outer nodes of the network are dead or too badly damaged. Most of the world ships were dying of old age even before our people reached your galaxy. I doubt Vilith Dal or the Sith, or whoever organized this project, had the resources to rejuvenate the entire body of the world ship. This thing is huge, remember? So they probably focus all their efforts right around the center of its body, where the nerve network was strongest. Tahiri said, because all the Davin basals are at the center of the network, that makes them more powerful, but also more vulnerable. What do you mean? Ben frowned. If the Davin basals for the weapon were spread out all over the world ship, it would be almost impossible to knock them all out. But if they're close together and linked to the same central brain, that's a little easier. Jaina, who'd been listening intently until now, said, please tell me there's an exhaust port or something where we can drop off a proton torpedo and call it a day. I'm afraid not, said Kadra Val. Our world ships have no power cores the way your machines do. The central brain is the vulnerable point, but there is no easy way to attack it from the outside. I was afraid of that, Jaina said darkly, and Ben was sure her mind was drifting back all those years to the mission on the world ship over Mirk where her brother had died. Tahiri must have been thinking of it too. We have advantages now we didn't have during the war. Friendly shapers and friendly ships, for one. So you plan to attack this thing? Alana sounded skeptical. We'll need to infiltrate it if we want to destroy it, Gorsuch said. There are subnodes directly connected to the world ship's brain. We can develop a poison that will shut down the nodes and carry it to the brain, shutting that down too. How long will that take to make? Asked Ben. Gorsuch and Kadra Val exchanged looks. The Shaper said, a week, perhaps two. Similar poisons have been used to euthanize dying ships before, but we only have their genomes recorded in our cases. Recruiting them will take time? Alana sighed. There's no telling what kind of damage they can do in a week or two. It's the best option we have, Jaina said. I think we should go for it. Ben looked at Alana. You'll have to let the Alliance know what we're doing. I don't know how the Chief of State will respond, but he should know. I agree. She swallowed. We'll need to do this. With or without approval from the Alliance, this needs to be done. Ben understood what she was saying. Since the fall of Hapes, Alana had thrown herself into the Senator's path, doing everything she could in the political arena to safeguard the Happen Exile community and the battered integrity of the Alliance. All of that might have to be thrown by the wayside to eliminate the world ship, the Sith, and Darth Zorin. After the Jedi left the Shaper's Tower, they stood on the crest of the ridge, looking out on the middle distance. Wind, cool and damp, blew in their faces. The clouds overhead were low and gray but hadn't yet released rain. So that's it. Then, Jaina said softly, we're going back to a world ship. You don't need to do it yourself, Jaina, Tahiri said. The Jedi need to take charge of this, Ben said. We need someone to stay and safeguard Zana Maseket, Tahiri. And if Vilith Dal and the Sith have allies here, you need to find them. But I'm going to that world ship. And Jade? Asked Alana. She and Tanith had remained back at the Demunek provided for them to sleep in these past weeks. Ben hesitated. His instinct was still to say no, absolutely not, but the women's eyes implored him. She's still scared to be around you sometimes, Alana said. She's not scared. Yes, she is. She doesn't know if she can trust you or not because she doesn't think you trust her. You're afraid of hurting each other, so every time you could risk getting close, you both pull away. And it's made her fragile inside, because what she wants deep down, all she really wants, is to be close to you. Especially since she lost her other parents so young and so tragically. It was a grim, penetrating assessment, but he struggled to deny it. How can you tell all that? Because it's exactly how I feel around my mother. That dropped silence like a bomb. Wind blew, tousling long hair, turning their faces away from each other. Eventually, eyes on the distant treetops, Ben asked, "How many times have you been to see her?" "Since we arrived." "3. She never changes." "She's been like that for years," Tahiri said grimly. "Losing Hapes. It was too much for her, I think." "My mother has been through awful losses." "All of us have," Alana said. "I still can't believe that one last thing finally broke her." In a soft voice, a child's voice, she said, "I always thought my mother was strong." "She is strong. She's been the strongest person I've known all my life." Jaina squeezed Alana's shoulder. "That's her problem." "I don't understand. Your mother always had an image of what she wanted to be, and she always wanted to be the best as it. A Jedi Knight, obviously. A Dathomiri warrior. And when that didn't pan out, a queen for Hapes. And later on, a good mother to you, and a partner for Jason. I think sometimes that's why it took her so long to see the monster he was becoming. She was always chasing perfection in her head, and sometimes she missed reality." Alana shook her head, confused. "I still don't understand." "She tried to be all those things," Tahiri said, "until one by one, she couldn't be them anymore. She's still my mother. She'll always be my mother, even if all she wants to be nowadays is some hermit on a mountain. But it's cost her so much. Her parents, Jason, Taryn, Zach, and Katia. Eventually it's too much guilt." "None of that was her fault," Alana insisted, weaker than before. "Sometimes surviving is guilt enough," Tahiri said in soft conviction. More silence drifted over the ridge. Flecks of rain tickled Ben's face. It felt like a prelude to a heavier downpour. He said, "I want to see her before we leave." "What about Jade?" asked Jaina. "She'll want to come," Alana said. Ben knew that, just like he knew that if Jade died on that world ship, seeking the Sith who killed her mother, it would break him as badly as Tennoka was broken. "I need to think about it," he said. "We still have time." "Just don't take forever," Jaina warned. "I won't. Now let me take a walk. I need to think." The women let him go as he trudged down the slope and into the town. Drizzle was coming harder, and he threw the hood of the Jedi robe over his head. So many of these paths were unpaved, and the dirt under his feet was getting damp and unstable, but he kept walking. He thought as he walked, but his thoughts kept going round and round in the same damn circles. What Alana had said had cut him to the bone. Losing his mother at a young age had hurt him deeply, but in a sad, ironic way it had taken the bond between him and his father, previously awkward and tense, and made it stronger and deeper than it had otherwise been. Ben knew he hadn't been there for his child the way Luke Skywalker had been there for him. He'd emerged through such trying times into ostensibly peaceful ones, yet all the while he was a lesser man than his father. His mind was so trapped in grim cycles that he barely noticed as the rain started coming down harder. The dirt began to churn beneath his feet, and the Yuuzhan Vong and Pharaohs in the street started ducking to shelter. Once he finally realized how untenable this all was, he looked everywhere he could for shelter, and finally spotted an animal skin tarpaulin stretched out from the side of one Demudek to protect some boxes of food stores. He ducked under the shelter and threw off his hood, spraying water. He shook his robes and wondered why, in all their millennia, the Jedi hadn't thought to make their standard garb out of something more water-resistant. As he shook, something darkened a corner of his eye. He looked over his shoulder and saw another figure in another cloak, back turned to him. For a second he thought it was another Jedi. Then he sensed a presence in the Force, a presence he recognized but hadn't known for 30 years. Not since the last time the Sith had come to Zonam II. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but he remembered the last time he'd done that she just slipped through his finger like smoke. He knew Sekit could summon more than just ethereal ghosts now, but he was afraid to test it. So instead he just said, "Hi, Mom." The cloaked figure turned around. There was no ghostly blue blur around her. Mara J. Skywalker looked as real as any other being as she stood before him. She didn't take off her hood, but even in the dim clouded light he could see the red hair spilling off her shoulders, the pale skin of her face, the piercing green eyes. his mother as she'd been 35 years ago. Her first thought was how impossible, painfully young she'd looked when she died. He was nearing that age himself, but seeing her almost reduced him to a child again, a teenage boy who would never stop wanting his mother back, and would never totally let go of his guilt for the way she died. "Hello, Ben," she smiled softly. "My, you've grown." Ben took a deep breath. "It's you, right?" "Not second." "Of course it's me. I take it you weren't expecting this." "Not even close, Mom. Although I guess, maybe I was. It's been so long since I last saw you." "I could tell." Still smiling, softly, loving. "There's so much." He stopped, tried to figure out how to say what really mattered. "I have a daughter now. I called her Jade." "I'm honored." "She's beautiful, Mom. She's got your eyes. Well, your eyes and Dad's hair. Longer, though." He choked for a second. "It's just, I'm so glad to see you. I just wish I could have been the father Jade needed." "You don't think you were?" "Not even close," he sniffed. "I lost her mother the way I lost you. And I've been so scared of losing her since then, of failing her. I haven't let her grow." His mother's specter considered him for a long time. There was no noise but the rain, pattering endless on the tarp above him. "Being scared is no way to live, Ben." "I know. And right now there's a chance for us to right some of the wrongs. To heal just a little. We can try, but if we fail we'll lose everything. I'll lose her." "Do you know that, Ben?" "I feel it. In the Force." He wanted to say yes, but he hesitated. He'd never been truly certain what the Force wanted from him, not since Katia died. In the 15 years in which they'd met, fallen in love, married, and created Jade, everything had felt simple, righteous, and sure. Hapes had popped a bubble that would never come back, but he couldn't stop longing for it. "It's your fear speaking, not the Force. You have to let go of it." "What am I supposed to have then?" She answered by raised up her hand. He stared, frozen in shock as she raised it and placed her fingertips against his cheek. He felt their soft pressure, their warmth. His heart pounded. He wondered if he could lean closer and feel his mother's breath on his face, but he was frozen as her fingers ran down to brush the gray hairs on his chin. "The beard is growing on me," Mara said with a little grin. "Mom, what am I supposed to have?" "Faith, Ben." "In what?" "The Force. And your daughter. Just like I had faith in you, always. And you never let me down." "Never," she said. The enormity of that staggered him. "I've let myself down, Mom. So many times." "You've wavered, but you've never fallen. Never." Her hand went to his cheek again. Soft skin against soft skin. "And you never will." Her conviction, her love, was unshakable. He closed his eyes and savored the warmth against his face, warmth he hadn't known for more than half a life. He whispered, "Thanks, Mom," and felt a feather-like kiss on his forehead. When he opened his eyes, he was alone. Rain still fell. He stared at the falling water, the dirt turning to mud. Without putting his hood back on, he stepped out from under the tarpaulin and raised his head to the sky. Rain kept coming, pounding his face, some drops stinging, others tickling. Rain fell like life, and he didn't turn away. Jade and Tanith sat in the doorway of the deck, cool but dry, and watched the water fall. The others had gone to the Shaper's Tower to learn the latest about the world ship, but they stayed behind. Zanima Sekhet made Jade feel very small. The Force itself seemed to whisper of great things of which she played no part. As the rain started to slow, Tanith asked, "When you close your eyes, can you see your mother?" The question came out of nowhere. They talked little, even when alone. The sudden question and its personal nature were striking. Even more so was the quaver in Tanith's voice. Even though they were roughly the same age, Jade had found herself thinking of the tall, scarlet-haired Happen woman as older, or at least more mature. She didn't seem beset by the anxieties Jade had, even though many of their problems were shared. "I don't remember what she looked like," Jade said, "but I remember whole loads of her. That's not really the same though, is it?" "No, but I was wondering if you knew somehow," because of the Force. It was because of the pain of her mother's death that Jade had shut herself off from the Force for so long. It was hard to say that to this other girl, this near stranger. She said, "I don't think it really helps. I can sometimes remember how my mother felt in the Force, but not in a way I can put into words." "I see." Tanith stared at the ring. "I never had any of that. The Force, I mean, even though my father was a Jedi. That's how it works sometimes. Even Jaina's younger son doesn't," she called herself. "Davik didn't have the Force." "I know." Tanith breathed out. "I just thought sometimes it could have helped. I would have given anything for it." Jade was surprised by that. She spent many years thinking that if she'd never been cursed with the sensation of her mother's painful death, things would have been different, likely better. The other girl looked right at her. "Can I give you advice, Jade?" This conversation, soft against the rain, took one turn after another. "All right. I'm not trying to intrude. I don't know you that well. But you and your father seem distant. It's complicated." Jade looked down at her hands. "Master Solo said it's always complicated between parents and kids. I wouldn't know. I never had the chance, just like I never had the Force." She swallowed. "I would have given anything for that too." Jade could feel Tanith's ache, the loss that would never go away. Everyone had pains that would never leave, some distant and some fresh. Hers was old and new at once. "You never know how long your family be there for you," Tanith said. "You shouldn't waste the time you have." "I know what you're saying." Jade looked back at the forest. The rain had died to a drizzle. "Thank you. I'm going to take a walk now." Tanith nodded. Jade got to her feet and started walking. Their Demudek was set on a clearing at the edge of the middle distance, halfway up the valley slope. Jade walked upward. Her boots sometimes sunk into wet dirt, but the grass gave traction, and it was better, she figured, than slopping through the mud at the bottom of the valley. Rain still got in her face, dampened her white tunic, and clung to her hair, but she walked. It was good to walk. Walking let her think about her father, her mother, about Hapes and Darth Zoran. The Sith had dealt so much pain to her family, not just her and her father, but to so many people they were connected with. It was easy to hate Zoran with a black, hot anger. All she had to do was try. Jade had to resist the temptation. She wandered into the woods, where water rolled in heavy drops off the leaves of the borer trees, and splattered nosily on an undergrowth that was merely damp. Unseen birds made songs somewhere above. She closed her eyes and listened to the sounds and smelled the air of decay and regeneration. Tahiri had said Zana Maseket embodied natural balance, the force as it was meant to be, with everything flowing along in one unified motion. She wondered if this was what true peace felt like, not stillness, but motions in harmony. "Are you finding answers?" a voice said. It was a familiar voice, but she didn't place it until she turned around and saw the man behind her. Sitting on a fallen log was an old man, beard gone gray, the sandy blonde sapped from his still shaggy hair. He had light eyes and a gentle smile. She hadn't seen him in a long time. "Hi, Grandpa," Jade whispered. She looked around. Birds still sang. Raindrops still fell. The forest continued on as it always did. "I wasn't expecting you." "The Force is a fountain of surprises," Luke Skywalker said. She found her legs stuck in the mulch like tree trunks. Her hands balled to nervous fists. "Is that what brought you here?" "The Force." "The Force. And second. And you." There was something impish in his smile. It made the old ghost look young. "Who says it has to be just one thing?" "I don't know. I've heard this planet can summon people. I wasn't expecting it." "You already said that. You seem to have something else on your mind. What did you say to a ghost?" "I've got a lot of things. It's a little hard to explain. Think about it." "I have nothing but time." She did think about it. She stared into the dirt until she found words, and then she looked her grandfather in eyes that looked so real. "It's about Dad, and it's about what really hurt him. Hurt us." "Your mother's death," Luke said. "That's right. We know who did it now. I saw her. I felt her. It was a Sith." And until we stop her, neither of us is going to have any peace. Are you afraid of this Sith? Of course I am. I remember what she did to my mother. I can't feel it if I try. But it's worse than that. This Sith, she spread so much pain to so much people. I remember how you faced the Emperor all those years ago. He was an even bigger monster who destroyed even more lives. How did you face him, knowing how evil he was? How did you fight and beat him without letting all that hate take you over? It felt good to get it all out. It was a question she still couldn't bring to ask her father. Luke considered, then said, I very nearly gave in to that hate. Darkness is powerful, Jade. It drags you in because it promises it will solve all your problems. It seduces you into thinking if you crave something hard enough you can make it so. But it's a lie. The dark side can't give you everything. Can the light? No. His smile was bittersweet. I'm sorry. But they say anything's possible with the Force. On the Force's terms, not yours. She felt deflated, empty. I don't like that. No one does. But you have to learn to deal with that and take the losses with the victories, and live with both. That's growing up. That's life. You never answered my question. How did you fight the Emperor's evil without getting pulled in by the dark? One thing saved me, Luke said. My father. After everything he'd done, against everything else, he was there for me. I know Ben will be there for you too. You are everything to him. I know, Grandpa, she sniffed. Tears touched her eyes. It's hard being everything to somebody. That too is something you'll have to live with. She pawed tears away with the rain-damp back of her hand. She opened her mouth to ask how he'd gone on after his father's sacrifice and froze. The log on which he'd sat was empty. She looked around the forest. She was alone again. She lingered in the woods for a while, and when she was ready she walked back down to the Demudak. She was a little relieved to see no one waiting outside, but when she got closer she looked back toward the city and saw a man in soggy Jedi robes walking up the path. She waited for her father at the entrance. When he reached her they stood and stared at each other for a moment before either of them could speak. You're wet, Ben told his daughter. You're wetter, she said, and couldn't keep from smiling. He patted his soaked robes. I guess so. I just had an interesting conversation. So did I. Really? He looked her over a second time. Do you want to talk about it? She swallowed, nodded. Yeah, Dad. I think it's time to talk. Because there was little else to do, Jagged Fell had followed every scrap of information coming through the news nets. The broadcasters on the Imperial News Network seemed to take a muted sadistic pleasure in describing the convoluted political mess unfolding on Coruscant, but the facts themselves were accurate. The League of Free Worlds of Sinex-Juvex had seceded from the Alliance. A volley of legislation had emerged from subcommittees and made it to the Senate floor, but the only one that mustered enough votes to pass had been to level economic sanctions on the Free Worlds for violating the Alderaan Convention. Even the purely symbolic one to declare Saviar a war criminal had failed thanks to debate over specific wording. An attempt to call a no-confidence vote in Chief of State Savage had failed miserably because no one else was visibly gunning for the job. The really difficult issue, the one Jagged had been most curious to see resolved, had been what to do about the handful of worlds still loyal to the original houses. After Carfedian, the surviving lords had mostly pulled their security forces to their throne worlds, set themselves up to withstand a siege, and begged to Alliance to intervene on their behalf, citing the Treaty of Annexes and claiming they were now under threat for hostile foreign power. The Senate still had to vote to officially recognize that the Annexes agreement had been broken. They were in the process of arguing the submittal from House Araba when the entire issue became moot. When the U.S. Hinvong world ship dropped into orbit over Sayamera, it hadn't even bothered to bring support vessels. The House Araba security fleet had attacked the behemoth with frankly surprisingly bravery and been ignored. Less than 10 minutes after decanting from hyperspace, the world ship had fired its gravity beam weapon directly into the planet. The impact was reported to have been equivalent to a large meteor strike at high velocity. There was no way to know how many had been killed in the blast, but the number was sure to dwarf the mere 2 million at Carfedian. When the news had come down, Jagged couldn't sit still anymore and placed a long-range transmission to Coruscant. He knew Sayamera's devastation would have sparked a frenzy, so he waited patiently until his cousin managed to squeeze in 5 minutes to talk. "I'm sorry, Jag, but I don't have long," Sayal said. "I just out of one meeting with the other admirals. Now I'm due to talk to Senator Drelai and the Defense Committee." "What's the Third Fleet going to do? It's been sitting at Ismeru since Carfedian. Are you just going to keep it there to watch?" Sayal shook her head. "This is hard for all of us, Jag. I've already talked to Admiral Primvold. He knows we need to do something, but until we have a way to take out that weapon, any intervention would just get more of our people killed. Have you heard anything from Zana Maseket?" "Jaina says they're close to completing something that can disable that world ship. It might take a week yet, maybe 2. Sayal hardly looked assured. "A lot can happen in 1 week, Jag." "I know. A lot more people can die. Jag, even if Jaina does bring some miracle cure back, I'm still not sure we'll get approval to act. Sinex Juvex isn't Alliance territory anymore. A military operation there would technically be invading a sovereign entity. An entity where the ruling power is committing mass murder. I know, but Carfedian scared people. It scared them bad. A superweapon hasn't been used since Centerpoint 35 years ago. Everyone's still hoping that if they look away from the problem, it will just disappear, or at least stay bottled up in Sinex Juvex. Ignoring genocide doesn't preserve the long peace. I know. But people vote on what they hope will happen, whether they're citizens or senators. What does Sevash say about this? What about Drelai? I don't know. Drelai will get a bill authorizing intervention out of his committee and onto the Senate floor. But after that, I can't guarantee anything. If the Senate votes it down, they'll tie Sevash's hands." Jag scowled and held back a curse. Sevash was a good enough leader for peacetime, but he'd never been bold. Countermanding a Senate vote, especially on something like this, would be straight-up political suicide, and Jag could never see him doing that. Still, he couldn't just sit on Bastion and watch it all unfold over the news nets, complete with smug ANN commentary. He said, "Sayal, I'm coming to Coruscant." She didn't look surprised. "What do you think you can do here?" "I don't know, but I can't sit on a couch and do nothing." Her smile was faint and tired. An old woman's smile. "I thought as much. I'll be waiting for you. I just hope your wife shows up too." "Not as much as me, Sayal. I'm on my way." As his flyer approached the mountaintop campsite, Ben Skywalker found himself going tense behind the control. All his life he'd found Tenno Ka Djo intimidating. Ever since he was a child, he'd associated the Queen Mother of Hapes with the stoic mien and rancor-toothed lightsaber, neither welcoming in itself and especially unwelcoming in combination. When he arrived at the campsite and found it unoccupied, it felt both anticlimactic and aggravating. He assumed Tenno Ka had gone off into the woods somewhere to hunt for food perhaps, or commune with Zana Maseket, or speak with old ghosts. Whatever it was she'd been doing out here all these years. He sat himself at the embers of her campfire and waited. The natural silence made it surprisingly easy to meditate, and by the time she appeared he was almost calm. He had a collection of firewood pinned to her side by her single arm. She walked straight to her tent and set it down before saying, very perfunctorily, "Good afternoon, Ben." He was glad she didn't call him Master Skywalker, as she'd done for his father for all those years. "Hello yourself. Were you waiting long?" She had her back to him and was leaning logs vertically in a row against the tent. "A little, but I didn't mind. It's coming out here. You see why I prefer it, then?" "I don't know. I get a little bored with it after 10 years. She stiffened, and without looking at him muttered, "This is a fact." He watched her lay a few more logs before he decided to get right to the point. The Tenno Ka he'd known had always appreciated that. "Do you know what I just decided today?" "I have no idea. I've decided being a parent ice much harder than being a Jedi Master." She stopped, straightened, and finally turned to look at him. "You only realized that today." "I'm a slow learner. In my experience, Ben, you've been anything but. Maybe we're thinking about different experiences. Perhaps. A little reluctantly, she started walking toward him. I heard you found the Sith who killed Katia. The Sith from Hapes. That's why you're here, is it not? I didn't find her. Jay did. Tenoka crouched beside him. I feel very sorry for her. There's a lot of people to feel sorry for. It was too easy to feel sorry for themselves. The Sith her name is Darth Zorin is causing more destruction now than ever. She's responsible for killing Davek and millions more. I know. She has to be stopped. Do you believe you're meant to stop her? Who else but the Jedi can stop the Sith? He looked at her, but she was staring into embers. Perhaps so, she said, but why does the Jedi have to be you? Are you sure you don't have other motivations? If you mean revenge, yes. I'd be lying if a part of me didn't want that. But I believe I can kill her without going dark. After his own mother had died, his father had held back from facing Darth Kiedis, knowing the thirst for revenge could draw him into the dark. Jaina had to do it instead. He told himself it was different now. The pain of Katia's loss was an old one, cool instead of raging hot. I meant more than vengeance, Tenoka said. Are you sure you're not seeking something more dangerous than that? What's more dangerous than revenge? Atonement. He frowned. How is that dangerous? Because it can never be had. It is a false hope, and there is nothing worse than that. She picked up a stick and poked cool ashes. When I was crowned Queen of Hapes, it felt like a curse. I never so lonely in my life. Fact. When Jason came back to me, I thought it was a blessing from the Force itself. I thought our love could solve all my problems. Fact. Tenoka. She jabbed the ashes harder. When he went dark, I thought my life was over. In the worst hours, I thought I was the one who made that monster. I thought my own selfish need for companionship had begun his descent. What Jason did was his choice. It was always his choice. Fact, she sniffed. When Jason died, I thought my life was over again. But then Zek appeared, and he became attached to Terran, and together they were a new light in my life. Fact. And later Alana joined us, and I believed I had a family again. Even Jason found his strange redemption here on Zanima Second. I thought my hopes were fulfilled, and I would have peace. But that was not a fact. Zek and Terran died because I was weak, because I was needy, because I was blind to the threat the Sith represented. Your wife died because of me, and so many others. That's not true, Ben snapped. It is a fact. No, it's not. Do you think I haven't spent years with guilt over what happened on Hapes? You think I don't see Katia every time I look at my daughter? Every single time. We've all made mistakes, serious mistakes, and we've all had to deal with that. Eventually, she said, it becomes too much. Ben sighed and looked at the ashes. Tenoka, you can't stay here forever. Alana needs you, and you think I don't want to help her. Every time I've thought I was helping people I loved, I destroyed them. Every single time. Do you understand that? Jason, Terran, Zek. Staying away from me is the only way to keep Alana safe. You know that's not true. You're just hurting her, Tenoka. She doesn't know if she can trust you or not because she doesn't think you trust her. You're afraid of hurting each other, so you never risk getting close, but all she really wants is to be close to you. You're the only parent she has left. How do you know that? Tenoka's voice wavered. It's how my daughter feels about me. Tenoka looked at him finally. He stared into her gray eyes and remembered the woman she'd been when she was younger, the one who'd always intimidated his childhood self, the one Jason had fallen in love with and burned a secret passion for. But the face around those eyes was weathered and sagging, the eyes themselves darkened by things that could never be made right. What had they been was gone forever. They were just two old people now, quietly haunted by the ways they let their children down. Come down from this mountain, Tenoka. Your daughter needs you. We all do. And what will happen if I do? He took a deep breath and looked at the forest, the climbing mountain, the vast open sky. If Jason can't find even a little redemption, why can't we? She dropped her stick in the fire pit and said nothing for a long time. He let her think. He listened to the wind and creaking of tall old trees. Eventually, she said, I remember when I was very young, I was attracted to this kind of life. I thought that if I somehow failed to become a Jedi Knight, and yes, I did worry about that, then it would be good to retreat to Dathomir and live a simple life in the wilderness, hunting food and wearing the skin of animals. And now, she breathed deeply in and out. It is not satisfying. Maybe you need a change. Perhaps I do? She looked up at the sky too, and breathed very deep. You haven't seen him, have you? No. He's as frustrated in death as he was in life. Yeah, that sounds like Jason. That got the tiniest smile, sad as it was. He asked, when do you want to leave? Allow me a few minutes to prepare. She stood up. So did he. She asked, do you believe the Force wants you to face Darth Soren? He thought a moment. I don't know, but I want to. Right or wrong, I want to face her. Good. Tenno Ka's face became hard. So do I. Chapter 30. The next time the Mandalorians came with a frigate and 2 corvettes. Davik had been prepared for worse, and when the time was right he ordered the plan into motion. Voidwalker broke from his hiding place and began to run. The fast frigate and faster corvettes surged ahead to catch it, along with 2 squadrons of Beskid fighters. Voidwalker got across space toward a chunk of rock the size of a planetoid and dipped close for his airless surface, like it planned to curve around the stone's ecliptic and use it as a shield. The Mandalorians split their forces. The frigate continued after Voidwalker while the swift corvettes cut around the other side of the planetoid to head off the enemy and snare it from either side. 30 Imperial snub fighters were waiting for the corvettes, a mix of demolishers and TIE X's. As the Beskids raced to help against the interceptors, Voidwalker and the Pershing frigate were left to battle each other on the other side of the planetoid. When they were in position, Davik called, Helm, drop speed. Turn us around 90 degrees. Guns, get a broadside solution and fire the second they're in range. He'd explained the core of the plan to the bridge crew already, and they reacted with eagerness and efficiency. The view from the bridge panned away from the planetoid until only nebular gases could be seen. Davik watched the tactical holo. The Mandalorian frigate was still careering right toward them at full speed. Voidwalker was battered, but his shields would hold, even against a fierce headlong rush from a Mando frigate. The Mandas knew that too, and when Voidwalker began unleashing volleys of turbolaser fire, the frigate slowed and shunted power to its forward defenses to withstand the onslaught. Davik hunched over Ensign Korak's shoulder and asked, are the stalkers in position? They've settled in right behind the frigate, Korak reported. No sign they've been spotted. The enemy should be in range of their jamming field. Have them fire it up now. He shifted to poor Dunn. How are their shields looking, Ensign? The Keldor glanced at her console. They've dropped their rear guard, sir. Amazingly, things were still going according to plan. Signal the Razors. All boarding parties are clear to launch. Voidwalkers to assault shuttles, together packed with nearly 80 stormtroopers from Razor Company and a half-dozen engineers, had been hiding in the planetoid sinkhole since the Mando ships had dropped out of hyperspace 10 hours ago. 10 hours in the dark, waiting for something to happen, should have lulled Lucas to sleep, but he'd been too anxious for that, and now that the time to act had come, so did the adrenaline rush. Finally, after all this, they were going to be what they were meant to be, stormtroopers. And they do or die, succeed or fail, with the fate of all Voidwalker on their backs. The pilot gave them a heads up the second before he fired the engines. Lucas and the rest were jostled in their seats, white armor knocking white armor as the shuttle surged out of the sinkhole and soared away from the planetoid toward the Mandalorian frigate. Through the porthole windows in the shuttle's main cabin, he could just barely make out the flare of exchange turbolaser volleys. The plan was to force the Mando ship to lower its aft shields, then use the 2 TIE Stalkers to jam its sensors so it wouldn't spot the assault shuttles leaping toward it. If the Mandas did see them and raised the shields, then Razor Company, and the battle would be over in an instant. Still, Lucas thought, better to die like this than like Minor. The pilot gave them another warning that they were about to decelerate. The inertia was even more violent than the launch, and darkness clouded Lucas' vision inside his helmet. Then there was the hard kick of impact and the scream of durasteel against durasteel as the shuttle scraped against the frigate's hull. They were through the shields. Now they had to cut through. Razor Company had been split into two shuttles. The first shuttle, with Major Sly aboard, was going to get the easy part first and the hard part second. For the second shuttle, Lucas' shuttle, it was supposed to be hard first and then relatively easy, as long as all went to plan. Sly's shuttle was going to grapple onto the airlock located halfway down the ship, above his hangar bay, and behind most of his manned decks. After they blew the airlock, they'd reach the hard part, taking the deck and holding it against all the Mandalorians that would try to repulse them. Lucas and the others aboard the second shuttle had attached to the aft section of the frigate and were now trying to burn through the thick armor around the ventral cargo hold. Once they breached the hull, they'd ascend upward into the engine section, Protective Engineering Chief Daher and his crew from whatever Mandos stood between them and the hyperdrive power coupler they'd come to steal. Lucas had reviewed the interior plans for a Terra-class frigate over and over again, just like everyone else in the company. He'd memorized the route to take. As he listened to the sound of the shuttle's laser saw tearing a hole through the hull, he did what the rest of the Stormies did, unlatched his crash webbing, checked his kit, and prepared to run. The engineering team was also on his feet. They slapped on black plasteel plates over their torsos and strapped on helmets, though Chief Dahers sat awkwardly on his long Yaga head. The three-legged, spindle-bodied, insectoid engineering chief managed to look forbiddingly alien even compared to Captain Lorne and the Twi'lek pilot Lucas had helped fix up. Lucas was carrying a pack of medical tools in addition to his standard combat kit, and this time he'd read up on Yaga physiology, just in case. Daher was the most important being on this insane mission, and everyone knew it. Hull is breached. The shuttle pilot called back. Stand by to board. A squad, B squad, at front. Call Sergeant Malkin. C squad and D squad at rear. There was a great shudder as directional charges blew part of the frigate's hull inward. The shuttle's portal slid open and air rushed out of the cabin into the cargo hold. Then everyone was on the move. They'd been promised that the cargo hold would be empty and undefended, and they were right. The high chamber was cold and unlit, but the night vision in their helmets took care of that. A squad and B squad went first up the utility ladders leading deeper into the ship. C squad and D squads shepherded the engineers over to the base of the ladders, while the men above cleared the nearest decks. They heard bursts of laser fire for nearly a minute before a sergeant called clear from above. C squad, up first. Order Malkin. Engies, stay with him. Lucas and the other troopers clambered up the ladders next. He was afraid the engineers might slow them down, but they went up fast, and Daher went fastest of all. When they reached the next corridor, Lucas gave the scene a quick scan. A squad and B squad were laying down barricades to block all hallways leading from the fore of the ship, where they expected attacks to come from. Lucas tapped on his helmet headset and asked Malkin any word from the first shuttle. They've boarded and are engaging hostiles, the sergeant said. Worry about your job, Briggs. We need to go that way. Daher waved a spindly arm down a corridor. Right? Nodded Malkin. C squad, D squad. We're with him. And B squads, hold position and wait for my signal. The stormtroopers went first, scampering down the corridor with rifles ready, and engineers clustered at the rear. The first set of doors they hit wouldn't open, which wasn't a surprise. Putting blast doors on lockdown was the first thing you did if you had boarders. Lucas stayed back with the Engies and watched as Layla Marsh and another C squatter, Call Reith from his gate, placed a couple charges on the door. Fire in the hole. Reith called as he and Layla rushed back. There was nothing to cover behind, so they just braced themselves as the directional charges went off, blowing the doors into the aft hallway. Lucas was one of the first ones through the smoking debris. He switched his helmet to IR vision but still didn't see any Mandos coming to stop them. He couldn't believe all of them were in the forward section of the ship. Resistance would be coming, and soon. Keep going straight. called Daher. We should have at least 2 more doors to blow through before we hit the engine section. I hope we brought enough charges, Reith grumbled as he fumbled another one of his kit. He and Layla laid down a few more explosives and fell back again. The doors blew again, sending smoke and ash swirling through the confined stretch of the hallway. This time Lucas's IR scope lit up with moving lights, and he had just enough time to duck low before laser fire began to pour through the gap toward them. Down, 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 Malkin shouted as he bodily pulled the engineers to the deck and threw himself in front of them. The hallway lit up with laser fire gushing in both directions. There wasn't anything to cover behind for the Stormies or the Mandas, but the Mandas had the critical advantage of Beskar armor that could deflect small arms fire. A Stormy's white plates could only take a couple shots at most. As he lay on his belly and awkwardly pumped out shots, he counted 5 Mandas ahead, maybe 6. He watched 2 Sea squatters take hits and drop. The Mandas seemed to be surging forward, empowered by their armor even if the numbers were against them. As a third Stormy fell, riddled with blaster shots, Malkin called, "Reith. Fletchy, now." Reith, who'd been on his knees, immediately reared up and grabbed a Fletchy grenade from his belt. Even as he hurled it directly at the Mandas, a volley of laser blasts caught him in the chest and threw him off his feet. As his body clattered onto the back of a huddled engineer, his grenade went off, right in the midst of the Mandas. Using a normal, non-directional grenade charge when fighting inside a spaceship was a good way to blow up yourself, the ship, or both. Fletchies were subtler and fast nastier. When they burst, they scattered hundreds of sharp metal shards and bullet-like velocity. They wouldn't blow a hole in a bulkhead, but they could shred an unarmored man to ribbons in the blink of an eye. Unless you threw them right, they were as likely to cut up you as your enemy, but in his dying breath, Reith had thrown it right. Stray Fletchies pounded on Lucas's armor like hard ran, but none got through. He dared look up and saw all the Mandas had fallen, dead or injured. He and Layla were the first ones to spring up to the fallen enemy. There were 6 of them, and they didn't waste time with mercy. Layla put her rifle between the armor plates of one sprawled Mando and shot him through the back. She moved on to another one while Lucas pumped 2 blasts into the vulnerable side of a soldier who looked like he'd already had his guts torn up. One of the Stormies who was coming to join them shouted a warning. Lucas barely spotted the prone Mando with the knife before he stabbed for Lucas' leg. He shifted to the long jagged blade scraped against his white armor leg piece. He could feel the hum of vibroblade as it tried to shear through the armor entirely and take off his leg. Lucas shifted, aimed, and fired 3 shots into the Mando's neck. He dropped the gun and was still. "Clear here," Layla shouted as she put a blast into the last Mandalorian. "Stang it," Lucas breathed. "How many did we lose?" 4 dead, 3 injured, reported Malkin. "We'll leave them back with A and B squads. The rest of us have to keep going." 7 causalities against 6 Mandas, and without the flechette grenade it would have been a lot worse. Stormies bragged about being the best of the best, but there was always that nagging doubt how they fare against author-infamous units, and the Mandalorians were usually at the top of the list. Though the Mando had let it go, the jagged vibroblade was still stuck in Lucas's leg plate. He reached down and tugged it out. Layla, who was already collecting a heavy pistol from one of the dead, said, "They leave nice souvenirs, don't they?" "You bet." Lucas stuck the knife in his belt. "Enough chat," Malkin called. "C-Squad, advance." Steeling himself for more fighting to come, Lucas pressed onward. The battle plan had entailed splitting the fight in half, with Voidwalker battling the Mando frigate until Razor Company crippled it from the inside, while the fighters tangled with the Beskets and Corvettes on the other side of the planetoid. The 2 TIE Stalkers hanging behind the Mando frigate should have jammed its comm signal so it couldn't call for help. That had only worked for less than minutes. Maybe a call had slipped through, if maybe the Mandas had realized something must be wrong. Either way, 2 flights of Beskets had been the first to break from the fray and cross around the planetoid to see why the frigate was holding position where it was. Malaysia had tasked Walkers 9 and 13 to give chase. Her remaining 8 ships still had enough to deal with, and she was hoping the breakers would bust open at least one corvette before the battle rejoined around Voidwalker. The TIEs were still outnumbered by Beskets, and they'd lost 3 ships already. As she pulled a wide curve outside the corvette closer to the planetoid, she tapped her comlink and called up Lieutenant Vol. Breaker 1, Citrip. Ready in another run. Inside corvette. She scanned space and spotted the glint of 5 bombers diving in formation. Understood. We'll cover. After this, get ready to break and fall back to Voidwalker. Understood. A flight of Beskets were already dropping behind the bombers. Marasia and her wingmen cut fast across space to intercept, and she told her pilots, "Open fire the second we're in range. I'll take the leader. Otherwise, targets of opportunity." The 3 pilots clicked affirmation. The Beskets got in range of their targets before the TIEs and unleashed torpedoes of their own. 1 demolisher was overwhelmed and exploded before Walker's 3 and 4 caught a Besket in a hail of shared laser fire and destroyed it. The remaining demolishers unleashed double volleys of torpedoes and broke formation. The Beskets broke to in pursuit. "I'm on the leader," Marasia called. "Take the rest of them." As the torps exploded brilliantly on the corvette's shields, the fighters became a tangle of weaving thrust trails and lancing laser bolts. The lead Besket had fallen behind Lieutenant Vol's ship, and she fell behind it. The Demolisher was the biggest and slowest ship on the chase, and it wouldn't last long against the Besket. In the chaos, a feeling came to Marasia, a knowing. That Besket pilot was eager for the kill. He was prepping a torp and gunning his engine. "Breaker 1, she called. "Hit hard starboard and slow. Now." Vol obeyed without questioning. The maneuver took the Mandalorian pilot by surprise, and as he struggled to decelerate and turn, Marasia's laser blast found him. They sheared off the nimble fighter's bottom as foil and sent it spinning helpless toward the planetoid. "Nice call, Walker lead," Vol said. Maybe the Force was good for something after all. Not a problem. A right explosion flashed off her starboard side. She spun a tight circle in time to see the first corvette snap in half under a withering barrage of torpedoes. The second corvette, along with his Beskets, was already breaking away and accelerating for the other side of the planetoid, where the real battle was happening. Marasia held all fighters, walkers, breakers, back to Voidwalker. She'd no sooner killed the connection than her cockpit started to spin around her. A Besket had come out of nowhere, pounding her port shields so hard they nearly broke. She wrestled her ship under control, but the fighter was still behind her. She tapped the connection back on. "This lead. Walkers, I need help." "Got it," someone said. She didn't see the explosion, but the scanners reported the Besket on her tail was destroyed. A TIE X settled along her port flank, and Rakashmir asked, "What's your status, lead?" "Battered but stable, Walker 7. She couldn't help but smile inside her helmet. "Thanks for the help. Just returning a favor. Any news from the other side?" "Not yet. Let's see how they're doing." She kicked her engines in and began to curve around the planetoid. Rakashmir matched her, turn for turn. The burning wreckage of a TIE X rushed spinning past the bridge, and a Davek fought a scowl as he watched his killers, 2 Beskets, peel out of his wake and look around for more targets. "More fighters coming around the planetoid, sir," Ensign Korak reported. "Any of ours with them?" Yes, sir," the CAG just hailed. "She says they're on their way, 1 corvette down." That would help a little, Davik thought. The fight on the other side had turned into a stalemate, with each frigate pounding the other from a wide distance where most of their turbolaser blasts were of dissipating strength. The arrival of the corvette, Beskets, and TIEs was going to change the equation. "Staying," Korak breathed. "Sir, we just lost a stalker." "Should we call the other end?" asked Poor Dunn. Davik hesitated. The unarmed stealth ship's best defense was that they were hard to spot. Their main use was that they could jam emergency hails sent by the frigate. If it was still possible the enemy might drop more ships into the area, or worse, that they'd call their allies and tell them their hyperdrive coupler was being stolen. Davik had already decided not to let that happen. The frigate would have to be destroyed, and part of Razor Company's orders was to set charged around the power core and detonate them once they safely withdrawn. Keep the Stalker where it is, but detach the fighters to protect it, Davik said. Have the breakers keep on hitting the Corvette. If we can knock that out, the odds will be back down to even. Yes, sir, breathed Korak. The plan was holding now, best he could tell. But the downside of the Stalker's jamming field was that Voidwalker had no way to communicate with the stormtroopers currently fighting for their lives inside the ship. If he had to, he could lower the jamming field and hail them, but not yet. He didn't want to risk it. Daher and Sly had given them a time window of 20 minutes to reach the generator, shut it down, and remove the power coupling. It had been 25, but he didn't want to give up yet. He stalked over to the viewport just in time to see his faith rewarded. Hanging off Voidwalker's starboard side, the fearsome Mandalorian frigate's internal lights began to wink out. His guns went silent and it hung there, dead in space. Some of the crew cheered or clapped, and even Davik felt himself buoyed by the first victory. He turned to the pit. Helm, bring us closer to that Corvette. Let's put it out of its misery. For a second, the entire engineering chamber was plunged into blackness. Then the red emergency lights from the backup generator kicked in to reveal it all, strewn wreckage from the blown open doors, the decks and walls of the octagonal chamber splattered with laser shots and blood, the 6 engineers and 10 standing Stormies, the bodies of 3 dead Mandalorians and the 4 ones in white. Chief Daher had already pulled open the access panel in the back of the chamber. He and his engineers were prying away the surrounding bulkhead to get better access to the power coupler that connected the hyperdrive module to the now-dormant main generator. As they worked, Malkin got on the comm with the other stormtrooper units, and when he was done he said, "The forward group's taking heavy causalities. Some Mandas have broken through and are trying to get back here." "You think they know what we're up to?" asked Lucas. "They can probably guess," breathed Layla. "What about A and B squads?" asked D Squad Sergeant Numa Mesra. "They've moved the wounded back to the shuttle. Not sure how they'll hold out when the shooting starts." Lucas looked anxiously back at the engineers. Daher had said that the process of changing one hyperdrive coupler to another was a careful one because they had to make sure power was fully drained from the connecting portions of the ship before removing it. Reattaching it would require a full shutdown of Voidwalker systems, but that was for later. Lucas just hoped the shutdown on this ship had slowed down the Mandalorians a little. "When do we plant the charges?" asked someone from D Squad. "If you want to put them close to the core, you'll have to wait until we've removed the coupler," Daher said. "After that, it should be easy." "How much longer?" Sergeant Mazra asked, edgy and impatient. "Give us a few more minutes." The stormtroopers kept their mouths shut while the engineers worked. Lucas tried to listen for sounds of battle down the hall, but there was nothing yet. He figured he'd know very quickly when it came. The few minutes seemed to drag into hours before Daher announced, "We have the coupling. It's in perfect condition." "Good work," Malkin said. "We fall back?" D Squad leads the way. Engie's behind them was as clear. "C Squad, let's plant some bombs and follow them out." Lucas and the others moved quickly. While Daher and 2 engineers strapped the meter-long power coupling to the back of C Squad's heaviest trooper, 2 more Engies directed them on where to best plant the directional charges and grenades that would most damage the frigate's power core. "This gonna work if the core is offline?" asked Lucas. "It'll work, but it'll be an even bigger boom if this thing's on," one Engie said. "They'll have to turn it on manually from here, though." "Won't they be able to disarm the bombs then?" asked Layla. "Only the ones they see. Here, we'll put up the paneling, cover 'em tight like we never tore 'em off. They might miss 'em that way." "Might. Better than nothing. Ready back there?" Malkin called from the front of the chamber. D Squad had already gone forward, and Lucas could hear the tang of laser fire. "Good to move here," Daher reported. "Bomb Squad." "Give us a second," Layla grunted as she and an engineer slammed the panel back in place. "What's going on up front?" asked Lucas. "A and B squads are taking heavy fire," Malkin grunted. "D squad will try to cover us. Let's go, boys and girls." As they charged up the corridor, the sound of laser fire became clearer. Through the smoke filling the long corridor, Lucas spotted a flash of light and heard a thundering explosion. Right after that, flechette grenade. "Go now," Malkin called. "Go, go, go." The stormtroopers tried to surge ahead after knocking the enemy back with the flechette explosion. For a precious 10 seconds, the laser fire filling the hall only went one direction, away from Lucas and the others. Then the Mandas started returning fire again. Malkin ducked for cover and escaped a blast, but the soldier right in front of Lucas did. Both were knocked back into the bulkhead as the troopers behind them tried to press forward. Lucas saw one engineer take a shot to the head and fall. Then the stormtrooper with the power coupling strapped to his back took a hit in the stomach and keeled over. "Package is down," Lucas tried to shout, breathless as he was. "I've got it," Leia said as she ducked low and tried to pull the sling off the wounded man's torso. She swung it onto her own back and grunted under the weight. "Kirk," she panted, "I didn't think this was so heavy." "Wait." Lucas pushed away from the wall. "Let me take it." Chief Daher stood up from his crouched position at the same time and moved to help. That was when a side door, locked and forgotten until now, slipped open and a trio of Mandalorians were suddenly on top of them. Leia ducked, barely missing a laser blast that took the man behind her instead. At this range, Lucas was able to pop off a shot that nailed the foremost Mando in the neck and dropped him. The second one slammed the butt of his rifle into Daher's head, and the third shot the engineering chief in the rear leg. The Yaga let out an inhuman wail as he collapsed. The Mando stomped on a second leg, cracking it, but before he could raise his rifle, Lucas had thrown himself forward, knife in an underhand grip. The blade sunk into the Mando side, tearing through the fabric of his jumpsuit and scraping his ribcage without going through. His rifle went off in Lucas's side. In the second before the pain hit, he pulled the knife out, got his arm clear, brought it up again, and speared the Mando through the neck. Blood splattered all over his white helmet, blinding him. Then the agony came, and they collapsed together. Between the pain and the chaos and the voices all shouting at once over his headset, Lucas didn't know what was happening. He rolled onto his good side, wiped the blood off his visor, and looked down at this wound. It had been a winged shot, the kind his armor would have protected him from at anything but point-blank range. As it was, he didn't think the blast had burned too deep, but when he tried to twist his abdomen, hot fire burned his body. Panting, lying on the ground, he tried to take stock. The action seemed to have moved away. He heard a voice, Leila's, saying that she had the package and was falling back to the shuttle. They'd done it then? Lucas didn't feel relieved or victorious, not lying here on this broken ship, surrounded by dead Mandas. If the bombs didn't work, the Mandas would find him and he'd die slow instead of fast. He saw an arm, halfway raised up from the deck, twitching. He crawled toward it, even as his body hurt. Chief Daher, of course. Lucas laid an arm flat on his skinny alien body and said, "Chief, status." The alien retched and wheezed, 2 legs. Broken. Can't walk. Lucas' mind reeled through his days. He didn't know if the engineering crew needed Daher to install that machinery. Maybe they did. Maybe without this crippled Yaga the coupler was meaningless. Or maybe not, Lucas was just a Stormy, and how was he to know? All he knew was that he didn't want to die here, and he didn't want to watch somebody else die in front of him again, alien or not. He clawed his way up to Daher and rasped, "Just hold still, Chief. I'll fix you up, I promise." "You a trooper?" "Medic too, actually." He heard the sound of laser fire up ahead. The fight in the corridors wasn't done yet. Getting 2 wounded beings through a firefight was going to be near impossible. Lucas groped across the deck until he found that jagged, blood-stained Mandalorian knife and said, "Just hold on, Chief. I'll get us out of here. I swear it." The second Mandalorian corvette burst into a fireball as Voidwalker pulled away. The frigate itself was still dead in space, but the Beskar fighters were swarming. As Miragia and her wingman watched the corvette burn, Lieutenant Vol said in her ear, "Voidwalkers calling us back to the barn. Can't do much good now except give targets to the Mandas." "Understood, Breaker 1. Get safe. Thanks for the help." "Likewise, Walker 1. Vol shut off his link, and Miragia could see the remaining TIE demolishers vectoring toward the frigate's hangar. Vol was right. The only thing they could do now was get blown up one by the more agile Beskars, but now that they were off the board, the Mando fighters would be able to concentrate their fire on Miragia's remaining TIE X's. "Some Mandas making a last run on the breakers," Rakashima reported. "I see it, Walker 7. Can you intercept?" "Copy, bring in my wing." She checked her scanners until she spotted 2 TIE X's diving in on the Beskars attacking the bombers. Voidwalker was turning his guns on the fighter now, trying to keep them away with sprays of green plasma, but the Beskars were, as ever, nimble and small targets. They managed to knock out one more demolisher before Rakashima and his wingman forced them to break formation. Miragia felt a spike of dread right before 3 more Beskars fell in from above. Rakashima's wingman vanished in a burst of flame, and the Twi'lek shields barely withstood the first rain of lasers. 7, break right. Miragia called. 2, 3, 4, open fire. The pilots behind her unleashed their laser volleys and tried to catch the diving Beskars. The Mandalorian ships scattered and the space around Voidwalker became a dense tangle of battling fighters. Miragia was chasing one Beskar beneath Voidwalker's bow when she saw one green light on her scanner wink out. Loman and Walker 3. That distraction was enough for her to lose sight of her target. She punched away, clear of the fighting, then slowed and spun her fighter nose over tail to get a quick visual on the brawl around the frigate. She saw another fighter flare, a Beskar. Then a voice called, "This is 7. I've got 2 on me." "On my way, 7, she told him. "Great timing as ever, boss," Rakashima grunted. "Does mean I'll owe you again?" "Seems that way." She caught the first Beskar before it knew she was attacking. The fighter's port S-foil broke away, and it peeled back, crippled. She kept after the remaining one and tried to sense the pilot's thoughts as he chased Rakashima. She felt a predator's mind, bloodlessly focused on the target dead ahead. A mind that barely noticed her as it tracked every slip, and Juke Rakashima put his tie through and tried to match it. 7, break starboard. She called. Rakashima did just that, and she immediately tapped her trigger and sent lasers lancing toward the spot where she knew the Beskar would be. They flew through open space and kept going. The Beskar was peeling away from Rakashima, hard to port. It has just unleashed a torpedo that was coming fast on its target. 7, you're marked. She snapped. Fast ahead. I can't take the torp. Boss don't. Before he could finish, before she could do anything, Rakashima's fighter exploded into a molten fireball. Miragia watched the flaming debris tumble through space, unspooling to a trail of black wreckage, leaving no ejection beacon behind, no life at all. One wounded stormtrooper, himself hauling a second wounded being over his shoulder, should never have been able to march down a narrow hallway filled with Mandalorians on the far end. They should have been gunned down in 2 seconds. If they didn't, then Lucas should have collapsed within 10 seconds from the burning agony in his side. None of that happened. Before he rose, he found a single flechette grenade still attached to the belt of a fallen D-Squad trooper and armed it. The Mandalorians were still far down the hall, gathered at the top of the ladders leading down into the cargo bay, firing shots at the stormtroopers below. They weren't even looking at him, but someone might see him rise to throw the grenade, then gun him down like Reef back when this fight started. Instead, Lucas stayed crouched, made sure he had a clear shot, and rolled the grenade down the hall. It shot smooth across the deck, and the first Mando saw it right before it went off at his feet. Then came the hard part. Lucas had already swung at her over his shoulder, the shoulder of his good side, and had discovered that, mercifully, adult Yage weighed less than half of a human of the same volume. That didn't stop the pain from burning up through his torso, and spreading like fire to his limbs. He screamed inside his helmet. His vision burned red, but he marched for the ladders. He steadied Daher against him with one hand and raised his blaster rifle in the other. He fired indiscriminately into the smoke surrounding the exit, not knowing or caring what he was hitting. He lurched halfway to his destination before the Mandos found it in them to return fire. The laser blast came fast and fierce. They stabbed him in the chest and lanced him in the legs. They hit Daher's body too, legs and hips and torso. The Lucas they felt like panging rocks and nothing more. The Beskar plates he cut off the bodies of the dead Mandos around him deflected them off his body and Daher's. Still, there was pain. By the time he got to the top of the ladders, his whole vision had turned red and he could barely stand. He threw himself and Daher both for the whole of the shaft and fell. Whether Beskar absorbed inertial impact, he didn't know, but slamming into the deck hurt even more. He screamed so loud they must have heard him through his helmet. He rolled onto his back, breathless from the pain, trying not to black out, helpless as someone wrenched his blood-stained helmet off his face. Sergeant Malkin was staring at him in shock. "Stang it. You're not dead." Lucas couldn't even speak for the pain, but someone else said, "He's got the chief too. He's alive." "Then load them both onto the shuttle so we can get the hell out of here." Malkin slapped Lucas's cheek to keep him from passing out. "You're just in time, Briggs. 1 minute late and we'd have left without you." The end of the battle came with a flare shot out from the hull of the shuttle attached to the Mandalorian frigate's cargo section. It sailed straight and smooth toward the planetoid before fizzling out, a green-white light. "That's the signal," Lieutenant Renoir reported. "They've got it." Relieved breaths and muted cheers rippled across the bridge, but Davik overshouted them all. "Tactical, tell the stalker to kill the jamming and head back to the barn. Hell, those shuttles the moment the field's down. Get a Citra. Helm, bring us around to their starboard side. Get ready to receive the shuttles." Voidwalker pushed ahead, closer toward the darkened frigate. Davik watched his bulk, adrenaline still racing through his body, and allowed himself to believe that this just might work. Then the lights on the frigate began to wink on. "Sir, they've got the power back," Renwer said. "I've noticed. Tactical. The shuttle's ready to punch out," Poor Dunn reported. "They've got the package and are requesting fighters to cover their retreat." "Do it." "What about the bomb?" "In place, best they know." "But, sir, Major Sly reports he's got about a dozen men pinned down inside the Mando frigate. The rest have pulled back to the first shuttle. He's requesting to send a team for one more withdrawal attempt." Davik bit back a swear. That frigate was powering up and would be ready to shoot in under a minute. Every second wasted gave the Mandos more time to find and disarm the bombs attached to the reactor. If they succeeded, then it would be down to another slugfest, and even if the Mandos didn't summon reinforcements, it was a fight that would surely damage Voidwalker if not destroy it outright. Then this whole mission would be meaningless. There was yet again the same damn awful choice, the choice a captain had to make. He thought of those dozen stormtroopers, men with friends and families and pasts and would-be futures trapped in some dark hallway, pinned down by Mandalorians, doing everything they could to stay alive just like every other being on Voidwalker had been fighting desperately to survive every day since Carfettian. "Ensign," he said, mouth dry, "tell Major Sly to fall back to the shuttle. Take off as soon as he can." Poor Dunn understood. Gravely she said, "Yes, sir. Right away." Less than 10 seconds after the shuttle detached from the Mando frigate's hull, it came under fire. As he lay in the back cabin next to Daher, Lucas heard the pilot say, "That ship's got power back online. Guns are hot." "Does that mean they found the bombs?" someone asked. Then the entire shuttle shook so hard Lucas thought they were going to blow. The pilot snarled, "Hold on. Port engines out. Starboard's ready to blow." "What about shields?" he heard Sergeant Malkin growl. "Hold on," the pilot said, and the shuttle lurched once more. The Stormies who'd remained upright until then were knocked to the ground, and Layla came down on her elbows and knees hard next to Lucas. "Stang it," she panted and looked at him. "You had to cut it close, didn't you?" I had to, too. Be a hero, I know. Well, you were. Just doing. Before he could rasp out job, he heard the pilot said, engines dead. Using directional thrusters. Can you get us to the ship? Inertia'll carry us home. If we don't get hit again, we can just walk the void until their tractors grab us. There was something else, a chain of muffled voices. Then Malkin barged into the cabin, asking, where's the detonator? Tell me you've got the detonator. Right here. Someone held up a dark cylinder. Punch it. For a second, nothing happened, and Lucas thought the Mandos must have dismantled the bombs. Then something buffeted the shuttle, and he heard Malkin cry, that did it. Lucas wished he could have seen something, even a little flare, but it hurt too much to sit upright. Layla brushed his sweat-damp forehead and said, you hear that, hero? Frigate's dead. We won. Score 1 for Razor Company, Lucas wheezed, and put a hand on the engineering chief's torso. With a little help. No. You're not Razors, and I'm not some Karkanangi. Daher rolled out a thin arm and placed it on Lucas. We're all Voidwalkers now. The end of battle meant there was still so much work to do. Once all fighters were recalled, Voidwalker spent the next several hours making his way to yet another hiding place, this one in a large planetoid far from their previous battles. Once they nestled in the bottom of a miles-deep trench, they could take stock of everything, battle damage, casualties, and most important of all, the work needed to be done before they installed the new hyperdrive power coupling. Chief Daher was in no position to do it himself, stuck as he was in a bed in sickbay along with over a dozen stormtroopers with wounds of varying severity. When Davik went down to see him, the chief seemed clear-headed despite the pain in his legs. He insisted his engineering team would be able to handle most of the installation, though he wanted to run final checks himself. Installing the coupler would require shutting down the main power generator completely, which they wouldn't be ready to do until the post-battle cleanup was complete. As he walked through the halls, Davik looked into the faces of the crew, and they looked back at his, and for the first time none of them flinched. They all looked weary, and he could tell some were counting the dead in their heads. Nonetheless, there was energy to their steps and bravery in their eyes. Everything was different now. The Voidwalkers finally possessed something they hadn't had since Carfedian, hope. Davik should have felt hopeful too. More than anything, he felt tired. Once all the rest of his business was taken care of, he left the bridge to Lieutenant Renwar and retreated to his quarters. As he neared the cabin, he remembered there was one important person he hadn't talked to since the end of the battle. Somehow he'd known he'd find her right where she was, back against the door to his room, waiting for him. Her head was bent low, hair hiding her face, but when he stepped in front of her, she shook it away and looked up at him. Without a word, he punched his code into the door panel, and the threshold opened. How many did we lose aboard the frigate? She asked after they stepped inside. 38 dead from Razor Company, plus 3 engineers. Half the boarding party. He wanted to say something about the 12 he'd left, but instead asked, what about the air wing? We lost 8 pilots. That leaves us with 21 ties total. She blinked. I'm sorry. 22, counting the remaining stalker. You're tired. We can't do this another time? I can't do it now. They stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, hands at their sides, looking at their boots. When the silence got too loud, he said, you did well. All of them did well. When this mission started, we had 62 fighters between Voidwalker and Shieldbreaker. We've lost almost 2/3 of us, Captain. 2/3. I know. The air groups had the worst attrition because we've had to depend on you so much. I wish it were otherwise, but... At first, she said, still looking down, I didn't feel it. Gold Squad only lost a few pilots. I was glad for that. I couldn't show it, but I was. But now, she took a breath. We lost him. The pilot I dove into the nebula to save. The one the Force guided me to. He squeezed her shoulders with both hands. I'm sorry. Why? She snapped, angry instead of comforted. What was the damn point? What did the damned Force want me to do? One day it saved his life. Then it took it away. Why? Why is doing this to me? I didn't even want it. Why won't it leave me alone? She was shouting so hard it left her breathless. She pitched forward, head against his sternum, and without thinking he let his arms wrap across her shaking back and pull her tighter. With her face pressed into his chest, she screamed, and wordless scream muffled by his uniform. She screamed once, breathed, then again. She screamed out all the frustration and despair and anger bottled up over a month of walking the void, and when she was done she sagged weakly against him. He didn't loosen his embrace, but she picked her head back a little and said, "Captain, I'm sorry. I should not have." "Please," he whispered. "Don't call me that. Not now." "Of course, I'm sorry." She only hesitated a moment. Davak. It was the first time in 2 months he'd heard his first name on another's lips. He convinced himself he'd never hear it again. It was enough to make him faint. His legs went weak and he collapsed on the bed, taking Marajia with him. They landed arms against the sheets, faces still close. He felt her breath on his face, and he ran one hand down her back, touching shoulder blade and spine, sensing the texture of skin and muscle beneath, soft but firm, all of it richer than anything he'd ever felt before. For a month it had been only desperation and duty, hard bulkheads and cold recycled air, a living death spent waiting for the final one. "I left them to die, Marajia," he said, because he was looking in those dark eyes and he'd never been able to lie to them before and couldn't now. A dozen stormtroopers, stuck in the frigate when it powered up again. I couldn't wait. I couldn't give them time to disarm the bomb. Her hand ran against his face and cupped his cheek, so soft. "You're a captain now." "I didn't want to be a captain," he whispered. "You're?" Her hand shifted and ran a fingertip feather soft along the scar across his forehead. He realized the full meaning of those words and flinched. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." But she slid an arm tight around him and pulled herself closer. Marajia nestled her face beneath his and said, "Please, I need this too. I want to stay like this. For a while." He squeezed her tighter without a word. He didn't move or do anything except watch the crown of her head or feel his arm raise and fall with her breathing. It all drained away soundlessly, everything that had been building inside him this long awful month. There was still so much to do. They were still so far from home and surrounded by enemies, but those didn't matter now. They didn't even seem real. All he could believe in now was the woman beside him. She was the promise of life after so long in the trackless void. He wished this moment would last forever. That it couldn't was his only sorrow. Everything else was perfect.